Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 2721, Uproar. Guild Leader, did you see that? Purple Eye goggled in shock as she pointed at the huge crater in the holographic projection. Gentle Snow, how did she do that? Gentle Snow should have destroyed the space in the surrounding area to annihilate Miracle's 1,000-man team. Galaxy Past answered calmly. No, I know that, but I'm not referring to that, Purple Eye said, shaking her head. She then turned to Galaxy Past and continued, I'm talking about Gentle Snow's 12 consecutive slashes. She actually stacked the power of those 12 slashes. It was challenging to combine the power of multiple sources. The more sources one tried to combine, the greater the difficulty. In fact, the difficulty increased exponentially. Even Apex experts who had reached the domain realm could, at best, combine the power of 6 attacks, yet now, Gentle Snow had actually combined 12 attacks into one. Moreover, she had accomplished this feat while wielding a greatsword. This was no longer a matter of strength. Such a feat should be impossible for humans. Gentle Snow was a genius of their generation. They had also entered God's domain at the same time. Even if Gentle Snow had made rapid progress, reaching such a level should be possible for her. At this point, she couldn't even be considered human anymore. She was a monster in human skin. Purple, calm down, Galaxy Past advised. You should be aware of Zero Wing's strength. Zero Wing has always been able to accomplish feats other guilds can't. Gentle Snow might have learned a powerful skill that allowed her to perform such an action. Galaxy Past could sympathize with Purple Eye's unreconciled and helpless feelings. After all, this kind of power already exceeded the realm of humans. It was no exaggeration to say that Gentle Snow had become an existence that they would never surpass in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, inside a lounge in Miracle's headquarters in the real world, the lids of 2 virtual gaming cabins opened slowly. We still died. We didn't even have a chance to escape. With this, we'll have to wait even longer before we can start our Tier 4 promotions, Elder Rock grumbled as he sat up in his gaming cabin, a bitter smile forming on his face. We are lucky. If this were the preliminaries, we would have lost 5 levels. Elder Feather frowned as he sat up in his cabin. A hint of awe appearing in his eyes, he continued. Truly, that kind of monster isn't something we can go up against. She actually destroyed the entire space to prevent us from escaping. Even short-duration invulnerability skills are useless against that kind of attack. 1,000 miles truly screwed us over. His information is absurdly inaccurate, Elder Rock snarled. In hindsight, that little girl is the real monster, not Black Flame. However, it's fortunate we came across her so soon. There is still time to salvage this situation, Elder Feather said, smiling. What do you mean, Old Feather? Elder Rock asked, puzzled. I relayed this information to the guild leader before we got killed. I'm sure the others know about this by now, Elder Feather said. Now that it is revealed that Frost Heaven has a higher domain realm expert in addition to Black Flame, I'm sure you should know what this means. Are you saying the guild leader will relay this information to the other superpowers? Elder Rock couldn't help growing a little excited. That was a higher domain realm expert they were talking about on Island No 3. There was no way Black Flame could cause an upset by himself. However, it would be a different story if a higher domain realm expert were added to the equation. Zero Wing might actually be able to secure 2 resource nodes and become the 6th-ranked guild on Island No. 3. In that case, Frost Heaven's chances of winning the 6th reserve seat would increase significantly. However, once Miracle spread this information, the various superpowers would most likely band together to prevent Frost Heaven from ousting them. Just as Elder Feather assumed, Miracle did not conceal Gentle Snow's information. On the contrary, the guild publicized it throughout the arena. Every participating guild became aware of Gentle Snow's existence. Higher domain realm? Zero Wing actually had such an expert? Could Miracle be lying to us? That's the higher domain realm we are talking about. How can a little girl like Gentle Snow reach it? That shouldn't be the case. According to our members on Island No. 3, Gentle Snow did indeed clash with one of Miracle's 1,000-man teams. Moreover, their fight created quite a commotion. It could be heard even from miles away. After our members inspected the battlefield through magical observation, they found that Miracle's 1,000-man team had indeed been annihilated. Moreover, Gentle Snow had even wiped out Miracle's team with just one move. For a time, the various participating guilds had heated discussions over this matter, although most of them remained dubious of the claim that Gentle Snow had reached the higher domain realm. They were still afraid of her. The higher domain realm was a secret among the various superpowers. Ordinary players weren't even aware of its existence. Currently, those who had reached the higher domain realm were old monsters belonging to the 5 great superguilds, and these old monsters almost never revealed themselves to the public. In fact, the public had mostly forgotten about them. However, the various superpowers understood that the reason the 5 great superguilds could be referred to as such was precisely because of these existences. So long as this group of old monsters took action, even peerless experts wouldn't be able to stop them. After all, peerless experts were merely a bunch of people still stuck in the domain realm. Even the stronger ones had reached only the domain realm's upper stage. More significant part of the reason peerless experts were called as such was their basic attributes, which far surpassed those of other domain realm experts. However, it was a different story for higher domain realm experts. These existences possessed inhuman combat standards. Moreover, there was almost no trial in God's domain that could trouble them. They could easily overcome the hurdles they faced and secure as many opportunities as they wanted in God's domain. One could say that in terms of both basic attributes and combat standards, higher domain realm experts far surpassed peerless experts. Even one such existence could turn the tide of a war. Now that Gentle Snow was suspected of having reached the higher domain realm as well, the various superpowers would have no choice but to take precautions against her. Meanwhile, when Frost Heaven's members heard this piece of news, every one of them was shocked. How is this possible? That Vice Guild leader from Zero Wing is actually in the higher domain realm? Brilliant Blue felt like he was dreaming when he read his subordinate's report. He simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. This was the higher domain realm they were talking about. However, at this time, the various participating superpowers were all talking about this matter. Moreover, the Frost Heaven members with Gentle Snow acknowledged that she had single-handedly wiped out Miracle's 1,000-man team. Miracle even publicly admitted that Gentle Snow had killed Rock and Feather, 2 of Miracle's elders, in a single move. After taking all these factors into account, this matter was almost certain to be true. The heavens haven't forsaken Frost Heaven. 7 Wonders grew ecstatic upon hearing this news. He then looked at Hong Xinyuan, who had reported the matter to him, and said, "Old Hong, you've really found a huge treasure for our guild this time. Guild leader, you overestimate me." Hong Xinyuan shook his head with a smile. In reality, even he had not been aware that Gentle Snow had reached the higher domain realm. Had he known, he wouldn't have offered just 3 upper zone reserve slots to Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Muxin on Island Number 3 received the news about Gentle Snow, she was lost in thought for a long time. Black Flame, is Gentle Snow really at the higher domain realm? Muxin couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Probably, Shi Feng chuckled. Probably? What do you mean, probably? Has she reached it or not? Muxin got irritated at Shi Feng for persisting in keeping her in the dark. The various superpowers already believed that Gentle Snow was a higher domain realm expert. Yet Shi Feng was still so close-mouthed about it. Shi Feng couldn't help smiling bitterly at Muxin's reaction. Truthfully, he didn't actually know what realm Gentle Snow had reached. After all, he didn't know what kind of world the higher domain realm was. In addition, when he looked at Gentle Snow, he felt as if he was looking at a cloud. He couldn't see through her at all. However, while he didn't know whether Gentle Snow was currently at the higher domain realm, he was sure of one thing: Gentle Snow was undoubtedly number 1 in the world in combat experience. However, Miracle has played a really vicious move this time. Shi Feng frowned as he read Miracle's public announcement. At Shi Feng's words, Muxin's face darkened. "Are you saying Miracle plans to kill with a borrowed sword?" "That's right," Shi Feng nodded. On the surface, Miracle is expressing its indignation over Gentle Snow annihilating one of its 1,000-man teams. In reality, it is announcing to the other guilds that Frostheaven has a great chance of securing the 6th seat. This way, the other guilds will have to consider banding together to target Frostheaven. What should we do then? Muxen understood how vicious Miracle's move was. If they didn't handle this matter properly, Frostheaven might come under attack from all sides. Should I notify my guild leader of this? Shi Feng sneered. Since Miracle wants Frostheaven to become a thorn in the various guilds' eyes, we'll make the various guilds understand that the 6th seat belongs to us. Chapter 2722, No Regrets. Have the various guilds acknowledge us, Muxen revealed a wry smile when she heard Shi Feng's words. But out of the 6 reserve seats available, only 1 is obtainable. How can the other guilds possibly give up on it? There are 6 reserve seats up for grabs, yet the various guilds have given up on 5 of them. Why do you think that's the case? Shi Feng responded with a question of his own. Isn't that obvious? It's because the 5 great super guilds are too strong. There's no way the other guilds can compete with them, Muxen answered, failing to understand why Shi Feng asked such a question. Who the owners of 5 of the 6 reserve seats were was common knowledge for everyone. Otherwise, the various guilds wouldn't be competing so desperately for the 6th seat, with some guilds even risking everything they had. That's right. It is because those 5 super guilds are sufficiently strong, Shi Feng said, nodding. Hence, those guilds don't dare compete with them. Do you mean to make the various guilds deem us too strong to provoke? That's impossible, Muxen said, shaking her head. She felt that Shi Feng was building castles in the air. Frostheaven doesn't have that kind of strength right now. Indeed. Frostheaven doesn't have the necessary strength right now, Shi Feng said unceremoniously. That's why we need to go crazy, so crazy that the other guilds become afraid of us. Only by doing so do we stand a chance of victory. They couldn't afford to act defensively, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to protect anything. In a situation where every other guild, aside from the 5 great super guilds, were Frostheaven's enemies, even Shi Feng couldn't turn the tide of battle. After all, this was a competition for resource nodes, not a contest of strength, even if he occupied every resource node on an island. There were still 17 other islands. Frostheaven would still lose. Not to mention, occupying an entire island would be a challenge, even for him. The size of Island No. 3 was like a level 100 neutral map. If the various guilds' players hid from him, he would have great difficulty locating them, regardless of his monodomain. Moreover, every participating player was a Tier 3 expert. When not subjected to any debuffs, they could run very fast. In addition, he would have to occupy the many resource nodes on the island while also ensuring their safety. How do we do that? Even if we go crazy, we still need a target. Muxen understood what Shi Feng was saying. However, she found it truly hard to imagine how they could make the various guilds fear them and actively give up on competing with them. ICO, of course we have one, smiling, Shi Feng added, and it's even ready-made. Are you talking about Miracle? Shaking her head. Muxen argued, although Miracle has used a trick to deal with us, even if we annihilate Miracle, I'm afraid the other guilds still won't rest. No, not Miracle. How can Miracle possibly be qualified for such a role? Shi Feng smiled while shaking his head. Didn't you already mention which guilds the other guilds don't dare to offend? Muxen gasped involuntarily when she heard Shi Feng's words. Are you saying? That's right, the 5 great super guilds. Shi Feng nodded. Of course we won't have to target all 5 of them. Going for mythology should be more than enough. In his previous life, Miracle had relied on mythology to secure one of the reserve seats during the first official competition. Since he was already going against Miracle in this life, it was only a matter of time before he had to deal with mythology. In that case, he might as well strike first to gain an advantage. Isn't this a little too crazy? That's one of the 5 great super guilds we are talking about. Muxen couldn't help feeling a little afraid at the mention of making an enemy out of one of the 5 great super guilds. The 5 great super guilds were like the sun in the virtual gaming industry. While most guilds might declare their intent to surpass the 5 great superguilds, it was another thing altogether to actually fight one. For the various superpowers, the stronger they grew, the more fearful of the 5 great superguilds they became. After all, the depth of the 5 great superguilds' foundations was simply unfathomable. This isn't madness. Shi Feng shook his head. In an earnest tone, he said, "This is Frost Heaven's only way out. Whether you secure a seat will depend on your decision." Afterward, Shi Feng stopped trying to convince Muxin and had her relay this proposal to 7 Wonders. Whether they went through with his plan or not would depend on Frost Heaven's guild leader. Declare war on mythology. Is Black Flame insane? Brilliant Blue trembled when he received Shi Feng's suggestion. Immediately he contacted 7 Wonders and protested. "Guild leader, that's one of the 5 great super guilds we are talking about. Even 3 Frost Heavens wouldn't be a match for it." "I understand." 7 Wonders also wore a gloomy face. Helplessly, he said. "However, we only have 2 options if we wish to secure a reserve seat. One is to fight the numerous participating guilds, and the other is to fight mythology. There are no other options." Miracle's ploy was simply too vicious. If Frost Heaven went up against the various superpowers, it wouldn't stand a chance whatsoever. After all, in this scenario, Frost Heaven would lose the initiative to attack other guilds, constrained to defending its territories. However, how could it possibly defend against so many guilds with its limited numbers? Frost Heaven's only other option was to attack mythology. If Frost Heaven succeeded in causing mythology to suffer even a minor setback, it would still be of great help to Frost Heaven in securing the 6th reserve seat. Meanwhile, after 7 Wonders finished speaking, Brilliant Blue also sank into deep thought. "We have only one choice now." Looking at Brilliant Blue's face on his screen, 7 Wonders asked, "Do we fight or not?" "Guild leader, even if I wish to fight, how do we go about it?" "That's mythology we are talking about. We stand no chance whatsoever," Brilliant Blue said with a bitter smile. The island number 11 he was assigned to had only 3 teams from Frost Heaven, his own 500-man team, a 300-man team led by an elder, and Violet Cloud's 100-man team for a total of 900 players. On the other hand, mythology had a total of 2,600 members on island number 11. Moreover, the person leading this force was the divine spear demon Rex, the commander of mythology's trump card legion and a legendary figure even in mythology. Do you think the other islands have a chance of winning? 7 Wonders rolled his eyes at Brilliant Blue. Mythology's members were distributed very evenly. Any island it had a presence on had at least 2,000 mythology members. And of the 7 islands Frost Heaven's teams were assigned to, only island number 17 did not have mythology's presence. "However, you don't need to hurry. Group up with Zero Wings members first before taking action," 7 Wonders said. "I understand. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will make mythology suffer." Brilliant Blue did not oppose 7 Wonders' decision. This upcoming battle would decide whether Frost Heaven would rise or fall. Afterward, 7 Wonders relayed his command to the Frost Heaven members on the other islands. In 2 hours, they would launch a simultaneous assault on mythology's resource nodes on Frost Heaven's 6 islands. As Frost Heaven's members waited quietly for their fateful moment, fierce battles occurred one after another on the various islands. The savage clash between superpowers thoroughly dumbfounded the spectating major powers. They never thought that the foundations of these superpowers would be so astonishing. If not for this competition, none of them would even suspect that the various superpowers' younger generation had already developed to such a frightening extent. Not only had many of these younger generation talents reached the Void Realm already, but some had even reached the Domain Realm. Given enough time, these Domain Realm youths would definitely become leading lights in God's domain. Shortly after the first bout of battles, the various resource nodes also fell under the ownership of players. To no one's surprise, the 5 great super guilds held an overwhelming advantage over the other participating superpowers. Close at their heels were Miracle and Sacred Temple. Both Miracle and Sacred Temple had managed to rank 6th on 5 of the islands they were assigned to. If this situation persisted, there was no doubt that the 6th reserve seat's owner would emerge from one of them. However, As everyone was guessing which of these two guilds would secure the sixth seat, some spectating players and participating guilds noticed a peculiarity. What's going on with Frost Heaven? They're not even trying to compete for resource nodes. I know, right? Aside from ranking 5th on Island No. 17. They haven't taken any action on the 6 other islands. They're not giving up, are they? Have they gotten scared? Many of the participating guilds laughed at Frost Heaven's performance. Initially, Frost Heaven should have had a high chance of winning because of the dark horse known as Zero Wing. However, it was also because of Zero Wing's existence that Frost Heaven did not dare compete with the various superpowers lest it be ganged upon. Vice Guild Leader, do you think Frost Heaven will give up just like that? When White Feather read the summary on the battle situation, she couldn't help growing curious about Frost Heaven's behavior. It's not impossible. Miracle's ploy is truly vicious. So long as Frost Heaven dares make a move, every other guild will target it. Smiling faintly, Cold Shadow said, "What a pity. If Frost Heaven hadn't invited Zero Wing, it might have had a chance to fight for the 6th seat. Now, it has no chance at all." At this moment, Cold Shadow wasn't the only person who thought that Frost Heaven had given up. The various participating superpowers believed the same and deemed it a wise decision. After all, if Frost Heaven chose to fight, it would only end up getting annihilated. Conserving its strength to fight next year was undoubtedly the better choice. While the various guilds were watching their guild points rise, Frost Heaven's members were sneaking up to Mythology's resource nodes, their hearts pounding with anxiety and excitement. After glancing at the distant advanced resource node that Mythology guarded tightly, Shi Feng checked the time. It's time. Move out. Chapter 207-23, Arena Shaken. Chapter 207-23, Arena Shaken. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the sea breeze blowing through the islands was calm. The embers of war on the various islands were weakening. At this point, aside from attacking and occupying more resource nodes, what was more important for the participating superpowers was defending their resource nodes. Hence, any guild that had secured resource nodes would be able to allocate only a small portion of their manpower to fight for more resource nodes. Due to this reason, the balance between the guilds stabilized. At this rate, the struggle for the 6th seat should be between Miracle and Sacred Temple. A hint of envy flashed in Mu Lingsha's eyes when she saw the various islands' resource node distribution data. Although the winners of this competition wouldn't join the ranks of the 12 great guilds and couldn't garrison an entire empire, the reserve seats still allowed guilds to garrison the cities of an empire. In addition, reserve guilds could also garrison powerful kingdoms and be worshipped by the kingdom. At that time, they could directly influence the development of the kingdom. In fact, reserve guilds could initiate kingdom wars to plunder the resources of other countries and expand their own kingdom's territory and resources. At that time, the resources the reserve guilds could obtain would far surpass that of other guilds, making it impossible for other guilds to catch up. All the other guilds would be able to do was watch as the reserve guilds grew stronger by the day. However, Frost Heaven is behaving really strangely. Unyielding Hearts studied the battlefield's stabilizing situation in puzzlement. Frost Heaven clearly had a chance to secure the 6th seat before. There's no reason for it not to put up a fight, after all. The various guilds banding together is only a possibility. So long as Frost Heaven doesn't behave too aggressively right off the bat, I'm sure those guilds won't deliberately join hands. At most, they will come to a tacit understanding to contain Frost Heaven. Frost Heaven has already missed its chance. Even if it tries to fight now, it doesn't have a ghost of a chance of winning, Mu Lingsha countered, shaking her head. Now that the situation between the guilds was stabilizing, Frost Heaven would have difficulty snatching resource nodes. And if it really started snatching resource nodes, the various guilds would definitely gang up on it. This was because the various guilds all understood one thing. Every one of them would secretly cooperate with this tacit understanding, and the result of such thinking would be that the various guilds really would act on their thoughts, annihilate Frost Heaven, and fight over Frost Heaven's resource nodes. Hence, Frost Heaven truly did not have any chance of winning anymore. During Mu Lingsha and Unyielding Heart's conversation, their spectator interface suddenly sent them a notification. Huh? Black Flame is taking action. Mulingsha quickly redirected the interface to island number 3 and focused on Shi Feng, whom she had set as a priority target beforehand. Black Flame's moving at this time? What is he thinking? Unyielding Heart stared in confusion at Shi Feng, who was hiding in a forest, together with his team. It was pointless for Zero Wing to appear and compete for resource nodes at this point. Currently, out of the 18 islands, Frost Heaven occupied resource nodes on only Island No. 15. It hadn't claimed a single resource node on the other islands. Even if Zero Wing managed to secure 2 resource nodes on Island number 3 and became the 6th-ranked guild there, it still wouldn't get Frost Heaven out of its rut. Wait, that's not right. Mulingsha gaped in shock when she saw the advanced resource node Shi Feng's team was charging at, her eyes wide with confusion and surprise. His goal seems to be Mythology's advanced resource node. Unyielding Heart was similarly stunned by this situation. How dare he? That was Mythology they were talking about. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds, and in existence the various superpowers dreaded, yet Shi Feng was taking the initiative to provoke it. However, before Mulingsha and Unyielding Soul could recover from their shock, another notification appeared on their spectator interface, followed by a small image at the bottom of the screen. This is Zero Wing planning to wage war on Mythology. Depicted in the smaller image was Gentle Snow leading her 100-man team in a charge against Mythology's intermediate resource node on Island number 3, and she showed no signs of stopping whatsoever, ever. The Unyielding Soul members in the VIP room gasped at this abrupt change. How dare they? This action challenged Mythology's authority. Moreover, regardless of whether Zero Wing succeeded or not, Mythology definitely wouldn't let Zero Wing off the hook. Not to mention, Zero Wing had nothing to gain whatsoever from doing so. At this time, besides Unyielding Soul's members, the powers paying attention to Shi Feng and Gentle Snow were similarly dumbfounded by the two's actions. They never thought that Zero Wing would be so crazy as to challenge one of the 5 great super guilds directly. Wait. It's not just Black Flame and Gentle Snow. Zero Wing's other teams are also making a move against Mythology's resource nodes. That's not all. Frost Heaven's teams are doing the same. The news of Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's teams attacking Mythology's resource nodes caused an instant sensation among the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms. Everyone was shocked by the 2 guilds' actions. That's Mythology we are talking about. How dare they? Frost Heaven and Zero Wing have truly lost their minds this time. Setting aside whether they will succeed or not, aren't they afraid of Mythology's retaliation after the competition? Are they really not afraid that Mythology will exterminate them? The various major powers felt puzzled by Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's actions. They simply couldn't figure out what the 2 guilds were thinking. The 5 great super guilds' position in the virtual gaming industry was as stable as a mountain because no superpower dared to offend them. Any superpower that dared to do so would get eliminated from the industry without exception. Now that Zero Wing and Frost Heaven were openly provoking Mythology in front of everyone in the world, Mythology definitely wouldn't spare them in order to maintain its authority. Has Seven Wonders lost his mind? Cold Shadow was incensed when she read the report that Mythology's resource nodes had come under attack on 6 islands. They actually dare provoke us? Do they not know what death is? She never thought that Zero Wing and Frost Heaven would pull such an astonishing move after remaining silent for so long. Moreover, they had even chosen to challenge one of the 5 great super guilds directly. This would definitely turn Mythology into a laughingstock. Interesting. This is truly interesting. I wonder if that old drunken ghost is jumping in rage right about now? When a mighty, middle-aged man with brown hair on Island No. 2 received news of Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's actions, he burst into laughter. This middle-aged man was none other than the guild leader of Netherworld Empire, one of the 5 great super guilds. Guild leader, it is still too early to be happy. How can Mythology's resource nodes be so easy to capture? Zero Wing and Frost Heaven are just looking to humiliate themselves, a tall man clad in dark gray armor said disdainfully. Zero Wing could be said to be a guild that had relied entirely on external aid to reach its current position. Although Black Flame and Gentle Snow indeed possessed noteworthy combat standards, they were still negligible existences in front of the 5 great super guilds. Regardless, having mythology lose some face is always a good thing, the middle-aged man said, chuckling. As for how long Zero Wing and Frost Heaven can last, that's not important. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. It possessed trump cards beyond the imagination of ordinary superpowers. The forces it had stationed on the various large islands were particularly exceptional. Even working together, Black Flame and Gentle Snow would most likely have a tough time threatening any of mythology's resource nodes. Not to mention, both of them were taking independent action. As the various powers were feeling surprised and shocked by Zero Wing's and Frost Heaven's actions, Shi Feng's 100-man team had arrived before mythology's advanced resource node. Chapter 2724, A Gap Beyond Imagination. Chapter 2724, A Gap Beyond Imagination. It's starting. I wonder if Black Flame can snatch that advanced resource node. As I see it, with his mana domain, Black Flame should fear group battles the least. However, mythology's side isn't filled with pushovers either. The one leading the defense of that advanced resource node is the Silver Ghost, Prosciutto. The Legion under him is amazing. I heard they killed a level 110 superior mythic ranked world boss some time ago. The feat sent waves across the entire Western continent. Crap! They're that strong? In that case, Black Flame is really in danger. I heard that superior mythics all possess mana domains. Combined with their frightening basic attributes, it shouldn't be possible for players to defeat them. Everyone in the arena paid close attention to Shi Feng's 100-man team. It was no exaggeration to say that nobody present wished to miss out on this earth-shattering battle. Many of the major powers in the VIP viewing rooms had even stopped paying attention to the other battlefields and focused solely on Shi Feng's 100-man team. At this time, as if long prepared for this, mythology's members summoned a magic barrier as soon as Shi Feng's team arrived. The barrier covered a 500-yard radius, thoroughly enveloping the advanced resource node and Shi Feng's team. Under the magic barrier's oppressive power, not only did everyone on Shi Feng's team feel their bodies growing heavier, but even their basic attributes started falling rapidly. This is an advanced magic barrier. Muxin was shocked when she saw how much her basic attributes had fallen. How is this possible? Advanced magic barriers were incredibly rare in God's domain. Just one set of magic array scrolls for an advanced magic barrier was worth a fortune. However, as the current competition prohibited the use of magic tools, players could only rely on themselves to erect magic barriers. Only, there were strict requirements for players to use magic barriers without any external aid. Just casting an intermediate magic array required 100 players. Moreover, of these 100 players, 20 of them needed to be at the Intermediate Magician Standard and 5 at the Advanced Magician Standard. Otherwise, the magic array wouldn't operate. If intermediate magic arrays had such stringent requirements, one could easily imagine the requirements needed to summon an advanced magic array. Nevertheless, Mythology's team had actually summoned one. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, an advanced magic barrier was capable of suppressing even mythic monsters. Needless to say, it would have a tremendous effect on Tier 3 players. At this time, Frost Heaven's members all wore pale expressions on their faces. They weren't even peak experts in the guild to begin with. Compared to the various superpowers teams, their basic attributes could only be considered average. Now that the magic barrier had reduced their basic attributes by 30%, how were they supposed to fight? So, this is Mythology's foundation. Amazing. With this, even if Black Flame summons his mana domain, he will still have difficulty resisting the magic array's suppression. The audience gasped when they saw Mythology's advanced magic barrier. On a battlefield that prohibited the use of magic tools, having the ability to summon advanced magic barriers would basically make one invincible. Of course, a magic barrier summoned entirely through the effort of players wasn't unbeatable. The greatest flaw of such a magic barrier was the immense burden on the caster's mana. If the players supporting the barrier did not replenish their mana, they wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. However, on this battlefield, 10 minutes were more than enough to decide the outcome. While everyone was marveling at mythology's capabilities, 100 players walked out of the advanced resource node. The person in the lead was a silver-haired young man with an amiable expression on his face. However, everyone present was aware that this friendly youth was also known as the Silver Ghost, one of the leaders of mythology's younger generation. Guild leader Black Flame, we meet again, Prosciutto greeted Shi Feng in an indescribably calm voice. He showed no eagerness for a showdown at all. Instead, he behaved as if he was chatting about family affairs. At Prosciutto's words, Muxin looked at Shi Feng in surprise. Prosciutto was a big celebrity in God's domain. He had risen to the position of vice commander in mythology's trump card legion at a young age, and was the designated successor of the legion's monstrous commander. "You know him?" "Mm-hmm. We've met once on the Western continent." Shi Feng nodded in response to Muxin's curiosity and surprise. There was no point in hiding the matter. After all, he had caused quite a huge scene in the Starlight Fortress, and most of the Western continent's superpowers probably knew about his clash with mythology already. "You really are heartless with your words, guild leader Black Flame," Prosciutto sighed. "The fight in the Starlight Fortress is the only humiliation I've suffered ever since entering mythology. My memory of that fight is still fresh, yet you don't take it seriously at all." "Humiliation?" Smiling, Shi Feng said. "That's hyperbole, right? Your Eminence only failed to have your way." "No. It is already a humiliation for me," Prosciutto disagreed, shaking his head. Earnestly, he continued, "Previously I stated that we would meet again. Only our reunion happened much sooner than I expected. Although I still don't think the time is right, allow me to repay some of the humiliation I suffered before." As soon as Prosciutto finished speaking, the 100 Tier 3 experts behind him promptly released their auras. It immediately felt as if a demon god had descended onto the battlefield. Of the group of 100, over 30 peak experts exuded auras rivaling that of mythic monsters. The Frost Heaven members nearly collapsed to the ground under this pressure. This is an advanced combat array. Over 30 peak experts with strength rivaling mythic monsters? No, this must be an illusion. How can there be such a large gap between our guilds? At this time, the Frost Heaven members on Shi Feng's team weren't the only ones suffering a mental breakdown. Even the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms were dumbfounded, despair flooding their hearts. Sure enough, the gap is much bigger than we thought. Unyielding Heart smiled bitterly as he looked at mythology's 100-man team. Yes, this was the 5 great superguilds' strength. The world had always regarded the various superpowers' existence as second only to the 5 great superguilds. However, these superpowers all knew full well that aside from a select few superguilds, every other superpower was far behind the 5 great superguilds. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they were living in 2 different worlds. This was also why no single superpower dared to declare that they would replace the 5 great superguilds. It's over. It's really over now. How can the gap be this massive? Fear bloomed in Muxin's heart as she looked at the approaching 30-plus peak experts. Even her breaths became stifled. She had long since known that mythology wasn't a pushover, and that the 5 great superguilds' strength the various superpowers had seen thus far was only the tip of the iceberg. However, she never thought that the reality of the situation would actually be so hopeless and suffocating. Black Flame. Sandstorm grinned smugly as he glared at Shi Feng. "You only beat me last time thanks to your mana body. I'll let you know what true strength is this time." "If you couldn't do it last time, then I'm afraid you still can't do it this time," Shi Feng retorted, shaking his head as he watched Sandstorm approach. "Still acting stubborn even in the face of death? I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves this time." After saying so, Sandstorm immediately charged at Shi Feng, his speed as fast as a shooting star. The distance of 100 yards seemed almost non-existent to him. Before Frost Heaven's members could react, Sandstorm was already standing in front of Shi Feng. The dagger he wielded also turned into a phantom snake that bit at Shi Feng's heart. Tricks? Shi Feng shook his head when he saw this scene. He then stretched out his hand. Boom. Violent storm enveloped the entire battlefield, kicking up dust and dirt into the air. How is this possible? The next moment, everyone stared at the two figures standing amid the dust cloud in stupefaction. At this time, Sandstorm's dagger hovered half an inch away from Shi Feng's heart. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, Shi Feng had actually caught Sandstorm by the wrist, intercepting the hand holding the dagger. How is this possible? Sandstorm was stunned when he saw his captured wrist. Chapter 2725, Warm-Up Over. Chapter 2725, Warm-Up Over. How did he do it? That other guy's power is comparable to mythic monsters, yet Black Flame actually received the attack directly. Black Flame should be under the magic barrier's suppression now, right? So this is Black Flame's true strength? After a moment of silence, the audience in the arena instantly broke into an uproar, never having expected things to turn around so quickly. When mythology revealed its frightening combat power, almost everyone believed that this fuss caused by Zero Wing and Frost Heaven was over. Yet, it turned out that Zero Wing still had the strength to contend against mythology. How could anyone not entertain expectations in this situation? After all, far too few people in God's domain dared challenge the 5 great super guilds. Regardless of the outcome after this challenge to mythology in this competition, Black Flame's name would become known to everyone in God's domain. However, unlike the spectating players, the mythology members at the advanced resource node showed no signs of surprise. This was especially true for the 100 players forming the battle array. Sandstorm is too reckless. The vice commander previously warned him that Black Flame isn't a simple opponent, yet he actually charged into battle all by himself without a word. Foolish! He is truly foolish! He actually ignored the vice commander's words. He's going to turn us into a laughingstock for the other superpowers. The 30-plus Void Realm experts from mythology did not feel a shred of pity for Sandstorm, only anger that he had allowed himself to get caught. Their vice commander Prosciutto had gone to great lengths to create a scenario presenting mythology as an existence that should never be provoked. Now Sandstorm had single-handedly ruined this scenario. Sandstorm, come back. Stop shaming yourself in front of guild leader Black Flame, Prosciutto said, sighing as he looked at Sandstorm and his dumbfounded expression. At Prosciutto's words, Sandstorm snapped out of his daze, and his expression turned unprecedentedly grim and fearful. His hands even started trembling slightly. No, I can't disappoint the vice commander. Die. You must die. Only if you die can I wash away my shame. Sandstorm turned to Shi Feng, a hint of fear and madness in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. However, the fear he felt wasn't because of Shi Feng but Prosciutto. Immediately, Shi Feng felt the power resisting his hand strengthening. Before Shi Feng could react, Sandstorm disappeared from where he stood and reappeared in midair with crimson runes covering his body. In addition, Sandstorm's body also underwent several physical changes. Not only did his body enlarge, but 2 black horns also grew out from his forehead. He also gained a pair of pitch black, feathered wings, and a scaly tail. The frightening aura he now exuded had Frost Heaven's Tier 3 experts shuddering involuntarily. What did he do? Doesn't the competition venue prevent the use of berserk skills? A hint of fear appeared in Muxen's eyes as she gazed at Sandstorm hovering in midair. Compared to his previous self, the current Sandstorm was like a completely different person. Not only did his aura intensify, but even his life rating had received a significant improvement. No, it's not a berserk skill. He's just reverting to his original form, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Even he was a little surprised when he saw Sandstorm's transformation. Mythology truly is amazing. To think they actually managed to get their hands on the Demidragon bloodline. Someone among them even managed to endure the bloodline's violent power in God's domain. Aside from bloodlines that increased a player's life rating, there were special bloodlines that functioned differently. One such example was the violent Demidragon bloodline, which could raise a player's life rating to the archaic species standard, granting players a much greater improvement than ordinary bloodlines. However, this bloodline had a drawback. Due to the Demidragon bloodline's overly violent power, players paid a heavy price to use it. Whenever a player activated their Demidragon bloodline, they would be subjected to unimaginable pain beyond the tolerance of ordinary humans. Very few people were willing to accept such bloodlines. Shi Feng never thought that Sandstorm would manage to not only assimilate the Demidragon bloodline, but also endure its violent power. "You must be crazy." Muxin was exasperated to see Shi Feng marveling at Sandstorm's strength. "The strength of his aura has more than doubled. I even suspect he has already reached the Tier 4 standard in terms of the strength attribute. Yet you still have the time to admire his strength?" "That's right. In terms of physique and basic attributes, he is indeed on par with bona fide Tier 4 classes." Shi Feng nodded in affirmation. "You." Muxin couldn't help goggling at Shi Feng's composure. She simply couldn't understand what was going through his mind. It was as if he had forgotten who had driven Sandstorm to such an extent. "Lena, you guys go help him as well," Prosciutto ordered calmly to the blonde female shield warrior beside him. At this command, the mythology members standing around Prosciutto turned to him in surprise. The blonde girl named Lena was Prosciutto's right-hand man. She was a bona fide domain realm expert, and her strength ranked within the top 3 in this team of theirs. Now Prosciutto was actually having her join the fight as well. "Yes, sir." Lena made a respectful bow before joining Sandstorm together with 5 other players behind her. "What's going on? What is Prosciutto thinking? Does he think Sandstorm isn't enough to deal with Black Flame? That's not possible, right? That Sandstorm can be considered a Tier 4 monster already. Maybe the others were told to deal with Frost Heaven's members." At this time, everyone in the audience was eyeing Lena's group curiously. Because of the battle array's buff, the 6 all possessed strength and defense close to matching mythic monsters. Any of them could easily annihilate a superpower's 1,000-man team. Having 6 of them move together was simply overkill. "Isn't Prosciutto overestimating us?" Muxin felt like crying when she saw Lena's group joining the fight. While the fact that Prosciutto had dispatched such a force to deal with them meant that he thought highly of them, she couldn't bring herself to appreciate the gesture. After all, they would have to deal with 4 peak experts with basic attributes, close to matching mythic monsters. However, before Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members could prepare themselves, the aura of Lena's group suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, 6 more Demidragons appeared hovering in the air. What is Prosciutto trying to do? Crap! 7 bona fide mythic combatants. I must be dreaming. This is the real power of the 5 great super guilds. The various spectating powers and players gasped involuntarily when they saw the 7 Demidragons in the air. Bastards! Mythology is really a group of bastards. Mythology's 1,000-man team possessed not only over 30 near-mythic combatants, but even 7 bona fide mythic combatants. This situation was simply mind-blowing. While the audience was feeling fearful over the absolute power Mythology displayed, Lena flew toward Shi Feng and stopped near him. "Your Excellency, Black Flame, we sincerely apologize for Sandstorm's sudden assault on you," Lena said, her golden eyes carrying great respect as she looked at Shi Feng. "According to our Vice Commander's will, let's end the warm-up here and have both sides show our true strength. This is the respect we deserve, right?" "Sure, you're right." Shi Feng nodded. Shi Feng's words echoed in everyone's mind like a deafening thunder and instantly silenced everyone. What? Warm up? They were just warming up before? I didn't hear things right. That woman actually told Black Flame that they should stop warming up. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is a lie. This must be a lie. The spectating powers and players felt their minds growing silly when they heard the exchange between Lena and Shi Feng. Based on Lena's words, Black Flame had still been holding back thus far, and now she was requesting him to fight with his full strength. Meanwhile, Shi Feng agreed to her request. If what Lena said was true, how much weaker were they in combat power compared to Mythology and Black Flame? At this time, Muxin stared at Shi Feng in disbelief. Shi Feng had previously stopped Sandstorm's attack, which carried power at the near-mythic standard, while under an advanced magic barrier's suppression. Yet he hadn't used his full strength back then. However, before Frost Heaven's members could react, a surge of mana flooded in from the surrounding environment, with Shi Feng as the center. The ground and sky even shook from the sheer volume of power being gathered. The magic barrier enveloping Frost Heaven's members also began cracking. Less than a second later, boom, the advanced magic barrier shattered, transforming into countless particles of light and disappearing. Simultaneously, a mana domain enveloped the entire advanced resource node, causing everyone present to feel an unprecedented fear and oppression. A domain? Is this really a mana domain? Chapter 2726, Battle of Monsters, Chapter 2726, Battle of Monsters. With Shi Feng as the center, a dark space with a 1,000-yard radius enveloped the advanced resource node and its surroundings. The mana inside the dark space flowed so rapidly that even ordinary players could sense the flux. The feeling of devastation and oppression this dark space gave off made even the audience in the distant spectator stands fearful. How can such a powerful mana domain exist? Even the mana domain of superior mythics isn't this strong. The advanced magic barrier shattered? Shouldn't mana domains be weaker than magic barriers? Many of the major powers spectating from the VIP viewing rooms had knowledge of mana domains. Some of them had even experienced one before. However, compared to what they had seen and experienced, Shi Feng's mana domain was on a completely different level. So this is his mana domain. Muxin, who stood near Shi Feng, was stunned right now. When she looked at Shi Feng again, she felt as if she was seeing him for the first time. She had heard from Frost Heaven's deceased foreign aide that Shi Feng's mana domain was incredibly powerful. However, the mana domain before her was not just powerful, but a whole new ballgame altogether. Shi Feng's mana domain had essentially created a world of its own, and within this world he controlled everything. In this space, Tier 3 experts were basically ants in front of Shi Feng. Meanwhile, Sandstorm, hovering in midair, was dumbfounded when he saw Shi Feng's astonishing mana domain. Player's mana domain can actually be this strong? Sandstorm's heart roiled with doubts as he felt the strong repulsive force coming from all directions. Shi Feng's mana domain was much stronger than that of superior mythics. Even after transforming into his demi-dragon form and gaining a Tier 4 physique and basic attributes, Sandstorm still suffered a significant restriction in his movements. By his estimates, he had lost around 20% of his basic attributes. His reaction speed and movement speed had also fallen by 30%. Now his overall combat power was barely at the Tier 4 standard. Let's get started then. After glancing at Lena and the other demi-dragons, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and vanished. Where did he go? Shi Feng's sudden disappearance confused Frost Heaven's members. He disappeared. At this moment, let alone Frost Heaven's members, even the audience in the spectator stands were stunned. A living human had actually disappeared from their godlike perspective. However, before anyone could react, an explosion suddenly sounded in midair. Boom! The next moment, a black shadow crashed into the ground, the impact creating cracks that extended over 20 yards. The frightening shockwave nearly toppled the nearby Frost Heaven members. What happened? Everyone gaped in shock when they saw the figure on the ground, their eyes wide with disbelief. Without anyone realizing it, Shi Feng had appeared amid the flock of hovering demi-dragons, fresh blood coating his longsword. Meanwhile, the figure on the ground actually belonged to a demi-dragon. At this moment, not only did this demi-dragon's armor sport a bone-deep cut, but 1/8 of his HP had vanished. The speed of Shi Feng's attack was simply unheard of. However, compared to the audience and Frost Heaven members, the mythology members spectating the fight were much more surprised by this situation, especially Sandstorm. A hint of confusion lingered in his eyes as he glared at Shi Feng. After transforming into our demi-dragon form with a combat arrays buff, we wouldn't lose even 3% of our HP after taking a direct hit from a mythic monster. How can Black Flame have such great strength? Fear surfaced in Sandstorm's eyes as he analyzed the situation. As demi-dragons, they could be considered bona fide Tier 4 combatants. Yet even in such a situation, they still were no match for Shi Feng. Sandstorm simply couldn't fathom how much strength Shi Feng had, as expected of the Demidragon bloodline combined with an advanced combat array's assistance. It'll be difficult to finish one of them quickly. When Shi Feng looked at the Demidragon on the ground, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't use any skills or spells in his attack, he wielded a fragmented legendary weapon and wore several fragmented legendary items. In terms of the strength attribute, he already rivaled superior mythics of the same level. This was why he could slay Tier 3 players effortlessly. However, despite having such basic attributes, he had only managed to take away 1/8 of the Demidragon's HP with his normal attack. The defense of the Demidragon he targeted could rival that of superior mythics. "Everyone don't get entangled with him. His attributes and speed are above ours. All we need to do is deplete his stamina and concentration," Lena commanded calmly and without hesitation. "Maintain your distances, Jack. Prioritize protecting our healers. He definitely won't last long in a protracted battle." "Understood." Lena's command boosted the Demidragon's fighting spirit, and they promptly went into action. With Lena taking the lead, 5 Demidragons surrounded and attacked Shi Feng. In addition, 1 Demidragon Oracle stood at the rear, casting defensive spells and buff spells one after another, boosting the other Demidragon's attributes. No longer having to worry about taking damage, the 5 Demidragons in the vanguard fought Shi Feng desperately, intending to trade blow for blow. Moreover, the 5 of them had excellent coordination, moving as one. For a time, explosions continually shook the earth and sky. Countless afterimages also danced across the sky. The Tier 3 experts in the spectator stands were stupefied. They couldn't tell what was going on at all. They couldn't even tell which afterimage belonged to whom. They only saw some of the brief clashes at best of the spectators watching the fight. Only those in the VIP viewing rooms could get a clear picture, thanks to the spectator interface's slow-motion mode. The 5 Vanguard Demidragons perfectly merged their skills, spells, and combat techniques. They also had perfect coordination with one another. When one of them exposed a chink in their defense from clashing with Shi Feng, the others would immediately attack, preventing him from landing a fatal blow. As the clash continued, the expressions of Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members also grew darker. Although the two sides seemed evenly matched, Shi Feng had to deal with the 7 Demidragons' back-and-forth offensive all by himself. He had no time to rest at all. His stamina and concentration consumption were far greater than mythology's 7 Demidragons. At this rate, Shi Feng would run out of stamina and concentration before Lena and the others did. "Black Flame, you will lose for sure this time. While we aren't a match for you by ourselves, how long can you possibly last against our joint assault?" Sandstorm grew increasingly excited as the fight went on. Although he had suffered plenty of attacks from Shi Feng and lost a lot of HP, he continuously received healing from the rear-line healers. Hence, he quickly recovered the HP he lost. "Black Flame, you can't blame us for bullying you with numbers. It's your fault for not having anyone capable of backing you up," the tall man beside Sandstorm said, laughing. At these words, Frost Heaven's members lowered their heads in shame. Against such strength, Tier 3 experts like themselves were nothing but jokes. They wouldn't even qualify to be distractions. After all, they couldn't keep up with these people's speeds. It seems this is Zero Wing's limit. However, it's already plenty amazing that Black Flame managed to last this long. It's a pity there aren't any capable combatants among Frost Heaven's members. Otherwise, they could have put up a fight against mythology. Many of the spectating major powers couldn't help pitying Shi Feng. He clearly possessed inhuman strength that even mythology had to be wary of. Unfortunately, the gap between the 5 great super guilds and the other superpowers was simply too massive. Even if all of Frost Heaven's participants were there right now, they still wouldn't be able to threaten Lena's group of 7. However, this is a valiant defeat for Black Flame. He can actually hold his ground against 7 Tier 4 monsters simultaneously. He deserves his title of Sword King. Sword King? As I see it, he's strong enough to rank within the top 6 of the God's Domain experts list. Only the 5 great super guilds' old monsters can fight him. Many of the Tier 3 experts spectating the fight admired Shi Feng. Those that previously held doubts about his title of Sword King also stopped doubting him. The seconds and minutes flew by while everyone was feeling unreconciled for Shi Feng. The man himself suddenly leaped backward, distancing himself from the 5 vanguard demi-dragons. "Don't even think of escaping us. We have wings. We are by no means slower than you when it comes to flying." Upon seeing Shi Feng pulling away, Sandstorm immediately accelerated, chasing after him. When players gained a mana domain, they became capable of flight. However, flight achieved through this method was significantly slower than flying mounts. In comparison, demi-dragons could fly nearly as fast as flying mounts. "Escape?" Shaking his head, Shi Feng said, "I just thought that time is almost up, so I plan to end this battle. You're still arrogant even in the face of death. I want to see how exactly you're going to end this battle." Sandstorm sped up at Shi Feng's words. "Time is almost up." Lena felt that something was amiss when she saw Shi Feng's calm expression. What does he mean? However, before Lena could ponder on the matter, Shi Feng sheathed the abyssal blade. "You said before that I shouldn't blame you for bullying using numbers. I very much agree with this point." Gazing at Sandstorm and the other demi-dragons, Shi Feng unsheathed the other longsword hung by his waist and said, "Now, you shouldn't blame me either for bullying with numbers." After Shi Feng finished speaking, the twilight blade in his hand suddenly shone brightly, illuminating a radius of several thousand yards. Twilight's shadow. Twilight of the gods. The next moment, 8 physical phantoms split out from Shi Feng's body, every phantom identical to him. Chapter 207-27, Sword Emperor. Chapter 207-27, Sword Emperor. When the 8 copies of Shi Feng appeared above the battlefield, the audience momentarily fell silent. Doppelgangers? Crap! Something like this is possible? The spectators' hearts were filled with an indescribable sense of shock as they looked at the 9 Shi Fengs in the air. If anyone else had summoned doppelgangers, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, Shi Feng was someone capable of single-handedly going up against 7 bona fide mythic combatants with Void Realm combat standards. Now that Shi Feng had summoned 8 doppelgangers of himself. Meanwhile, Lena and the other demi-dragons turned pale when they saw the 9 Shi Fengs before them, their hearts plunging to the very bottom of the abyss. They had to give it their all just to deal with 1 Shi Feng. Now that 8 more had appeared, even if these doppelgangers had significantly weaker basic attributes, the demi-dragons would still suffer tremendously. "Let's start the second round, then," Shi Feng said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he looked at Lena's group. The next moment, Shi Feng's 8 doppelgangers split up and charged at the 7 demi-dragons, their speed hardly any slower than Shi Feng's. "It's just a doppelganger. Do you think you can scare me with it?" Sandstorm stabbed his dagger at the doppelganger approaching him, the weapon instantly transforming into a dozen shadow snakes. Advanced combat technique, rampant bites. Seeing the approaching shadow snakes, the doppelganger brandished its sword. 6 extreme slashes. The next moment, 6 sword lights tore through space, shattering the shadow snakes. One of the sword lights even bypassed the shadow snakes and landed on Sandstorm's shoulder. After the sword light passed through, a bone-deep cut appeared on Sandstorm's shoulder. The assassin's body shot backward like a meteor and smashed into the ground. As for his HP, it had fallen by over 1/8 of its total. Aside from Sandstorm, the other demi-dragons were also sent smashing into the ground by Shi Feng's doppelgangers and suffered heavy injuries. They were utterly incapable of resisting the doppelgangers at all, and they could only watch as their HPs continuously decreased. Out of the 7 demi-dragons, only Lena, who had activated a Tier 3 life-saving skill and reduced the damage she sustained by half, was in a better condition. However, as she had to cope with 2 of Shi Feng's doppelgangers, her HP still decreased steadily. It was only a matter of time before she got killed. "Those doppelgangers are so strong. Aren't those doppelgangers a little too much? I get the feeling that just one of Black Flame's doppelgangers is more than enough to kill a mythic monster already." The audience in the spectator stands couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Shi Feng's doppelgangers suppressing Lena's group. Everyone present had seen doppelgangers before. However, this was the first time they had seen a player's doppelganger capable of suppressing Tier 4 combatants. No wonder, so this is why Black Flame is confident in provoking mythology. Unyielding Heart felt endless admiration for Shi Feng when he saw Lena's group getting beaten up. It had been a long time since anyone had dared challenge the 5 great super guilds in the virtual gaming industry. Now, not only did Shi Feng possess the combat power to overwhelm 7 Tier 4 combatants, but it was also almost certain he would be able to capture mythology's advanced resource node. On the battlefield, Lena and the other Demidragons saw their HPs fall below the critical level. With only 3 or 4 more exchanges, they would fall to Shi Feng's doppelgangers. However, before the battle could continue, several dazzling swordlights struck at the doppelgangers. Boom, boom, boom. Shi Feng's doppelgangers hurriedly defended against the attacks, the collisions resulting in explosions that created massive spatial rifts. Vice Commander? Lena and the others were ecstatic when they saw the origin of the swordlights. The person that just took action was none other than Prosciutto, the Vice Commander of Mythology's Trump Card Legion. However, Prosciutto's appearance had already undergone a drastic change at this time. Runes had appeared all over his pitch-black armor, and complex magic arrays covered his forehead and eyes. He also exuded a majestic aura reminiscent of a demon god. Even Shi Feng's mana domain couldn't suppress him. A bronze combat array? Shi Feng's eyes were blank with surprise as he looked at Prosciutto's transformation. However, he soon shook his head in denial. No. A bronze combat array shouldn't be something Tier 3 players can activate. Moreover, it's impossible for bronze combat arrays to make an appearance at this stage of the game. Before Shi Feng could analyze the situation in detail, Prosciutto raised the purple greatsword he wielded and instantly appeared before him. The aura he exuded could make even mythic monsters fearful. No, impossible. Is he really a Tier 3 player? His aura is stronger than even that of superior mythics. Everyone spectating the fight gasped spontaneously at Prosciutto's astonishing transformation. Muxin, who stood on the battlefield, couldn't help staring at Prosciutto in horror and surprise. She couldn't bring herself to believe this was true. Previously, Lena and the others had already displayed monstrous strength. Muxin never imagined that Prosciutto would be even more monstrous. At this time, Prosciutto could no longer be considered a Tier 3 player. He looked more like a dragon wearing human skin. The terrifying aura he exuded caused the Tier 3 experts present to stumble backward, none of them daring to meet his gaze. The only time Muxin had felt such a terrifying aura was when she faced a Tier 4 dragon. Guild leader Black Flame. "You have truly surprised me," Prosciutto said as he observed Shi Feng, his voice full of fighting spirit. "You are the first person to have forced me to use this form as a token of my gratitude. I will be your next opponent." As soon as Prosciutto said so, the audience in the spectator stands cheered inwardly. Crap! Are you kidding me? Even Prosciutto intends to take action. A fight between the formidable Prosciutto and unfathomable Black Flame. This will definitely be the apex fight of God's domain. It's more than just an apex fight. Look how the initial clash between the two already shattered the sky. If the two really fight each other, the entire island might get destroyed. Monsters. These two are real monsters. Just getting the chance to spectate a fight between them is well worth the ticket price. At this time, besides the players on the spectator stands, the various major powers in the VIP viewing rooms were also greatly shocked by Prosciutto's declaration. They immediately had all their members focus their attention on Prosciutto and Shi Feng, as well as record the two's battle. After all, it was normally impossible to collect such information in the outside world. Only in this competition venue would they have the chance to do so. However, after hearing Prosciutto's declaration, Shi Feng abruptly turned away. "Are you two not going to come together?" Shi Feng asked loudly as he looked at the empty sky. Shi Feng's words confused everyone present. Is he talking to himself? Is there something in the sky? Impossible. My screen isn't showing anything there. Black Flame must have seen wrong. However, before anyone could dismiss their doubts, a deep voice suddenly came from the void and echoed throughout the sky. Amazing, as expected of the person prosciutto and cold shadow are interested in. The next moment, a black shadow gradually appeared in the air. When this black shadow revealed itself, everyone saw that it was a white-cloaked man of indiscernible age. Moreover, despite the man clearly standing in midair, it was as if no one could perceive his existence in their mind. Everyone looking at him ignored his existence automatically. Crap! Isn't he that existence from mythology? Insane. This is insane. Mythology actually let this person join the competition? Is mythology trying to secure the championship? The players in the spectator stands were unfamiliar with this white-cloaked man. On the other hand, a wave of exclamations swept through the VIP viewing rooms when they saw him. After all, this white-cloaked man was one of the terrifying existences in mythology who had reached the higher domain realm. Nobody knew his true age. The only thing others knew was that this man, called Odin, was one of mythology's 3 grand elders. Even mythology's guild leader had to obey his words. "Sir, why are you here?" Prosciutto put on an indescribably respectful expression the moment he saw the white-cloaked man. It was as if he had just seen a real god. "I only came here to deal with some matters, but it seems that won't be possible now," Odin said before glancing at Shi Feng. He then continued calmly. "Pack up. We're abandoning this advanced resource node." "We're abandoning it?" Prosciutto was stunned. But why? This was the perfect chance for him to eliminate Shi Feng. How could he possibly be willing to give up at a time like this? At this moment, let alone Prosciutto, everyone spectating the battle was dumbfounded. Since when was mythology so generous? Because, taking another glance at Shi Feng, Odin chuckled, "He is already a Tier 4 Sword Emperor." Chapter 2728. Sword Emperor's Might. A Sword Emperor. Chapter 2728, Sword Emperor's Might, a Sword Emperor. Prosciutto was stunned when he heard Odin's words, his eyes doubtful as he looked at Shi Feng. Although some experts in God's domain had already reached level 120, reaching level 120 and getting promoted to Tier 4 were 2 entirely different matters. Reaching level 120 only meant that a player had met the most basic of requirements for the Tier 4 promotion. According to the various guilds' understanding, players would need to search for their Tier 4 legacy lands after reaching level 120A, truly challenging task. Even the 5 great super guilds would need a lot of time to search for just one legacy land. Not to mention, players would then have to challenge this legacy land to obtain their legacy. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower. How could he possibly locate a legacy land faster than the various super guilds? A Tier 4 Sword Emperor. No way. It's only recently that some people have reached level 120, yet he's already gotten promoted to Tier 4 Sword Emperor. This is a lie. This must be a lie. That's a Tier 4 class we are talking about. Even the kings of the various kingdoms fear a Tier 4 existence. How can anyone possibly get promoted to Tier 4 so soon? The spectating players had likewise heard Odin's words, and a wave of commotion immediately spread among them. Everyone expressing their doubts about Shi Feng's successful promotion to Tier 4. Although Shi Feng had indeed displayed frightening combat power, they still found it possible for a Tier 3 player to do so. After all, many treasures in God's domain could allow players to become incredibly strong. Lena's group of 7 was a perfect example. However, reaching Tier 4 was a different story. Tier 4 existences were powerhouses publicly acknowledged by the NPCs in God's domain. Take the current Tier 4 NPCs, for example. No superpower dared offend Tier 4 NPCs. The 5 great super guilds were no exception. This was because Tier 4 was a taboo that had been deeply engraved in the bones of God's domain's players. Tier 4 NPCs were existences that shouldn't be offended under any circumstances. In fact, the various major powers suspected that even the superpowers' Tier 3 experts would have to wait until around level 130 to get promoted to Tier 4. On the battlefield, Muxin stared at Shi Feng in shock and expectation. If this is true, when Muxin considered the possibility that Shi Feng was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, a passionate flame burned in her heart. If Odin's words were true, then Frost Heaven's position on Island Number 3 was secured. This also meant that Frost Heaven would have a chance of securing the 6th reserve seat and becoming one of the true giants in God's domain. Simultaneously, however, Muxin also couldn't help feeling dubious. While players like herself were still agonizing over unlocking their mana bodies and thinking about how to search for their legacies after reaching level 120, Shi Feng had already completed all these tasks and even reached Tier 4. No matter how she thought about it, this situation was simply implausible. "Are you really a Sword Emperor?" Prosciutto couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Although Odin had already spoken, Prosciutto still wished to verify this matter with Shi Feng. Immediately, everyone in the arena focused on Shi Feng, wanting to hear the truth from his mouth. "That's right. I am indeed a Tier 4 Sword Emperor." Shi Feng nodded. At the same time, he glanced reflexively at Odin, his eyes full of surprise. If a player did not register themselves at the Adventurers Association and redeem their Tier 4 class emblem, it should be impossible for others to notice their identity. This was especially true if the player in question had hidden their aura and concealed their identity using special tools. In Shi Feng's opinion, he had concealed his promotion very thoroughly all this time. When he fought earlier, he even limited himself to low-tier skills and spells. He also had the Nightwalker's cape to conceal his life aura. As for his mana domain, that couldn't be used to prove anything. The mana domain's acquisition and strengthening mainly depended on a player's control over mana. The better one's mana control, the stronger the mana domain they could summon. It was unrelated to one's tier at all. Meanwhile, following Shi Feng's acknowledgement, silence spread across the entire arena. At this stage of the game, where even Tier 3 players were rare, a Tier 4 player had actually come into existence. It was as if Shi Feng was making a joke of all their efforts. "No, that's impossible. I won't acknowledge it." Sandstorm's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at Shi Feng. "How can you possibly have reached Tier 4 already? You must be lying. You're trying to fool us into giving you this resource node without a fight. I won't let you succeed. I will expose you." At this point, Sandstorm had already thoroughly lost his mind. Sandstorm had thought that he had grown a lot stronger since his last defeat at Shi Feng's hands and anticipated that the gap between them had shrunk significantly already. Now he was being told that not only did the gap not shrink in the slightest, but it had even widened instead. In Sandstorm's opinion, Shi Feng was merely the guild leader of a small guild. How could Shi Feng possibly surpass him, who was an elite among elites even in the 5 great super guilds? The next moment, Sandstorm's aura burgeoned in intensity, and the size of his body increased by a large margin. Scales also started growing on his face and body. Now he practically looked like a miniature infant dragon. Flapping his powerful wings, Sandstorm swept up a gale and instantly arrived before Shi Feng. Abandoning his weapon, he swiped a claw at Shi Feng. The instant Sandstorm's claw moved, the space around it shattered. Even the flow of time in the vicinity slowed. The power of his attack approached the standard of mythic-ranked archaic species. Why bother? Shi Feng couldn't help sympathizing with Sandstorm when he saw the latter's frenzied assault. After all, he had once fallen into such despair himself. This was especially true after he saw those geniuses who joined the game much later than he did. However, he had long since moved on from this despair. He realized that all he needed to do was live his life well. What was the point of comparing himself with others? "Cool, your head first," Shi Feng said, waving his hand. A ripple of mana then spread out from under his feet and instantly enveloped a 500-yard radius. Tier 4 Legacy Skill, Blade Domain. A magic sword suddenly appeared before Sandstorm, who was only half a yard away from Shi Feng. The magic sword then struck the assassin like a streak of lightning. /Otilar. The next moment, an arm flew into the air. In the face of this magic sword, even the sturdy dragon scales were no different from a piece of flimsy paper. "You?" Upon seeing his arm flying away, Sandstorm instantly sobered up. He hurriedly activated a Tier 3 defensive skill, increasing his defense by a significant margin and doubling his maximum HP. However, no sooner had Sandstorm used his skill than 7 more magic swords appeared in the air. They then transformed into streaks of light that cut him. Each slash plundered 20% of Sandstorm's HP, the 7 swords instantly robbing the assassin of all his HP. The swords also burned his body into ashes, eliminating him from the arena. The entire process might seem long and arduous, but it had taken only an instant in reality. How is this possible? The audience in the spectator stands gaped in shock at this scene. Their minds even froze momentarily. Sandstorm was a demi-dragon that rivaled Tier 4 archaic species in strength. Previously, he still managed to exchange multiple blows with Shi Feng, yet now Shi Feng had instantly executed him without even giving him a chance to resist. Chapter 207-29, Shi Feng and Odin, One Move. Chapter 27-29, Shi Feng and Odin, One Move. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is actually this massive. When the various major powers experts in the VIP viewing rooms saw Shi Feng slay Sandstorm, they gasped involuntarily. Although they had long since known that Tier 4 was the milestone separating the strong from the weak in God's domain, they never expected the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 players to be so massive. Just a moment ago, although Lina and the other demi-dragons were struggling with Shi Feng's attacks, they at least possessed the strength to put up a fight. However, as soon as Shi Feng stopped holding back. That bastard. He was actually toying with us all this time. A tall demi-dragon man cursed as he glared at Shi Feng in anger and frustration. No, that probably isn't the case, Lina said, shaking her head. What do you mean? He wasn't toying with us, the tall man asked strangely. This is only my guess, but peeking at Shi Feng, Lina continued quietly, he might have been on his guard against Sir Odin since the start of the battle. He was wary of Sir Odin. Realization dawned on the other demi-dragons when they heard Lina's conjecture. Odin was an elusive existence in mythology. If he hadn't taken the initiative to appear, none of them would have noticed his presence. Only after Shi Feng exposed him did Odin reveal himself. The tall man and the others shuddered. If what Lina said really was true, then Shi Feng was much more terrifying than they had thought. Meanwhile, after killing Sandstorm, Shi Feng turned to look at Odin in the distance. From the moment he arrived before the advanced resource node, he had sensed a vague killing intent directed at him. If not for him having reached Tier 4 already and received a qualitative improvement to his physique and concentration, he wouldn't have noticed this killing intent at all. Due to this threat, he had held back his strength. Even when clashing with Lina's group, he refrained from using his full strength, all so he could respond when the owner of this hidden killing intent took action. However, the moment Sandstorm went crazy and lashed out, Odin had also thoroughly displayed his killing intent. Truthfully, even Shi Feng had to be wary of Odin. In his previous life, everyone had heard of Odin's name. Not only was Odin an invincible existence even among Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but fighting enemies of a higher tier was also commonplace for him. In the past, Odin had fought against a Tier 5 NPC while he was still Tier 4. In the end, their battle had not only ended in a draw, but even leveled an entire NPC city. This was despite the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 being even greater than the one between Tier 3 and Tier 4. Shi Feng had no choice but to activate Blade Domain as a precaution. The reason Tier 4 classes were feared by players and recognized as powerhouses in God's domain wasn't just their extraordinary physiques and frightening control over mana. Instead, a larger part was due to the Tier 4 skills and spells they wielded. In God's domain, there was a qualitative difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills. This was because Tier 4 skills mainly relied on mana in the natural world to activate. In comparison, Tier 3 skills relied on the user's mana to activate. Due to this difference, the power levels of the two were worlds apart. With the aid of Tier 4 skills and spells, Shi Feng dared to fight against even true Tier 3 infant dragons, let alone kill a demi-dragon like Sandstorm. However, to Shi Feng's surprise, Odin never actually took action. He only used his killing intent to create an illusion of wanting to take action. Youngsters nowadays really are getting better and better. A smile appeared under Odin's hood. The man then looked at Prosciutto and said, "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Prosciutto no longer hesitated this time. However, when he walked past Shi Feng, he also gave the latter a glance. Although he didn't say anything, the intention his eyes conveyed was obvious. "We will meet again." Afterward, Prosciutto and the rest of Mythology's 1,000-man team left the advanced resource node. They gave up the resource node very decisively and departed for another resource node together with Odin. They left? They left? Just like that? That Odin actually didn't take action? The audience was stunned by this situation. The originally heaven-defying battle had actually ended in such a manner. Moreover, Mythology's members had given up the fight so decisively. This was completely different from how the 5 great superguilds operated normally. At this moment, even Muxin was taken aback by this situation. "Is this our victory?" Muxin couldn't help asking Shi Feng. Odin's name was synonymous with destruction to the various superpowers. Now that Mythology had mobilized even Odin, she found it truly inconceivable that Mythology would give up just because of one Tier 4 player. After all, while a Tier 4 existence was an invincible enemy for the various superpowers, that might not necessarily be the case for the 5 great superguilds. "I guess so." Shi Feng nodded while looking at Odin's departing figure. Odin's decisiveness had caught even Shi Feng off guard. Initially, Shi Feng had already braced himself to fight for his life. He had even resolved to use some of the trump cards he had kept hidden all this time. However, he now felt as if he had just punched at empty air. "Do we still take control of this resource node?" Muxin asked. "Of course," Shi Feng answered decisively. "We went through great difficulties to win it." "Okay. I'll have the others set up a perimeter now." Upon hearing Shi Feng's answer, Muxin immediately had her subordinates take up stations around the resource node to prevent others from stealing it. After leaving the resource node, Prosciutto couldn't help turning to Odin in confusion. "Sir Odin, since we surrendered the resource node to Black Flames so easily this time, I'm afraid the other 4 guilds will most likely ridicule us. Some superpowers might even start to make light of us because of this." "Are we really not going to do anything?" Prosciutto asked. In Prosciutto's opinion, even if Shi Feng was a Tier 4 player, their team still had a fighting chance, especially since Odin was present. It wouldn't even be strange if they managed to take down Shi Feng. Yet Odin had unexpectedly given away the resource node without a fight. "Now isn't the time to fight?" Odin replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, we know too little about Zero Wing." "It isn't the time to fight?" Prosciutto grew even more confused at Odin's words. Why? With Mythology's strength, they wouldn't fear fighting the 4 other superguilds, much less Zero Wing. In fact, he was confident Mythology could triumph over any of the other 4 guilds. Now they were actually retreating because of Zero Wing. When news of this matter spread, Mythology would most likely become the various superpowers' laughingstock. "Take a look at these." Odin did not grow angry over Prosciutto's doubts. Instead, he forwarded a few videos to Prosciutto before saying, "You'll understand the reason once you finish watching them." "How is this possible?" Prosciutto was stunned when he saw the videos Odin sent him. This was because every one of these videos depicted a battle at the other resource, node's Mythology occupied. Moreover, these battles shared a common point. Zero Wing's experts took part in them. All of them lost. Chapter 273. Unfathomable Zero Wing. As Prosciutto watched the videos Odin sent him, his heartbeat gradually grew erratic. Even his complexion turned somewhat gloomy. "Vice Commander?" Lena prompted, a little puzzled by Prosciutto's reaction. However, Prosciutto did not respond to Lena's worry. Instead, his gaze suddenly turned indescribably grim. "Impossible. The commander actually failed to take down that girl?" Prosciutto's mood fluctuated violently after watching one of the videos. "Vice Commander, what happened? Did something happen on the commander's side? How is that possible? Even the 4 other guilds wouldn't dare pick a fight with the commander unless they're tired of living." Prosciutto's strange performance surprised and puzzled Lena and the others. They couldn't understand what had happened to provoke such emotional swings in their vice commander. After seeing Prosciutto's reaction, Odin smiled and said, "Now you know why, right? I have to admit that the new era has truly come. Whenever I see you youngsters, I can't help but feel that I really have grown old." Odin's words confused Lena and the others even more. However, as if triggered by these words, a hint of excitement flashed in Prosciutto's eyes. "I see. Thank you for your teaching, sir." "I will take this as a warning," Prosciutto said sincerely. "Good. Now this is the little fellow I used to fancy." Odin nodded in satisfaction. "Mythology will have to rely on your bunch in the future." "Sir Odin, what exactly happened?" Lena asked Odin nervously. Initially, with her status, she shouldn't be questioning Odin at all. However, after seeing Prosciutto's transformation, she couldn't help her curiosity. "It's nothing. We simply had 4 of our other resource nodes snatched away," Odin said, chuckling. 4 other resource nodes were taken. "How is this possible?" Lena gaped in shock, unable to get her mind around it. "Who is so bold to actually do this? Is it the 4 other guilds?" Besides Lena, the peak experts of mythology standing nearby were also stunned by Odin's words, their eyes full of disbelief. Their giving away 1 resource node was already plenty unbelievable. Now they were hearing that 4 more of the guild's resource nodes had been taken. This sounded more like fiction than reality. "You guys have a look, too." Seeing the doubtful gazes focused on him, Odin laughed and passed the information to everyone. The information Odin sent consisted of 4 videos showing the battles that took place in the 4 other resource nodes. Moreover, these had occurred when their team was fighting Black Flame. In the first battle video, the person leading the assault on the resource node was Gentle Snow, the woman the various superpowers were currently fearful of. Single-handedly slew over 200 mythology members with just 3 attacks. The 20-plus peak experts didn't even last 1 move against her. They all died in the spatial storm she created. Aside from peak experts, there were also 3 domain realm elders defending the resource node. One of the 3 had even reached the domain realm's upper stage. Yet even after all 3 of them activated their demi-dragon bloodlines, they actually failed to last more than 10 moves against Gentle Snow. 10 moves. In front of Gentle Snow, the 3 elders' fierce and enigmatic attacks were jokes. Not only did the woman easily unravel their attacks, but she even turned their attacks against them. She used the combination skill the 3 elders executed to instantly obliterate the elder that had reached the domain realm's upper stage. In this battle, mythology had lost over 400 experts. If not for Gentle Snow refraining from pursuing the fleeing members, the guild's losses would have been even worse. In the second battle video, the person leading the attack was Fire Dance. Although Fire Dance did not possess Gentle Snow's monstrous techniques, her basic attributes were not the slightest bit inferior to those of Tier 4 existences. In addition, her speed was simply godlike. From start to end, not 1 peak expert managed to touch her. The peak experts could only watch as Fire Dance inflicted cut after cut after cut on their armor, continuously plundering their HPs until nothing remained. Of the defending team at the second resource node, only the Lightning Hammer, Vice Commander Howard Waz, who was the core of the team, could keep up with Fire Dance's speed. In fact, the 2 of them were evenly matched, neither able to get the better of the other. However, Alluring Summer was in Zero Wing's team. With her full strength, she cast a Tier 3 super spell on him. This left Howard Waz with no choice but to defend. Otherwise, the super spell would level the resource node itself. During the brief moment Howard revealed a gap in his defense, Fire Dance seized the opportunity to land a heavy blow, breaking one of his arms. Hence, Howard's combat power plummeted. Subsequently, Zhao Yuru triple-cast 3 Tier 3 curses on him, finishing him off. With Howard's death, Zero Wing and Frost Heaven's team, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately gained the upper hand and eventually captured the resource node. Meanwhile, the battle in the third resource node was even more astonishing. Lena and the others nearly went crazy upon watching it. After all, the third resource node's defender was none other than the Divine Spear Demon Rex, the commander of mythology's trump card legion. Rex was a legendary individual in mythology and someone Vice Commander Prosciutto had never once beaten. Yet in the third video, Rex was actually evenly matched with a girl. Although this girl's basic attributes were only nearing the Tier 4 standard, her control over mana was superb. Wielding 300-plus magic blades, she prevented Rex from gaining the upper hand. In fact, the girl even slaughtered many experts from mythology during their clash. Afterward, Rex grew thoroughly enraged and used the combat array he kept in reserve to try to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud. However, before this hit could land, a tall man carrying a massive shield blocked it. Subsequently, the battle continued for quite some time. Relying on her nimble movements, Violet Cloud always managed to duck behind Cola's protection at critical moments. While Cola bore the brunt of Rex's attacks, she would also instantly heal Cola back to full HP. The duo's combination turned them into undying zombies, and they held out until Rex's combat array expired. Although both sides suffered equally heavy losses after the long battle, as Rex no longer had the combat array's support, he was utterly powerless to do anything about Violet Cloud. To make matters worse, as Zero Wings and Frost Heaven's numbers dwindled, their members became more difficult to kill. In contrast, the rate at which Mythology's members got killed only increased as the battle continued. Eventually, in order to avoid the other guilds taking advantage of Mythology, Rex had no choice but to abandon the resource node to conserve his team's stamina and concentration. While the outcome could be said to be a draw, since Mythology gave up the resource node, the overall result was still a loss. "We lost 3 resource nodes, just like that?" Lena protested in denial after watching the 3 videos. After calming down, though, she said hurriedly, "Even so, there's no reason to let Zero Wing off the hook. While Zero Wing had indeed displayed astonishing combat power, Mythology could easily reclaim its lost resource nodes after reorganizing its forces. After all, they already knew what Zero Wing was capable of. It would be much easier to counter Zero Wing's forces afterward." "Impossible." "You'll know once you take a look at the 4th video," Prosciutto said. "The 4th video?" Lena was puzzled. What relation did the 4th video have with their not being able to deal with Zero Wing? Even if Black Flame was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor, Mythology still had the means to deal with him. Even if Zero Wing had 1 or 2 more powerful combatants, it still wouldn't be a match for Mythology. However, Lena still listened to Prosciutto and played the 4th video. "What's going on? Why isn't there anything here?" Lena asked when she saw only an empty plane in the video. "That's right. There is nothing at all." Prosciutto nodded. He then added slowly, "Because that place was thoroughly flattened." Chapter 2731, Mind-Blowing. Chapter 2731, Mind-Blowing. Although Prosciutto's voice was plain, every word he said thundered in everyone's mind. Flattened. Lena examined the image in the video again. A moment later, her heart began racing and her breathing became stifled. Aside from sand, there was nothing else within the 1,000-yard radius displayed in the video. However, after careful inspection, she noticed piles and piles of fallen trees stacked outside the 1,000-yard radius. Many of these trees were uprooted, and most of them had shattered into dozens of pieces. The video then zoomed out, and she found that the so-called sandy area actually lay within a large forest. It looked as if something had thoroughly smoothed out the area. "How is this possible?" a Tier 3 Great Mage at the Void Realm exclaimed. "That sandy area doesn't have any mana." At this Great Mage's reminder, Lena and the others also came to this realization and gasped. They had forgotten that the so-called battle video was actually a type of recording magic in God's domain. It could perfectly record the battlefield situation, which included the ambient mana. This allowed players to analyze the battle situation accurately. Meanwhile, they had watched this battle video as if they were watching a video in the real world. They had completely neglected the presence of mana or lack thereof. "Is this Zero Wing's doing as well?" Lena asked when she saw the wasteland in the middle of the forest. The wasteland had a 1,000-yard radius. Moreover, the attack used had thoroughly consumed all mana in the area. Even Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells would have difficulty accomplishing such a feat. Not to mention, the only Tier 4 player known to exist was Black Flame. Yes, someone from Zero Wing did it. According to subsequent reports, that person should be Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. Her specific strength is still a mystery, Odin said, nodding. However, based on the spell's scale, we can think of her as a Tier 4 Great Wizard who wields Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Her destructive power is roughly 10 times that of Black Flame. How is this possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower? After hearing Odin's simple analysis, Mythology's members fell silent for a long time. They couldn't help doubting the veracity of the reports. Not only did Zero Wing have a Tier 4 Great Wizard, but this Great Wizard even possessed Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this was the case, then this matter was much more serious than they imagined. After all, a Great Wizard wielding large-scale destruction spells could easily destroy even major NPC cities. At this stage of the game, such an existence would be invincible, be it in offensive or defensive battles. Meanwhile, in this competition, it wouldn't matter to a Great Wizard how many players were fortifying a resource node. All it would take was one Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell to end everything, and if one wasn't enough, then a second one would do. But are we really going to just give up? Lena asked. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. It was sheer humiliation for the guild to get provoked on such a stage. If Mythology didn't do something, the whole world would start to look down on it. Of course not. Odin suddenly smiled. We must settle this account one way or another, but now isn't the time for that yet. Instead, we should learn from Miracle's example. Learn from Miracle? Lena parroted, confused. TAS, ever. Miracle was merely a slightly above-average superpower. What could Mythology possibly learn from it? Sir Odin is right. We have to learn Miracle's way of doing things, Prosciutto said with brightened eyes. We have to publicize this matter so that all the guilds will know about it. Zero Wing might be able to help Frost Heaven secure the 6th seat this time. But what they don't know is that the real doomsday will come after they secure the seat. The reserve seats of God's Domain's 12 great guilds were meant for the capable. If a guild relied on the strength of only a handful of individuals to secure one of these seats, then only destruction would await this guild. Moreover, after this competition, Zero Wing would also debut on the international stage. A guild capable of using Mythology as a stepping stone wasn't a problem for only Mythology. The other 4 of the 5 great super guilds couldn't afford to ignore Zero Wing either. The 5 great super guilds would not allow such an existence to exist in this world. Good. I will leave this matter for you to handle. Odin nodded in satisfaction when he saw Prosciutto realizing what had to be done. He then vanished from the group as if he had never been there. Shortly afterward, every participating guild in the competition received an astonishing piece of news. Zero Wing had defeated Mythology and stolen 5 of Mythology's resource nodes. The battle videos at the 5 resource nodes even spread to the various superpowers. The sight of Black Flame killing Sandstorm in one move, Gentle Snow killing over 30 Tier 3 peak experts in one move, Aqua Rose flattening a resource node with one spell, Violet Cloud forcing the Divine Spear Demon into retreating, and a handful of Zero Wing's members killing the Lightning Hammer were thoroughly etched into everyone's mind. After all these accomplishments, Frost Heaven became the biggest dark horse in this competition. The mind-blowing news shook the various participating guilds in the arena. This is fake. This must be fake. Didn't Zero Wings and Frost Heaven's members launch an attack on Mythology only recently? How can the battles be over already? A Tier 4 Great Wizard. How is this possible? The various participating guilds were dumbfounded by the information they received. None of them could accept it. However, it was also impossible for these battle videos to be fake, especially with the frightening strength Mythology displayed. The superpowers despaired at the gap between them. Nevertheless, despite having such overwhelming strength, Mythology still ended up defeated. Moreover, it didn't even lose at the hands of a super guild, but to Zero Wing, an up-and-coming pseudo-superpower. Didn't they say Zero Wing doesn't have any background? what exactly is Zero Wing? For a time, the various superpowers were filled with curiosity and confusion about Zero Wing. Despite being a small guild with no backing, Zero Wing had produced a Tier 4 Sword Emperor and a suspected Tier 4 Great Wizard. How could they bring themselves to believe this? As for the players in the spectator stands, they too were stunned by the situation. They never thought that during the time Shi Feng was fighting one of mythology's teams, astonishing battles had taken place elsewhere as well. They also regretted missing these battles. After witnessing Zero Wing's strength, both the Star Alliances and Unyielding Soul's upper echelons couldn't help lamenting this situation. They never thought that after not meeting Zero Wing for some time, the other guild had actually grown to such an extent already. Tier 4. This is real power. Passionate flame burned in Purple Eye's heart as she watched the clash between Shi Feng and Sandstorm. So long as I reach Tier 4, the guild will be able to tread the international stage as well. At this time, Purple Eye wasn't the only person to have such thoughts. The various major powers experts in the other VIP viewing rooms also burned with desire and ambition toward attaining Tier 4. Every one of them resolved themselves to do everything they could to reach Tier 4 after this competition. Unlike the audience's excited reactions, Miracle and Sacred Temple were filled with both hatred and shock at Zero Wing's performance. Initially, the two guilds believed the 6th reserve seat was already within their grasp. Now that a powerful competitor had emerged in the competition, the two guilds had no choice but to compete for more resource nodes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain their current advantage until the end of the competition. Meanwhile, when Seven Wonders received news of Zero Wing's performance, he felt an unprecedented joy and excitement. He truly had not expected the helpers Hong Xinyuan recruited to be powerful enough to pull Frost Heaven out of its hopeless situation and give it a chance to win a reserve seat. To ensure Frost Heaven secured the 6th reserve seat after Frost Heaven became one of the top 5 ranking guilds on Island No. Seven Wonders led a team to other islands to compete for more resource nodes. For a time, Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frost Heaven frantically fought all over the arena. Despite suffering immense casualties, the 3 guilds continued fighting until the bell signaling the end of the competition rang. Meanwhile, after the competition ended, huge holographic screens appeared on top of every island, the screens listing the total points accumulated by the participating guilds one after another. Mythology, 12,610 points. Pantheon, 3,920 points. Sky Dragon Family, 4,550 points. Netherworld Empire, 13,350 points. Miracle, 5,230 points. Sacred Temple, 5,180 points. As the names of the participating guilds appeared one after another, Frost Heaven's members grew increasingly nervous. The point difference between Miracle, Sacred Temple, and Frost Heaven should be incredibly narrow. In fact, partway through the competition, Shi Feng even had to attack other resource nodes personally and let Frost Heaven's members wear the resource emblem to keep Frost Heaven in the competition. Although there were instances where other guilds had successfully stolen some of Frost Heaven's poorly defended resource nodes, most of these nodes were quickly reclaimed. In addition, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose also wandered between the various resource nodes to avert the ambushes of other guilds. We must succeed. Muxin also grew incredibly nervous as she looked at the screen. Frost Heaven had suffered tremendous losses during this competition. By the end of the competition, Frost Heaven had fewer than 2,000 members left standing. 6 elders, 2 grand elders, and Great Elder Brilliant Blue had even fallen in battle. This was a massive blow to the guild. At this time, even Shi Feng couldn't remain perfectly calm. He never expected that Miracle and Sacred Temple would secretly ally with other guilds to attack Frost Heaven's resource nodes, forcing him to rotate continuously between several islands. He had even had Aqua Rose obliterate 11 resource nodes. Only then did they manage to deter the other guilds from stealing Frost Heaven's resource nodes. Now that Zero Wing had exhausted its trump cards and revealed many things to the various superpowers, if Frost Heaven still failed to secure the 6th seat in this competition, then Zero Wing would have a thorny road ahead of it. The next moment, after more than 20 guilds were listed on the screen, Frostheaven's name finally appeared. Frostheaven, 5,260 points. Chapter 207.32, True Beginning. Chapter 207.32, True Beginning. We won. We really won. Muxin and the other Frostheaven members were ecstatic when they saw their guild's score. Many members even screamed in joy as they reveled in this moment of victory. What a close one. Shi Feng couldn't help a sigh of relief. In the end, Frostheaven had beaten Miracle by only 30 points, which was just 1 hour's worth of points for an advanced resource node. If not for some of the other guilds giving up on competing for Frostheaven's resource nodes, Miracle might have won the 6th seat instead. Shi Feng had to admit that Miracle's foundations were much stronger than many super guilds. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Now that Frostheaven has secured the 6th seat, we won't have to worry about getting slots to enter the upper zone. We'll also gain the privilege of garrisoning a city in a kingdom. When Shi Feng saw the guilds listed on the screen being reorganized based on their points and Frostheaven officially ranking 6th, he began considering the next step of his plans. In his previous life, the arrival of the first major update had brought about a complete change in God's Domain's power structure. Because of the NPC Forces addition, the superpowers competitors were no longer limited to just the major powers. The NPC Forces also became huge competitors. These NPC Forces were no ordinary organizations. Before God's Domain underwent its first major update, the NPC population in God's Domain had been minuscule. However, after the major update, the NPC population would increase crazily. Along with the increase in NPC population, the NPC forces normally only mentioned in books or conversations between NPCs would make their debut in the game. In fact, in a few more days, the various major powers would discover a frightening matter. Despite how massive God's Domain's player population was, players made up only a small minority of God's Domain's inhabitants. Yes, despite the game's current player population being over 10 billion, players were only a minority in the world of God's Domain Seer. In the future, any random kingdom would easily have over 2 billion NPCs. The current player population could at best match the total NPC population in 5 or 6 kingdoms, which was roughly equivalent to the standard of one empire. However, God's Domain's players were scattered across the various kingdoms and empires on the 2 main continents. There were also a large number of players in the many other worlds. Hence, in the future, the native powers would become the strongest forces in the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, after this major update, a severe problem would pop up: the disappearance of the protection mechanism for players. At this point, most players weren't even aware of this protection mechanism's existence. This was because this so-called protection mechanism only prevented NPCs from actively targeting players. Hence, most players wouldn't notice its existence and true purpose. They merely took its benefits for granted. However, all of this would change in the world of God's Domain in the future. So long as players left the city, they would no longer enjoy this protection mechanism. What did this mean? Ordinary players would most likely have a difficult time imagining the consequences of such a change. However, this would be a disaster for the growing guilds of God's Domain. This was because NPCs would become capable of taking the initiative to attack players. Highway robbery, launching ambushes when players were killing monsters, killing players because of a random mood swing. Such incidents would become normal occurrences in the future. In fact, Shi Feng himself had been robbed by Tier 4 NPCs on numerous occasions in his previous life. Of course, powerful NPCs wouldn't rob just anyone they saw. They would focus on stealing incredibly valuable items. Ordinary items would hardly arouse the interest of these powerful NPCs. This change in the game was highly unfavorable for Shi Feng. After all, he carried too many valuable items. As he had the game's rules protecting him before, he hadn't worried about NPCs attacking him. Now that the rules had changed, he had no choice but to act carefully. However, this still wasn't the critical point of the major update. Instead, the fatal change caused by this update was in the management of guild towns and cities. During the early phases of the major update, most players still hadn't noticed a problem with the NPC forces. However, once the local NPC forces finished conducting a thorough investigation on players, they would begin attacking guild towns. If a guild town lacked sufficient combatants to defend it, the territory might very well end up getting taken. This was also one of the main reasons why many superpowers had disbanded after God's Domain underwent its first major update in the past. Meanwhile, the situation now was even worse than during Shi Feng's previous life. In the past, when the first major update hit, the various superpowers already had Tier 4 players defending its territories. However, in this life, let alone Tier 4 players, the superpowers didn't even have many Tier 3 players under their command. It would become a nightmare for the superpowers to defend their guild towns against the various NPC forces. At this point, Shi Feng could already foresee many powers crumbling due to these changes. Compared to his previous life, the first major update's aftermath in this life would definitely be a much more painful sight. Once we get the guild privileges, we'll be able to garrison an NPC city and apply for a guild town teleportation permit. Then Zero Wing could instantly become a giant in God's Domain during the poaching wars. When Shi Feng thought about the imminent poaching wars, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. In the past, some first-rate guilds had eventually grown into super guilds precisely because they managed to take advantage of the poaching wars. In the early stages of God's Domain, the superpowers had a massive advantage in numbers over the major powers. By the time players had reached level 100, the major powers had mostly divided the available player population among themselves already. Even some of the stronger guilds among the major powers had found it incredibly difficult to grow further. This was because after the average level of players reached level 100, guilds that wished to grow needed sufficient numbers. This was especially true when it came to Tier 3 players. Without sufficient Tier 3 players, effectively defending guild towns against NPC forces and monster armies would become impossible. Meanwhile, most players mainly looked at the number of guild towns a guild possessed and the prosperity of these towns when determining a guild's strength. This was also why the War God's Temple had set the number of guild towns owned as a participation requirement for the reserve seat competition, and if a guild wished to maintain many guild towns simultaneously, a lot of manpower was necessary. Now, although Zero Wing already possessed more members than most first-rate guilds, it was still far from comparable to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, after the Great Collapse, the members of the fallen powers would become independent players. So long as Zero Wing took advantage of this opportunity, it could instantly become a bona fide superpower. Moreover, Shi Feng was confident that once Zero Wing had a sufficient player base, the guild could go up against Starlink, Saint's Hand, and even the 5 great super guilds. At the very least, Zero Wing wouldn't be forced to hole up in just a handful of guild towns and cities in an incredibly passive state. In fact, with Zero Wing's current state, it was only a matter of time before the guild crumbled. After all, what allowed the various superpowers to triumph over others were the talents they cultivated. With the resources the superpowers provided, these talents would slowly grow into powerhouses in the virtual gaming industry over time. If Zero Wing did not make sufficient preparations, with the guild's current scale and talent count, the guild would be fortunate to keep itself alive in the future. Meanwhile, along with the release of the official rankings, the spectating players and major powers erupted in an uproar. Crap. Frost Heaven actually got a seat. Frost Heaven really is lucky. It actually found a dark horse like Zero Wing. With this, Frost Heaven really is going to rise to prominence. Zero Wing, is it, while the spectating players and major powers found Frost Heaven's victory surprising. They didn't feel particularly surprised by it either. After all, the Tier 4 combatants Zero Wing possessed were simply too terrifying. They were not opponents Tier 3 players could hope to contend with. The major powers paid more attention to Zero Wing than to Frost Heaven. Frost Heaven can consider themselves lucky. After looking at the guild rankings, Cold Shadow glanced at Shi Feng's information and sneered. However, Zero Wing won't be as lucky afterward. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. This held especially true for a prominent guild like Zero Wing. The various superpowers were greatly limited in the forces they could bring out during this competition. This was especially true for the 5 great super guilds. After all, Tier 3 was the minimum standard for players to participate in the competition. However, There was no such restriction in the outside world. The fact that Zero Wing had revealed 2 Tier 4 players in this competition had provoked the various superpowers' intense envy. Zero Wing was merely a pseudo-superpower, yet it had actually produced 2 Tier 4 players. If someone were to say that there wasn't a secret behind this achievement, nobody would believe them. After this competition, she could easily foresee that both ordinary powers and superpowers would hound Zero Wing until the guild gave up its secret to completing the Tier 4 promotion. Otherwise, only death would await Zero Wing. As the various superpowers began to plot against Zero Wing, Shi Feng remained wholly unaware of the matter. After the War God's Temple announced the winners for the 6 reserve seats and awarded Zero Wing with a War God's Temple official guild certificate, Shi Feng promptly disbanded his team and bid goodbye to Muxin. He did not stay behind to take part in Frost Heaven's celebration banquet, but quietly left the Fire Dragon Empire instead. This caused 7 Wonders and Hong Xinyuan to lament the missed opportunity to thank Shi Feng properly. Black Flame really is an unfathomable person. After watching Shi Feng's figure disappear into the distance, 7 Wonders turned to Muxin and said earnestly, "Muxin, you'll be the first Vice Guild leader from now on. You'll be responsible for the matter regarding the upper zone slots, S-rank nutrient fluids, and subsequent affairs relating to our alliance with Zero Wing. I believe you can handle them well, Guild Leader. Please rest assured, I will definitely handle them well," Muxin answered ecstatically. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left the War God's Temple, he did not hurry to return to Zero Wing's residence to preside over the changing situation. Instead, he made his way to the Twin Towers Kingdom, a dilapidated country on the brink of destruction, which would also become one of the most brilliant kingdoms in the future. Twin Towers City, City Hall. "Sir, how may I be of service?" A level 180, Tier 3 male administrator asked when he saw Shi Feng enter the building. "If you wish to purchase land, I will have to apologize in advance. We are no longer selling land to the public." "No, I'm not here to purchase land," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He then took out the official guild certificate from the War God's Temple and said, "I am Zero Wing's guild leader. My guild wishes to officially garrison this city. May I know if that's possible?" Chapter 2733, Garrisoning Twin Towers. Vico, the level 180, Tier 3 male administrator, looked at the certificate in Shi Feng's hand and carefully inspected it. "Yes, this is indeed an official guild certificate from the War God's Temple." Vico nodded, his gaze turning respectful as he looked at Shi Feng. He then added slowly, "Lord Guild Leader, there is nothing wrong with your guild certificate. However, I'm afraid that as an ordinary guild, your guild does not qualify to garrison our kingdom's capital. You can only choose to garrison another of the Twin Towers Kingdom's cities." Sure enough, the guild still can't garrison the capital city. Shi Feng was not particularly surprised by Vico's rejection. Since that's the case, Zero Wing will garrison Sky Spring City. Although the War God's Temple now recognized Zero Wing as an official guild in God's domain, that was only recognition and nothing more. Initially, Shi Feng thought that with the deterioration of the Twin Towers Kingdom due to the abyssal monsters, Zero Wing might have a chance to garrison its capital. However, it would seem that he had still underestimated the Twin Towers Kingdom after thinking it through, though he found this situation reasonable in his previous life. The Twin Towers Kingdom had shone brightly on the continent of God's domain, thanks to the Tower of Time and Secret Covenant Tower it housed. It had been a kingdom that stood far above other kingdoms. Moreover, while the Twin Towers Kingdom might currently look battered, now that the first major update had taken place, NPCs would start appearing in large numbers across the kingdom. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time before the NPCs turned the tables on the abyssal monsters. Otherwise, Shi Feng wouldn't have rushed to have Zero Wing garrison the Twin Towers Kingdom. "That won't be a problem. Please follow me. I will conduct the procedures for you," Vico said, and led Shi Feng to the third-floor hall. On his way to the third floor, Shi Feng noticed that the number of NPCs inside the city hall had increased significantly. Previously, it was rare to see even one Tier 3 NPC in a city hall. Now, he spotted at least a dozen. Moreover, even the weakest of them was at level 140, while the strongest reached level 182. They were not existences current Tier 3 players could hope to contend against. Through this, he could already anticipate a large batch of Tier 3 NPCs appearing inside the Twin Towers Kingdom in the near future. With the combat power of these NPCs, retaking the Twin Towers Kingdom and driving the abyssal monsters back into the abyss would be entirely possible. Meanwhile, the Sky Spring City he chose to have Zero-Wing garrison was the closest NPC city to the Secret Covenant Tower. Although Sky Spring City didn't even rank within the top 15 of the Twin Towers Kingdom's NPC cities, after the first major update, the Secret Covenant Tower would become more attractive than the Tower of Time. This was because the Secret Covenant Tower was a holy land for grinding for levels and acquiring guild resources before God's Domain's first major update took place. Grinding for levels was a daily chore for players. However, after the first major update, grinding for levels would become deadly. If players did not possess overwhelming strength, then the moment they left the confines of NPC cities, they would have to fight with their lives on the line. This was because both NPCs and monsters gained conscious thought after the major update, and they would no longer let players kill them like idiots. Both NPCs and monsters would fight desperately for survival. Hence, grinding monsters would no longer be simple, repetitive fights for EXP. Instead, it would become a fight where players bet their lives for EXP, in a situation where the two sides were roughly equal in strength. Every fight would be incredibly taxing. In fact, after the major update, most players would no longer dare fight monsters that were significantly higher leveled than they were. Of course, the increased difficulty in killing monsters came in tandem with a drastic increase in the EXP monsters awarded at least 10 times more than what they previously awarded. Even so, leveling up would still become an increasingly laborious task in the future. However, it was a different story in the Secret Covenant Tower. The countless monsters trapped in the Secret Covenant Tower's special space had already gone crazy and did not possess any consciousness or intelligence. The only thing on their minds was slaughter. Yet, despite the lack of intelligence, the monsters inside granted the same amount of EXP as the monsters in the outside world. The only problem was that entering the Secret Covenant Tower cost magic crystals. In addition, the monsters inside did not drop coins or magic crystals. The value of the materials they dropped was also negligible. Fortunately, the Secret Covenant Tower wasn't completely barren of loot. Hidden inside the special space were relics belonging to ancient civilizations. The deeper one progressed down the tower, the better the relics one could obtain. Examples would be weapon and equipment designs, master-ranked potion recipes, and even complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Yes, complete legacies for Tier 3 classes. Unlike the Tier 3 legacies scattered in the outside world, a complete legacy could lower the difficulty of players' Tier 3 promotion by a large margin. A complete Tier 3 legacy could allow a guild to gain a large number of Tier 3 players within a short period. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, for guilds, a complete Tier 3 legacy was 100 times more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, complete Tier 3 legacies only started appearing from the 18th floor. This was a place that became available after the first major update. Before this, the Secret Covenant Tower was only a place for pre-level 100 players to grind for levels. It wasn't suitable for players past level 100. However, after the first major update, the Secret Covenant Tower would no longer be the same as before. In the past. After it was revealed that the Secret Covenant Tower dropped complete Tier 3 legacies, the various powers on the eastern continent had swarmed to the Twin Towers Kingdom. This, in turn, had made the Twin Towers Kingdom one of the most dazzling kingdoms in God's domain, and Sky Spring City had also become an NPC main city that was second only to the capital city. Shortly afterward, Administrator Veko completed all the formalities needed for Zero-Wing to garrison Sky Spring City. Lord Guild Leader, this is your Sky Spring City Guild token. Veko handed a golden token to Shi Feng. He then explained, this token grants you partial authority to manage Sky Spring City, including its security and development. Once Zero-Wing garrisons Sky Spring City, it will receive 10% of the city's profits as maintenance and management fees. No problem. Zero-Wing will manage Sky Spring City well and turn it into the best city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Shi Feng said, nodding. Once a guild garrisoned a city, it couldn't arbitrarily decide to abandon the city and seek greener pastures. One could say that the guild and city were bound together for good or ill, thus even after guilds obtained the qualifications to garrison an NPC city, they still had to be careful with their choice. Fortunately, Shi Feng didn't have to concern himself with such a problem. Sky Spring City was bound to become one of the important hubs in the eastern continent. The money and resources it could rake in would far surpass those of many royal capitals. If developed properly, the city could even rival imperial capitals. I pray that you can fulfill this wonderful goal, my lord, Vico said, feeling slightly surprised by Shi Feng's confidence. Now that Zero Wing has officially garrisoned Sky Spring City, can we enable Sky Spring City's city teleportation network? Shi Feng asked. Obtaining the resources Sky Spring City had to offer was only one of his goals in having Zero Wing garrison the city. What was more important for Zero Wing was the city teleportation network that came with garrisoning a city. This was also the main reason the various superpowers had frantically fought to secure a reserve seat. Certainly. However, your guild will have to handle the cost of binding with Sky Spring City's teleportation magic array, Vico said with a hint of joy in his voice. How much will it cost to construct one large-scale teleportation array? Shi Feng asked. If it is only one, the material fee is 100,000 gold coins and 30,000 magic crystals. The labor cost is an additional 5,000 gold, Vico said. In total, it will cost 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals. You guys sure are ruthless. It's just a bunch of ordinary materials, yet you're actually charging me 100,000 gold. Shi Feng was flabbergasted at Vico's quote. If it were before, he might have accepted this price as normal. However, after gaining experience in constructing teleportation arrays, he knew that the materials needed were much cheaper than what Vico quoted him. At most, the material cost should total around several thousand gold. No. The materials the Twin Towers Kingdom uses are the best. No problems will occur even after 1,000 years of use, Vico assured sincerely while shaking his head. Fine, so be it. However, I want everything done within 2 hours, Shi Feng said after taking a look at the time. It had been nearly a day since the first major update took place. Meanwhile, the first wave of the NPC population boom would occur on the second day after the first major update. This was also the moment darkness would befall the various powers. That won't be a problem, Vico said confidently. May I know which guild city you wish to construct the teleportation array in? Silverwing City? Shi Feng answered after giving the question some thought. Silverwing City was pivotal to Zero Wing's future development and resistance against Saint's Hand. Hence, it was imperative that Silverwing City developed as rapidly as possible. Although it is slightly far, so long as Milord makes the full payment, we will act immediately, Vico said, gritting his teeth as he looked at the map. To Vico's joy, Shi Feng paid the 105,000 gold and 30,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After receiving the coins and magic crystals, the NPC promptly left the private lounge, evidently making his way to Silverwing City. Next, I'll have to see how much the NPC population will increase during the initial wave. Shi Feng's gaze grew solemn after Vico left the room. Hopefully the number isn't too significant. Although he had managed to execute his plan in time, its success still depended heavily on how much the NPC population grew after the first population boom. If the increase in NPC count was too severe, even Zero Wing would be overwhelmed. After all, the guild simply had too few Tier 3 combatants right now. Meanwhile, Tier 3 combatants were the minimum requirement for maintaining public order in guild towns. At 6 a.m., the sun slowly rose into the sky and shone its dazzling rays onto the various cities of God's domain, symbolizing a new day in God's domain. Chapter 270-34, New World Begins. Chapter 270-34, New World Begins, Typhoon Empire, Typhoon City. The morning sun's rays shone on the secret pavilion's residence. However, nobody in the residence's scorching atmosphere was in the mood to enjoy this cool morning sun. As the competition for the reserve seats had just ended, The many budding talents and matured powerhouses that had debuted during the competition were now a target of attention for the secret pavilion. To sort out the information of these people and sell the information in the next publication of the God's Domain's experts list. The whole secret pavilion had become extremely busy. Every secret pavilion member within the Typhoon City residence was either sending out information to other branches or organizing the information they received from other branches. Everyone was so busy that they lost track of time. Uncle Yuan, the strength Zero Wing displayed this time, is truly astonishing. One Tier 4 Sword Emperor and one suspected Tier 4 Great Wizard that wields Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Zero Wing has even become a guild officially recognized by the War God's Temple. The various superpowers will have to fear Zero Wing now. Purple Jade exclaimed as she read the report on Zero Wing in her hands. Ome Zero Wing was a guild they had watched grow from nothing to its current state. Initially, Zero Wing had been a small guild that couldn't even be considered third-rate. However, it gradually grew into a large guild that could challenge even first-rate guilds. Afterward, it had fought against superpowers time after time. Now, it even stood on the international stage of God's Domain and aided Frost Heaven in securing the 6th reserve seat, shocking countless powers in God's Domain in one fell swoop. At this point, even the various superpowers had to acknowledge that Zero Wing was a guild to be wary of. The only thing Zero Wing lacked now was a sufficiently strong foundation. It just didn't have the frightening manpower and expansive territory of a superpower. While that's correct, you shouldn't forget that Zero Wing is a guild that is completely reliant on only a handful of individuals to support it. The guild is walking a tightrope, and a single mistake can lead to disaster. Now, it has even become the focus of God's Domain's various powers, Yuan Teixin said in a low tone, shaking his head. The Tier 4 promotion quest is simply too challenging. You should know this as well. Yet Zero Wing has 2 people suspected to have completed their promotions. You should know very well what this implies. Uncle Yuan, you mean Zero Wing has grasped a way to complete the Tier 4 promotion quest easily? Purple Jade was a little shocked. According to the secret pavilion's information gathering, the hardest part in completing the Tier 4 promotion quest was searching for one's Tier 4 legacy land. Even the secret pavilion had yet to locate a single Tier 4 legacy land. If Zero Wing really found a reliable way to locate Tier 4 legacy lands, this would be an incredibly frightening matter. This is only conjecture. We still don't have any evidence to back it up right now. Moreover, I think the possibility of this being true is low. After all is said and done, God's Domain is a relatively fair game. If Tier 4 legacy lands could be located easily, Tier 4 classes wouldn't be considered powerhouses in God's Domain, Yuan Teixin said, shaking his head. Even so, just the possibility holds an incredibly fatal attraction for the various powers. According to the inside information we've secured thus far, we can confirm that over a dozen superpowers are already preparing to suppress Zero Wing. In addition, Zero Wing has plenty of enemies. The Warblood Adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, the Dark World's various powers in the Dark Knight Empire, and Saint's Hand in Star Moon Kingdom. Starlink, Zero Wing's old nemesis, has also been conducting a series of secretive operations recently. Starlink seems to be planning something big by the looks of it. If these superpowers join forces, even if Zero Wing has a Sword Emperor and a Great Wizard defending its territories, the guild will still have difficulty surviving. Purple Jade's complexion turned ugly at Yuan Teixin's analysis. A pseudo-superpower was actually fighting on 3 different fronts. Moreover, every one of its opponents was either a superpower or an organization backed by a superpower. Anyone that heard this would definitely feel despair. For Zero Wing to survive until now, this was simply a miracle. Of course, Shi Feng and the rest of Zero Wing's upper echelon might not be afraid of the various superpowers as individuals, but it was a different story for a guild with so many members. It would be very easy for the various superpowers to attack such a guild. Meanwhile, if a guild lacked manpower, there were many things it couldn't accomplish. One such example was the collection of resources. Just this point alone would be sufficient to make Shi Feng and the others crumble. What more operating guild towns and cities? This is just the situation on the eastern continent. Zero Wing isn't safe on the western continent either. I heard that many of the western continent superpowers are showing interest in the Starlight Fortress, Yuan Tixin said, chuckling, when he saw the blank expression on Purple Jade's face. You should know by now that Zero Wing has always been walking a tightrope, right? What happens next will depend on what kind of decision Black Flame makes. If Black Flame handles this properly and avoids disaster, with Zero Wing's current foundations, it is definitely possible for the Guild to progress further. If it's mishandled, then Zero Wing will be eternally doomed. When Yuan Tixin stated his last sentence, his voice was filled with confidence. That was because, unlike most people, he knew that mythology was most likely the driving force behind the various superpowers' decision to act against Zero Wing this time. Mythology was a behemoth. It had an unfathomable foundation in both the virtual gaming world and the real world. It was an existence that even the current secret pavilion feared greatly. As Yuan Tixin and Purple Jade conversed, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the office door. The next moment, a level 114 Tier 3 ranger barged into the office, which made Yuan Tixin frown in obvious dissatisfaction with this Tier 3 ranger's panicky actions. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a rush?" Yuan Tixin questioned in a low tone. "It's bad. Elder Yuan, something big happened," the Tier 3 ranger reported hurriedly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Just a while ago, our branches sent in news that a large number of NPCs have appeared on the streets of the various cities." "So what if NPCs appeared? What's there to be surprised about?" Yuan Tixin reacted nonchalantly. In God's domain, as a town or city developed, the number of NPC residents would increase. This was a normal occurrence. Moreover, players and NPCs practically lived in two completely different worlds. The interactions between the two sides were few and far between, but the numbers are far too massive, the Tier 3 ranger insisted anxiously. "How many?" Yuan Tixin asked, his curiosity piqued. "Too many. I don't know how many appeared either." Gulping, the Tier 3 ranger pointed at the nearby window and said, "I think you should look for yourself, Elder Yuan. This matter has already caused an uproar among the players in the city." "Uproar?" Yuan Tixin couldn't help his puzzlement. However, he felt that the ranger before him shouldn't be lying. He immediately stood up and approached the window. When the view outside the French window entered his sight, Yuan Tixin froze on the spot in stupefaction. "Uncle Yuan?" Purple Jade grew puzzled as well when she saw Yuan Tixin standing stock still. She then walked toward the window to take a look as well. NPCs thronged the main street outside the residence, talking and laughing in groups. Many were adventurers clad in exquisite equipment. Even the lowest leveled among them was level 120, while the strongest one reached level 194. Moreover, these NPC adventurers were Tier 3 on average, with even the weakest one at Tier 2. Aside from these NPC adventurers, there was also a large number of NPC civilians on the street. Purple Jade even saw NPC children running around, playing with pebbles on the street, and even fighting each other with wooden swords. These NPCs accounted for over 80% of the people on the main street. Chapter 2735, Different Gods Domain, Zero Wing's Decision. Chapter 2735, Different Gods Domain, Zero Wing's Decision. Why are there so many NPCs? Purple Jade couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the NPCs chatting merrily on the main street. Their current location was an island nation on the western continent, with an incredibly harsh environment. As a result, the player population here was insignificant, let alone the NPC population. If not for the increased trade between the two main continents, which attracted many powers and merchant players to the Typhoon Empire, the number of people walking on the main street wouldn't have exceeded 100. So, what was with this situation? With just a casual glance, she already spotted more than 1,000 NPCs, many of them NPC adventurers. Players were only a small group of unremarkable existences. After pondering for some time, Yuan Tixin turned around and asked the Tier 3 ranger, "Have you investigated the origins of these NPCs yet?" We've investigated already. However, we don't know where these NPCs came from. The only thing we know is that these NPCs seem to have appeared directly inside the various NPC cities, the Tier 3 Ranger replied, shaking his head. Anxiously, he continued. The appearance of these NPCs has caused a sharp drop in the number of quests available in the Adventurers Association. The number of quests players can pick up is continuously decreasing. Moreover, what else is there? Yuan Texin asked curiously. According to reports, many players have been killed after coming into conflict with NPCs outside the cities. However, this still isn't the most important part. In an uneasy tone, the ranger continued. Now, many NPCs have also flooded into the various guild towns and cities, and some NPCs with bad behavior have caused a lot of incidents. Most importantly, according to our observations, various NPC forces are actually secretly investigating us. How is this possible? Purple Jade goggled in shock. She never thought that there would come a day where the NPCs who only knew how to give quests would secretly investigate them. She got goosebumps at the thought of this. It was as if the dolls they were playing with had suddenly gained life and began secretly observing their every action. At this time, the secret pavilion wasn't the only one shocked by the sudden influx of NPCs in the game. The various powers and players of God's domain were similarly horrified by this situation. What's going on? Why are so many NPCs competing with us for quests? That's nothing. I feel that these NPCs are looking at us players as if they are looking at aliens. Some bars in the city are actually refusing entry to players. You think that's surprising? Wait till you go out to the fields. Right now, the NPCs out in the fields far outnumber us players. Some of these NPCs are even stealing dungeons from us. For a time, independent players had heated discussions over the sudden changes in God's domain. Everyone felt as if they had truly arrived in a different world. Now, in addition to other players, they also had to compete with NPCs. Moreover, these NPCs were even more difficult to deal with than players. Not only were these NPCs powerful, but they also had an overwhelming advantage in numbers over players. The only advantage players had was their inability to die a permanent death. However, as if understanding this point, the NPCs generally didn't forge irreconcilable feuds with players. Most of them would only teach the players that offended them a lesson. Only the Dark Forces NPCs disregarded this matter. Compared to the independent players, though, the various powers were the ones that had a truly big headache. Damn it! Why did all these NPCs come from? Instead of staying in NPC cities, they actually came to make trouble in our guild towns and cities. Many of our businesses can't even operate normally thanks to them. That's not all. Some NPCs are even robbing our mines and transportation teams. Along with the sudden influx of NPCs, the various powers suddenly found that the difficulty of maintaining the security of guild towns and cities and completing large-scale transportation quests had increased drastically. Some superpowers had even tasted getting bullied for the first time since entering God's domain. However, the current players were simply no match for these NPC forces. Even the superpowers had no choice but to abandon many of their development plans and focus on protecting their territories. As for the major powers, they even began abandoning some of their guild towns to concentrate their forces on defending their crucial territories. For a time, the various player forces in God's domain shrank rapidly. Simultaneously, they also began recruiting members desperately to defend against the NPC force's assault. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residence. Due to the sudden increase in the game's NPC population and the many incidents subsequent to this change, Zero Wing's upper echelon had gathered to discuss how to deal with these NPCs. Guild leader, the major powers are frantically recruiting members to consolidate their power. They are also spending a lot of money to hire Tier 3 NPCs from the Adventurers Association to guard their guild towns. If we don't act now, I'm afraid the more powerful Tier 3 NPCs will be snatched up by others, Liang Jing said anxiously to Shi Feng after reading the latest report. The sudden influx of NPCs had caught every player off guard. Originally, the changes to the NPCs after the first major update was already a slight problem. Now that the NPC population far surpassed the player population, This change was no longer just a problem, but a disaster. Zero Wing's 3 guild cities held strategic locations and also had incredible growth potential. Meanwhile, according to the information Liang Jing's subordinates sent her, many NPC forces had already set their sights on Zero Wing's guild cities. These NPC forces refrained from taking action only because they were still investigating Zero Wing's strength. However, once they completed their investigation, they would most likely take action immediately. If an NPC force took action, it could create much more trouble than a player force. While the possibility of a frontal confrontation was low, it wasn't exactly impossible. And even if the various NPC forces did not directly assault Zero Wing's guild cities, they could still dispatch NPCs to lurk around the guild cities' trade routes and ambush susceptible targets. That would be a nightmare for Zero Wing. Hence, Zero Wing had to increase its defenses as soon as possible. That's right, guild leader. If we act slowly, the various major powers will steal all of the powerful Tier 3 NPCs. The other management personnel present nodded in agreement with Liang Jing. In the current situation, even the various superpowers had to lower their heads and hire NPCs from the Adventurers Association. If Zero Wing didn't act now, it would soon be too late. After all, there was a limited number of Tier 3 NPCs available for hire at the Adventurers Association. If the other powers got to pick first, nothing would be left for Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing also had many powerful Tier 3 personal guards, these personal guards were still far from enough to maintain the security of 3 cities. Moreover, the difficulty of directly recruiting Tier 3 personal guards was incredibly high. At best, players could only recruit Tier 2 NPCs with good growth potential. In addition, personal guards cost a lot of money to nurture. On the off chance these personal guards died in combat, Zero Wing would suffer a major blow. However, the Adventurers Association's NPCs wouldn't pose such a problem. Even if these NPCs died, it was none of Zero Wing's concern. The guild wasn't obligated to pay a huge price to resurrect these NPCs. That won't be necessary. Shi Feng shook his head. While hiring the Adventurers Association's Tier 3 NPCs is indeed a solution, it isn't a long-term one. The cost to hire these NPCs is excessive. Any random Tier 3 NPC will cost at least 100 gold per day to hire, and the defense of a small city will require at least 500 Tier 3 NPCs. That's an expenditure of 50,000 gold per day. Only the superpowers could afford to pay a daily maintenance fee of 50,000 gold for one guild city. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Zero Wing originally already spent a lot of coins every day. In fact, the guild was reliant on selling coins for credits to maintain the operation of its headquarters in the real world. Hence, it couldn't afford to hire Tier 3 NPCs to safeguard its guild cities at all. But quite a number of NPCs have begun making a ruckus in our cities. Fortunately, we have Tier 4 NPCs defending our cities, so those NPC forces are still cautious when causing a scene. However, if those NPC forces take action against us outside our cities, we'll have a difficult time managing the situation, Yulin said worriedly. Previously, as their opponents were only players, they could still deal with the situation. However, now that their opponents were Tier 3 NPCs that ranged between level 130 and level 160, Zero Wing was in an incredibly unfavorable situation. Of Zero Wing's combatants, the only ones capable of fighting the hostile NPCs were the guild's personal guards. However, these personal guards were necessary for maintaining order in the guild cities. Let's just stop caring, then, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Yulin was stunned by Shi Feng's response. Stop caring at this moment, let alone Yulin, the other Zero Wing executives present were also stunned. What did Shi Feng mean by that? If they stopped caring about this situation, how would the 3 guild cities generate income? If the guild cities lost their trade routes, the items sold by NPCs would disappear from the cities. If that happened, the cities would lose a significant portion of their attraction for players. Moreover, the taxes collected from NPC merchants made up a large portion of the guild city's income. From today onward, Zero Wing's 3 guild cities will prohibit entry to unrelated NPCs. As for NPC merchants, We'll set an exception for them. However, each shop is allowed to bring only 10 people into the cities, Shi Feng said calmly. In addition, raise the entrance fees in all 3 cities to 20 silver coins and double the rent for the shops. However, partnered powers may receive a 20% discount. Guild leader? Everyone present in the meeting room gaped in shock at Shi Feng's words. They could indeed prevent NPCs from making a ruckus in the 3 guild cities by prohibiting entry to the majority of NPCs. However, the development of the 3 cities would also stagnate. After all, players had to get their quests from these NPCs. Moreover, many of the items sold in the 3 cities were actually sold by NPCs. If they refused entry to NPCs, it would be equivalent to having the income of the 3 cities. As for raising entrance fees to 20 silver and doubling shop rent, that was basically saying Zero Wing wanted no players inside its guild cities. Zero Wing would be digging its own grave if it instituted these measures. Just get it done. I have my reasons, Shi Feng said, not bothering to provide any additional explanations. He then left the meeting room immediately. When the first major update took place in his previous life, the various powers already had plenty of Tier 3 players under their command, with some even having Tier 4 players. However, at present, not only was the NPC population boom much bigger than in the past, but the various powers also barely had any Tier 3 experts under their command. Hence, the damage the various powers would suffer in the ensuing chaos would definitely be much worse than in the past. While Zero Wing indeed possessed great strength, and even commanded Tier 4 NPCs, it was still impossible to maintain the 3 guild cities' security with their current manpower. The only solution Zero Wing had now was to take decisive action and thoroughly prohibit NPCs from entering its guild cities. Afterward, he would have Zero Wing's members enter the secret Covenant Tower in full force to raise their levels and strength. Otherwise, once the NPC population increased even further and the NPC forces began their assault, Zero Wing would be in a ton of trouble. Soon afterward, Zero Wing's 3 guild cities announced Shi Feng's decision to the outside world. All 3 cities immediately went into an uproar. Chapter 2736, Crazy, Zero Wing. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel. Chapter 2736, Crazy, Zero Wing. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel. What is Zero Wing thinking? Mu Lingsha, who was resting in a room in the Freedom Hotel, stood up reflexively in surprise when she saw the announcement Zero Wing made in Stone Forest City. Prohibiting NPCs from entering the city at such a time? Even Stone Forest City wouldn't be able to afford such a loss. After reading the city announcement, Unyielding Heart, who sat nearby, pondered before saying, "But this is indeed one way to solve the NPC problem. But at the cost of more than half of the city's revenue? Isn't this too huge a price to pay?" Moreover, Zero Wing directly raised the city's entrance fee to 20 silver to make up for the loss. I'm afraid ordinary players won't be able to accept such a fee. Even the present Stone Forest City would have a hard time justifying it, let alone Zero Wing's 2 other guild cities, Mu Lingsha said in confusion. The Dark World side is keeping an eye on us. If we show any signs of weaknesses, the Dark World's powers will make a move. I don't know the exact reason for Zero Wing's decision, but this is undoubtedly good news for our guild, Unyielding Heart said, smiling. Good news? A blank look appeared on Mu Lingsha's face. She couldn't understand how this situation was beneficial to Unyielding Soul in any way. The increase in Stone Forest City's entrance fee will undoubtedly drive away many players. Meanwhile, you know how excellent Stone Forest City's environment is. It is the best place among the level 100+ neutral maps for players to get rid of the foreign energy invading their bodies. There is also nothing currently available that can compete with a Freedom Hotel, Unyielding Heart explained. If players start leaving Stone Forest City, empty slots will appear in the Freedom Hotel. We can have our guild members fill these slots. You're right. Mu Lingsha's eyes glowed in realization. I'll notify the guild leader and have him make the necessary preparations. Even before the first major update, Stone Forest City was incredibly crowded already. Meanwhile, the sudden influx of NPCs had only made the city even more crowded. The city's population had grown so much that the city's management had no choice but to limit traffic into the city. If many NPCs and players left Stone Forest City, it would indeed be a perfect opportunity for Unyielding Soul to develop there. Stone Forest City was one of the few player-owned intermediate cities in God's domain. If Unyielding Soul leveraged this opportunity, its guild members' average level might surpass that of other guilds Orc Empire, Silverwing City. This is crazy. Zero Wing must be crazy. It doesn't matter if those NPCs are driven away, but why did the rent become more expensive too? This must be Zero Wing's conspiracy. Zero Wing must be trying to drive merchant players like us out of Silverwing City. Zero Wing is awesome. I support Zero Wing. Good riddance to those NPCs. This is a city built by players. I can't even pick up a quest thanks to all those NPCs. The players residing in Silverwing City had mixed opinions regarding Zero Wing's new regulations. Some criticized Zero Wing for being money crazy, while others approved of the decision. Meanwhile, when the various major powers received word of Zero Wing's decision to prohibit NPCs from entering its cities, they were amused. How bold of Zero Wing! I want to see how it's going to continue operating its 3 guild cities. While everyone else is frantically recruiting members and thinking about how to keep themselves alive, Zero Wing is chasing people away. It seems Zero Wing has grown arrogant after helping Frostheaven become one of the 12 reserve guilds. Now that Silverwing City has taken the initiative to step back in the Orc Empire, it's a good opportunity for our guild to grow. Relay my orders immediately. We'll have our guild town's entrance fee. We'll also lower the membership requirements for our guild. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing driving players away from its cities, they promptly took advantage of this opportunity to increase their market share in the Orc Empire. In less than half an hour, the number of players entering Zero Wing's 3 guild cities decreased significantly. Many ordinary players operating in the Orc Empire opted to visit other guild towns instead. The income Zero Wing generated from NPCs also fell sharply. Guild leader, this really won't do. In less than half an hour, our 3 cities have lost more than 20% of their traffic. At this rate, we would be fortunate to retain even 10% of our usual traffic, Yulin said after urgently contacting Shi Feng. She felt herself going crazy over this situation. All of this was money, as Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose currently weren't in a suitable state to manage Zero Wing. The guild's management was left to Yulin and Liang Jing. Previously, they still weren't aware of Zero Wing's exact situation. However, after shouldering the 2 vice guild leaders' responsibilities, they discovered that Zero Wing had always been walking a tightrope. Now, the guild's financial situation was just barely balanced. However, if Zero Wing were to lose most of its 3 cities' income, the guild would most likely lose the ability to operate normally. After all, the training system in the real world required a lot of energy to operate. Moreover, the guild had increased its internal member count to 5,000. Thus, the amount of money the guild spent every day was staggering. To make matters worse, Zero Wing did not accept the investment of major corporations. If the guild lost its income of coins now, it wouldn't take more than a week for the guild to go bankrupt. I understand. Shi Feng nodded and chuckled when he saw Yulin's anxious expression. But this is only spare change. Spare change. Yulin felt as if she was going to faint. They were losing hundreds of thousands of gold coins per day. Moreover, the various large guilds operating in the Orc Empire hadn't been slacking in developing their respective guild towns. Although none of them had created a basic city yet, they did have advanced towns. In addition, these guilds received a lot of funds from their investors. Hence, the facilities their towns had weren't that far from matching Silverwing cities. The main difference was that the security and convenience level in these towns were far from comparable to Silverwing cities. Shifting his camera angle, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "Can you tell what this building in front of me is?" The next moment, what appeared on Yulin's screen was a massive 5-story tall building. High walls surrounded this building, thoroughly isolating it from the outside world. The density of the mana within the walls was also considerably higher than that of the outside world. Moreover, the building looked the same as the teleportation halls found in NPC cities. A teleportation hall? Yulin gasped. That's right. A teleportation hall. Shi Feng nodded. Moreover, this teleportation hall is the same as the ones found in NPC cities. The only difference is that this thing can teleport people to only one designated NPC city. But even if it can teleport players to an NPC city, I'm afraid the teleportation fee isn't something ordinary players can afford, Yulin said after calming down. It was indeed a great convenience for a guild city to have a teleportation hall. That way, players seeking to travel to Silverwing City or NPC cities could do so within a short period. However, this convenience did not come for free. The cost of teleporting between countries was incredibly high, ranging from several dozen silver coins to several gold coins. This was the reason most players opted to travel by mount or by airship. If players were merely using Silverwing City as a teleportation hub, they wouldn't save themselves much trouble. As for teleporting from the Orc Empire to NPC cities, they could use return scrolls. What you say is correct, but this teleportation hall is linked to a somewhat special location, Shi Feng said, smiling. He fully understood what was going through Yulin's mind. Isn't the destination an NPC city? Yulin asked, puzzled. Even if Silverwing City's teleportation hall were connected to an empire's capital, it wouldn't be of much help to the current Zero Wing. The target destination is indeed an NPC city, but this NPC city is somewhat different from others. Shi Feng nodded. He then added slowly, You won't understand even if I explain it to you. The teleportation hall is already constructed. Contact Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor and have them send representatives to Silverwing City. Tell them I have a business proposition for them. Are we inviting them over now? Yulin asked in confusion. The various superpowers were currently shrinking their spheres of influence, and none of them were having a good time. Even if Shi Feng invited Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor for a discussion, the two guilds would most likely be incapable of solving Zero Wing's predicament. Yes, right now. I'm afraid this is something Zero Wing will have difficulty monopolizing, so we'll need some helpers, Shi Feng said, nodding. Guild leader, what are we going to do? Yulin couldn't help asking out of curiosity. The Zero Wing of today was no longer the same as before. It already possessed incredible strength, yet Shi Feng intended to ask two superpowers for help. This was undoubtedly going to be a huge operation. Moreover, he had even chosen such a precarious time to carry it out. Any mistake could easily lead to huge problems for the guild. Hearing Yulin's question, Shi Feng chuckled and said casually, It's nothing. It's just an operation to turn Zero Wing into a true giant in God's domain. Chapter 2737, Wealthy Shi Feng, Chapter 2737. Wealthy Shi Feng, Silverwing City, Southern District. On a sparsely populated street, 4 players wearing black cloaks walked slowly into an alleyway. They would also occasionally observe their surroundings to guard against being followed. After the 4 of them walked a certain distance into the alleyway and verified that there were indeed no players following them, they breathed out a sigh of relief. What is this black flame trying to do? Why must we act so secretively and not let others notice us? A female guardian knight with shoulder-length hair demanded in dissatisfaction. Blue. Illusory words. The cleric in holy white robes glared at the female knight standing beside her. I made an exception and brought you here this time. You'd best pay attention to your words and actions. Blue Gown was the vice commander and lead MT of the main force under Illusory Words' command. She ranked 3rd among the guild's new talents and was also Illusory Words' confidant, who would succeed Illusory Words as vice guild leader in the future. Unfortunately, Blue Gown had a common failing, one that plagued all newcomers trained by superpowers. She did not place anyone outside of super first-rate guilds and super guilds in her eyes. After Illusory Words' scathing reprimand, the beautiful female knight dared not continue with her complaints. Big sis Illusory, I won't talk about this anymore, so you mustn't forget to bring me along for future matters, Blue Gown said pitifully. Pay attention next time, Illusory Words said as she gave Blue Gown a pampering look. She then turned to Unyielding Soul and Mulingsha and said, I apologize for letting you see such a joke. It's normal for newcomers to be a little arrogant. You can't achieve anything if you don't have such arrogance. You don't have to mind us, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, Unyielding Heart said. He had long since gotten used to similar sights. In any other virtual reality game, being one of the top-ranking newcomers of a super first-rate guild was indeed something worth boasting about. After all, a single super first-rate guild or super guild was more than enough to rule an entire virtual reality game back then. How could the top talents of such guilds not be a little arrogant? Hence, it was only natural that these newcomers looked down on up-and-coming guilds. However, the situation was different now. At this point, God's Domain was practically a unique existence already, a game that even international corporations poked their hands into. The influence the various powers in God's Domain held was thousands of times greater than what they held in other virtual reality games. One couldn't use common sense to judge the powers operating within the game at all. Meanwhile, when Blue Gown heard Unyielding Heart's words, although she didn't say anything in response, her eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction. However, I wonder why Guild Leader Black Flame called both our guilds over this time. He even instructed us to keep our visit a secret, Mulingsha said. The current Zero Wing was like the midday sun. Its current problems had a very easy solution. Let major corporations invest in the guild. So long as Zero Wing possessed sufficient capital and background, maintaining its current sphere of influence would be a piece of cake. However, Shi Feng did not do so. Instead, he had asked their two guilds over to discuss business. Mulingsha couldn't help her puzzlement over Shi Feng's solution to Zero Wing's current predicament. I can't even begin to guess Guild Leader Black Flame's thoughts, but based on his approach this time, I suspect this isn't going to be a simple matter, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. Shi Feng had brought her too many surprises and miracles. Now, she wouldn't find it surprising if he created another miracle. After all, Zero Wing had even managed to help Frostheaven secure the 6th reserve seat. We don't need to guess anymore, pointing at tall walls some distance ahead. Unyielding Heart said, That should be the place Guild Leader Black Flame told us about. Let's just head inside and listen to why he called us over. When Illusory Words and the others saw the walls Unyielding Heart indicated, they were a little surprised. They never thought that the depths of this small alley would conceal such a massive structure. Although the walls were only around a dozen meters in height, the area they occupied was significant. The enclosure they formed could easily fit a football stadium. Based on the enclosure's size, the building inside should be at the advanced construction standard at the very minimum, yet nobody had discovered its existence. Even now, when the group of 4 arrived before the steel gate in one of the tall walls, they were dumbfounded. 4 level 130-plus fine gold guards manned the gate. There was even a level 133, Tier 3 dark gold ranked Great Mage protecting the gate in secret. The level of security was astonishing at this stage of the game. If these 5 NPCs worked together, they could annihilate a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 players. Moreover, the various large guilds were treating fine gold and dark gold guards like precious treasures, showering them with all sorts of resources and ensuring their safety as much as possible. On the other hand, Zero Wing was actually using these precious guards as gatekeepers. This is private property. What business do you have here? A fine gold guard clad in gray leather armor asked in a hostile tone when he saw Unyielding Heart's group. We were invited by Guild Leader Black Flame. Unyielding Heart promptly took out the invitation he received from Zero Wing, which had Zero Wing's guild leader's seal to prove its authenticity. The magical mark is correct. The Tier 3 assassin clad in leather armor nodded. He then said, Please follow me. Okay. Unyielding Heart's group then followed the Tier 3 assassin through the gate. Upon walking through the entrance, Unyielding Heart and the others gasped automatically. A teleportation hall? How is this possible? Aren't teleportation halls restricted to the national level? Blue Gown couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the 5-story tall teleportation hall before her. She never thought Zero Wing could actually construct this sort of transportation tool in Silverwing City. Rar. Or Even now, teleportation arrays were incredibly rare items among the superpowers. What more, a complete teleportation hall. Teleportation halls might be common in NPC cities. But for guild cities, they were priceless treasures that could skyrocket a guild city into prominence. The world of God's domain was massive. It took a long time for players to travel to level 100+ maps, even on flying mounts, and much longer for players without flying mounts. Many powers and adventurer teams would be willing to break the bank if it meant they could teleport directly to somewhere close to level 100+ neutral maps. After all, time represented both money and opportunities for these people. Unlike ordinary players, they couldn't afford to progress at a leisurely pace. So this is why we were required to come here quietly. How astonishing. Unyielding Heart smiled bitterly as he looked at the teleportation hall. This should be one of the privileges given to guilds officially recognized by the War God's Temple, Illusory Words said, a hint of envy in her eyes. With such a privilege, developing a guild city would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Silverwing City possessed an excellent environment and strategic location. That's right, this is indeed one of the privileges of an official guild. A voice suddenly entered the ears of Illusory Words and the others, answering the question in their hearts. Guild leader Black Flame, is this teleportation hall the important matter you wish to discuss? Unyielding Heart asked in slight confusion as he pointed at the teleportation hall. A teleportation hall was a godly development tool. So long as Zero Wing publicized the existence of its teleportation hall, combined with Silverwing City's defenses, Silverwing City would have no problem developing rapidly. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's participation wouldn't make a difference in the endeavor. In fact, their two guilds would want to ask Zero Wing for help instead. Yes, but that's not all of it. Shi Feng nodded. He then smiled and said, "There's no point in telling you about it now. Follow me." After saying so, Shi Feng promptly made his way inside the teleportation hall. After Unyielding Heart, Mu Lingsha, Illusory Words, and Blue Gown exchanged looks, they followed him. The next moment, after the four stepped onto the teleportation array inside the teleportation hall, they found themselves inside the Twin Towers Kingdom's Sky Spring City. At this time, however, Sky Spring City didn't have many players. Over 99% of the city's population consisted of NPCs. When these NPCs saw Unyielding Heart's group, they even began eyeing the group curiously, as if they had just encountered some rare creatures. "Let's go. There are too many people here." After glancing at the NPCs observing them, Shi Feng took out a Tier 3 group teleportation scroll from his bag and activated it before Unyielding Heart and the others could react. They were already over 10,000 yards outside of Sky Spring City. Afterward, Shi Feng summoned the Thunder Eagle and ferried the group through the air for over half an hour. At the end of their journey, the group arrived at an ancient tower that pierced the clouds. The tower was easily over 1,000 meters tall. The Secret Covenant Tower? Illusory Words instantly recognized the ancient tower. "Curious?" she asked. "Why are we here?" She knew a little about the Twin Towers Kingdom's Secret Covenant Tower. The Secret Covenant Tower was an excellent leveling ground for players who had yet to reach level 100. And while there was an entrance fee of 1 magic crystal per person, so long as players didn't die, they could grind inside the tower for as long as they wanted. Initially, many large guilds had brought their new members here to increase their levels quickly. Only after the introduction of several expansion packs, many more leveling spots became available. Since the monsters inside the Secret Covenant Tower didn't drop any good loot, the various powers had opted to power level their new members elsewhere. With mainstream players having long since exceeded level 100, the Secret Covenant Tower was now a thing of the past. "To grow stronger," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "To grow stronger?" Illusory Words was slightly surprised by Shi Feng's words. "But we have long since passed level 100. The current Secret Covenant Tower's limit is no longer level 100, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Before the major update, the tower's open underground levels were only up to the 18th floor. Back then, the tower was, at best, suitable for players up to level 99. However, the tower's open underground levels are now up to the 36th floor, and the monsters inside reach up to level 150. Vice Guild Leader Illusory, I'm sure you understand what this means, right? When Shi Feng finished speaking, the eyes of Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart lit up with excitement. Nowadays, due to the large number of NPCs competing for quests and monsters, leveling up had become incredibly troublesome. Yet, levels were what players currently lacked the most. If, at the cost of one magic crystal per person, players could freely grind the crazed monsters inside the Secret Covenant Tower, their leveling speed would be much faster than what they could achieve in the outside world. Guild Leader Black Flame, do you mean for us to cordon off the Secret Covenant Tower, monopolize it for ourselves, and let our guild members level up rapidly? Unyielding Heart asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. It had originally already been difficult for players to level up past level 100. With the additional competition from NPCs, the endeavor only became even more challenging. However, if Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor had a way to allow their members to reach level 120 rapidly and start challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests, their guild's development speed could surpass the other superpowers by a large margin. No, I don't mean to cordon off the Secret Covenant Tower. Shi Feng shook his head. Then, Unyielding Heart prompted, confused by Shi Feng's answer. I want to thoroughly seal off Sky Spring City. Shi Feng's eyes gleamed with a manic light at this proclamation. Aside from the members of our 3 guilds, we will prohibit all outsiders from setting foot in Sky Spring City. Cordon off the entire Sky Spring City? Unyielding Heart was stunned. Guild Leader Black Flame, isn't that a little overboard? Illusory Words asked in confusion. While the Secret Covenant Tower can indeed provide faster leveling, the manpower required to thoroughly cordon off an NPC city is too much. With the current state of the game, it will be incredibly taxing for our 3 guilds to do so. Due to the NPC population boom, the various superpowers were short on manpower. Meanwhile, even if Sky Spring City was in decline, its player population still exceeded 100,000. The manpower required to chase away all these players from the city was no laughing matter. Not to mention, their 3 guilds would also have to station many players in the city long term. If we were doing this only for levels, it would indeed be a waste to cordon off the entire city, Shi Feng said. He then walked to the Secret Covenant Tower, pointed at the second-floor teleportation array that led to the 19th underground floor, and looked at Illusory Words and the others. He then smiled and continued. But what if the Secret Covenant Tower contains complete legacies for the various Tier 3 classes? Chapter 2738, Tripartite Partnership. Chapter 2738, Tripartite Partnership. Complete legacies for the various Tier 3 classes? Illusory Words, Blue Gown, Unyielding Heart, and Mu Lingsha couldn't help staring at Shi Feng in shock and disbelief. This was especially true for Crimson Emperor's talented rookie Blue Gown. She found Shi Feng's words fantastic. In the current era of God's domain, the various kingdoms and empires already had a lockdown on Tier 3 legacies. They treated Tier 3 legacies as priceless treasures, and outsiders like players shouldn't even think of referring to these legacies. The only option players had for reaching Tier 3 was to search for the lost and fragmented Tier 3 legacies hidden in level 100+ neutral maps. Yet Shi Feng was telling them that they could get their hands on complete Tier 3 legacies. How could she possibly believe this? Is what you say true, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words had to ask. If the Secret Covenant Tower were only good for providing players with a faster leveling speed, it wouldn't have too significant an impact on a superpower like Crimson Emperor. This was because tiers were everything in God's domain. Levels were only secondary. However, the various superpowers were currently already having trouble with the Tier 3 promotion quest, let alone the elusive Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, the difficulty of the Tier 3 promotion was so high that the various superpowers were using the number of Tier 3 players they had as a comparison of strength. If what Shi Feng said was true, and the Secret Covenant Tower contained complete Tier 3 legacies, then this was an incredibly astonishing matter. If news of this matter leaked out, It would most likely send the entire god's domain into an uproar. After all, despite many players having reached level 100 already, the players that had completed their Tier 3 promotions were still incredibly rare. If one could get a complete Tier 3 class legacy, then completing the promotion quest for the specified class would become significantly easier. This was why NPCs had a much easier time reaching Tier 3 than players. If the difficulty of players' Tier 3 promotion quests were reduced, the number of players successfully reaching Tier 3 would definitely skyrocket. You can personally verify this matter afterward, Shi Feng said, chuckling. However, we must first decide whether we will cooperate or not. Unyielding Soul will do it, Unyielding Heart said without hesitation. Crimson Emperor naturally won't miss this opportunity either, Illusory Word said, nodding. However, she then continued worriedly, but with only our 3 guilds, I'm afraid it will still be very difficult to seal off Sky Spring City, let alone concealing the Secret Covenant Tower's true secret. Cordoning off an NPC city was a challenging endeavor, as players could freely teleport into NPC cities. Players like themselves were powerless to prevent this. At most, they could keep players inside the city from leaving through the main gate and kill anyone that insisted on doing so. However, aside from the main gate, players had other means to exit an NPC city. One example would be a teleportation scroll, like what Shi Feng used. The second problem was the matter of the Secret Covenant Tower containing complete Tier 3 legacies. If Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor dispatched a lot of manpower to hunt for legacies, the superpowers' spies planted in their 2 guilds would very quickly find out about the secret. At that time, cordoning off Sky Spring City would become even more of a challenge. In fact, it might even become impossible. Tip. You can rest assured on this point. Since you agree to cooperate, what follows next is simple, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then took out a pale gold token and explained, This is Sky Spring City's guild token. Zero Wing has already garrisoned Sky Spring City and gained a portion of the city's management rights. A portion of the city's management rights? Illusory Words' eyes widened in shock as she looked at the guild token. NPCs managed the NPC cities of the various kingdoms and empires. Hence, any guild that successfully acquired even a small portion of an NPC city's management rights would have a solid hold over the city. Other guilds would have no way of wresting control over the city away from the ruling guild. In other words, Sky Spring City was already Zero Wing's possession. So, this is the privilege an official guild receives from garrisoning a city? Unyielding Heart looked at the token in Shi Feng's hand with envy. He had to admit that this privilege was truly amazing. With this privilege, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed its rival guilds. While a guild city indeed possessed excellent development potential, NPC cities still dominated the current god's domain. Travel between NPC cities was incredibly convenient. Moreover, NPC cities all had shops and auction houses that sold the essentials that the various powers and independent players couldn't do without. Thoroughly occupying an NPC city meant acquiring a gold mine with a steady income and no need to manage the city to obtain such significant income. This was something the various superpowers dreamed of having. That's right. This is a privilege for guilds officially recognized by the War God's Temple, Shi Feng said, not bothering to hide the truth. With this token, I can enact a magic ban over Sky Spring City, preventing the use of any teleportation tools within it. This way, players can only walk if they wish to exit the city. In addition, for the sake of keeping the Secret Covenant Tower's Tier 3 legacies, a secret our 3 guilds should rely on only our main force members to hunt for the legacies. To begin with, it's pointless to have a large number of players hunt for them. Ordinary Tier 3 teams can't even survive on the lower floors, let alone search for the complete legacies. Of course, it's impossible to keep this secret forever. However, at this stage of the game, I wish to keep it hidden as long as possible. Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. They, too, felt that this was the only way they could go about doing things. So long as their guilds acquired complete Tier 3 legacies, they would already have a significant lead over the other superpowers. And the longer they could keep this secret hidden, the greater the benefits they could reap from it. "Let's sign a contract, then," Shi Feng said as he pulled out 2 guild contracts. Initially, Shi Feng had wanted to invite the secret pavilion as well. However, the secret pavilion was a business-oriented guild and always held itself detached from the struggles between guilds. If the secret pavilion suddenly cordoned off an entire NPC city, it would create a huge commotion. In other words, it would seem quite abnormal. Hence, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were much more suitable for this partnership. After all, the 2 guilds were currently in a weakened position. Cordoning off an entire NPC city for the sake of acquiring more resources would be very normal for them. Even if the other superpowers found out that the 2 guilds' objective was the secret Covenant Tower, the superpowers would, at most, think that the tower provided players with faster leveling. As for permanently cordoning off Skyspring City, Shi Feng had never intended to do that. Zero Wing was in dire need of funds. Cordoning off Skyspring City to allow the guild to gain some advantages might be fine in the short term, but sealing off the city forever would be unprofitable. Fortunately, although it would be impossible to earn money off other players and powers while Skyspring City was cordoned off, the income from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would still be considerable after all. Both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had guild residences in Silverwing City. Compared to teleporting to Skyspring City from the NPC cities of other kingdoms and empires, which would cost a minimum of 4 gold, it only cost a little over 1 gold per person to teleport from Silverwing City. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would get half of the profits generated by Silverwing City's teleportation hall. At that time, Zero Wing would earn a bunch in teleportation fees and entrance fees from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. After all, the 2 guilds would be sending a lot of players to the Secret Covenant Tower to level up. This income would easily offset the loss Zero Wing suffered from barring NPCs from its guild cities. Nevertheless, raking in money from the 2 guilds wasn't a long-term plan, as both guilds had limited players and coins. Afterward, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart signed a guild contract with Shi Feng on behalf of their respective guilds. The terms of the contract were simple. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would help with cordoning off Skyspring City from the outside, and aside from their main force members, the 2 guilds' other members were prohibited from visiting the Secret Covenant Tower's 30th underground floor and beyond until the tower's secret had been discovered. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would also share the magic crystal cost of maintaining Skyspring City's magic ban. This condition was incredibly disadvantageous for the 2 guilds. They were basically contributing both manpower and resources. However, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words did not voice any opinions about this condition. After all, Shi Feng had given their 2 guilds an opportunity to surpass the other superpowers. Moreover, Zero Wing could still partner with other superpowers. On the other hand, their 2 guilds had only Zero Wing. After the 3 signed a contract with each other, Illusory Words and the others promptly returned to their respective guilds to brief their guild executives. At the same time, they also began making the necessary preparations to cordon off Skyspring City and send personnel into the Secret Covenant Tower. This matter was of utmost importance to their 2 guilds, so they had no choice but to be incredibly careful in their actions. It would also take some time to fully cordon off Skyspring City. Likewise, Shi Feng had Fire Dance, Yulin, and the others prepare for the Secret Covenant Tower. After seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, he chose to go offline to rest. Although staying logged into the game for more than 24 hours wouldn't cause him any harm, he still had to do his daily exercises. Zero Wing's headquarters, top-floor lounge. By the time Shi Feng returned to the real world, the sun outside was already illuminating the entire room. It was close to noon. "Guild leader, you're finally out." Liang Jing suddenly contacted Shi Feng. In a slightly joyful tone, she said, "Miss Muxon has been waiting in the reception room for quite some time now. She says she's here to deliver all the things agreed upon previously. Moreover, she is also going to give Zero Wing a 300 million capital injection at no cost. 300 million credits. With this much money, Zero Wing could survive for quite some time, even without selling coins for credits." She sure came quickly. Shi Feng was startled by the speed. He had anticipated having to wait for a few days. After all, the remuneration Frost Heaven promised Zero Wing was significant. The 3 upper zone reserve slots aside, just the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid should take Frost Heaven quite some time to gather. Do you want to meet her now? Liang Jing asked. Of course, Shi Feng nodded. Let me clean up first. I'll head over as soon as I'm done. Chapter 27039, Upper Zone. Chapter 27039, Upper Zone. Zero Wing's headquarters, top floor lounge. After Shi Feng finished tidying up, he made his way to the lounge. Upon entering the room, he noticed 2 girls sitting by the window and enjoying the scenery outside. Of the 2 girls, the elder one was Muxin, whom Shi Feng had met quite a few times now. Muxin wore a purple cyan one-piece dress. Like the summer sun, she exuded an indescribable warmth. Her aura in the real world was quite unlike the solemn aura she had in God's domain. The younger girl, sitting beside Muxin, wore a white sweatshirt and a pair of jeans. Although the younger girl gave off a sense of purity and sassiness, her petite figure only made her look like a little girl pretending to be an adult. This younger girl was someone else Shi Feng had met in God's domain before. She was Karui, Muxin's younger sister. Shi Feng, you finally decided to show up. Do you know how long you made us wait here? Karui said, her face full of resentment as she looked at Shi Feng. Don't listen to her. We didn't wait very long, Muxin said, shaking her head. My sister and I can also take advantage of this time to relax and appreciate the city scenery in the outside world, and from what I've seen thus far, I have to say that this is quite an enjoyable feeling. Muxin's words confused Shi Feng a little. Appreciate the outside world city scenery? Oh, right. I haven't told you about it yet. Noticing the confusion on Shi Feng's face, Muxin smiled faintly and said, My sister and I have always lived in the upper zone, and we very rarely come out from there. I see. Shi Feng nodded. However, Muxin's answer only served to confuse him further. Miss Muxin, is there no urban landscape inside the upper zone? All upper zones were established in first-tier megacities. Logically, urban landscapes should be very common in such cities. In fact, the scenery these megacities offered should be much more spectacular than what was visible from Zero Wing's headquarters. You'll understand once you visit the upper zone, Muxin said, a friendly smile appearing on her face. The upper zone is different from other places. Although Uncle Hong has given you the reserve slots, you still need to register with the upper zone first before you can enter. However, you're probably unfamiliar with the upper zone, so Uncle Hong sent me to escort you so that you can avoid any unnecessary troubles. That's right. If you don't have the guidance of veterans like us, you'll face a lot of trouble once you enter the upper zone, Karui said delightedly. You might even get kicked out of the upper zone because of a single mistake. Muxin did not refute Karui's words. Looking at Muxin, Shi Feng said, I'll have to trouble you then. It's no trouble. Muxin shook her head. She then continued softly. It is only thanks to you that Frost Heaven has managed to become a reserve guild. After saying so, Muxin picked up the black briefcase beside her seat. There are 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid here. You should store them well, Muxin said after opening the briefcase. She then warned, however, while the S-rank nutrient fluid is indeed an excellent product, it's best to avoid overusing it, as it is still incomplete. It isn't a finished product? Shi Feng was surprised by this revelation. The S-rank nutrient fluid was something countless people fought to obtain. Just the fact that it could maintain a person's youth was already unbelievable. Yet this drug wasn't actually a finished product? That's right, it isn't a finished product, so you should drink as little of it as possible, Karui said, nodding. She then continued in a surprisingly soft voice. As you're about to enter the upper zone, there are some things you are allowed to know now. The S-rank nutrient fluid is only a defective product. However, as it indeed has amazing effects on the human body, the Green God Company sells it in small quantities. Nonetheless, in the upper zones, drinking it isn't recommended. Muxin nodded in support of Karui's words. Thus far, Karui and I have drunk only 2 or 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids because of special circumstances. Uncle Hong even severely warned us and banned us from drinking more. Uncle Hong isn't someone who would harm us, so you should also be careful when using the S-rank nutrient fluid, Muxin said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng couldn't help becoming a little wary of the S-rank nutrient fluid. He then said, I understand. I'll have my people drink as little of it as possible. If even the upper zone advised its residents against drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, then there were definitely problems with this product. However, as to what exactly these problems were, most likely only a small number of people knew. Fortunately, aside from himself, everyone else in the guild hadn't consumed a significant amount of S-rank nutrient fluids. Now that our matters here are settled, since her elder sister had already transferred the S-rank nutrient fluids to Shi Feng, Karui said excitedly, let's go to the upper zone. We're going there now? Shi Feng was a little stunned. The upper zones were established only in certain first-tier cities, which were several hours of flight away. At this time, half the day had gone by already. Of course. We have a supersonic jet ready, Karui said nonchalantly. If we miss today's opportunity, it'll be very troublesome to schedule another appointment. Karui is right. Although Uncle Hong has given you the status required to enter the upper zone, entering it isn't easy. Since our matters here have been concluded, we should head over immediately, Muxin said in agreement. Okay, I'll make some arrangements here and go with you afterward, Shi Feng said without much hesitation. After all, he too wanted to visit the upper zone. Not to mention, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's situation wasn't exactly optimistic. If left alone for too long, they might even fall into a coma. Moreover, during his previous life, the upper zone was a place that even the executives of the various super first-rate guilds and first-rate guilds yearned to live in. As for the guild leader of a second-rate guild like himself, visiting the upper zone was something he never even dared to dream about. the end of the flight. The trio found themselves in Yuan-Tian City, one of only 3 first-tier megacities within the country to house an upper zone. While crossing the city districts on a high-class maglev train, Shi Feng couldn't help lamenting ruefully. As a megacity with a population of more than 100 million, Yuan-Tian City far outstripped other cities in terms of prosperity. It was also one of the cities Shi Feng had always wished to develop Zero Wing in, as it had many important resources rarely found in the outside world. In fact, almost all super first-rate guilds and super guilds operating in the virtual gaming industry had their headquarters in cities hosting an upper zone. This was because the upper zones would occasionally release some of its resources to the outside world. The various corporations based in the megacities hosting the upper zones would quickly divide these resources among themselves, and very rarely would any of these resources leave the city limits. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that only corporations that had set roots in an upper zone city could be considered a truly top-tier corporation. The road before Zero Wing was still very long. Meanwhile, after traveling inside the city for close to an hour and passing through many tunnels, Maxine parked the car in a vast area surrounded by steel walls. She then pointed at a huge door nearby and said, "We're here." After saying so, Maxine got out of the car and led Shi Feng to the huge door. "Suro, the upper zone is beyond this thing?" Shi Feng was amazed as he took in the 50-meter tall stone door and the energy walls that enveloped the space above the enclosure. In his previous life, he had only ever heard about the upper zone, and the information hadn't been much. Now that he was looking at one himself, he could only describe the upper zone as a titanic building made entirely of steel. "Let's go in," Kurui said to Shi Feng, as she pointed at the passageway underneath the huge door and a line of several dozen people entering it. She beamed at him and continued, "However, you have to be careful once you enter." "Is there something special about it?" Shi Feng asked, confused. "You'll understand once you go in," Kurui said, her smile growing even brighter when she saw the confusion on Shi Feng's face. "However, you'd best be mentally prepared. Once you go inside, you won't have a chance to return to your own world." Afterward, Kurui stopped speaking and walked toward the passageway. Muxin had remained silent all the while. However, after a moment, Muxin took a deep breath and looked at Shi Feng. She then said earnestly, "Although Kurui is right, there are unimaginable opportunities available in the upper zone. If you can prosper inside, even the various international corporations will have to treat you with respect. Anyway, time is almost up. Let's enter as well." Chapter 2740, Mental Path. Chapter 2740, Mental Path. Shi Feng also deeply agreed with Muxin's reminder. In fact, he had a much better understanding than Muxin and Kurui did of how special and different the upper zone was compared to the outside world. In his previous life, aside from the various powers of God's domain, any expert that successfully reached Tier 5 would, for some reason, yearn to enter the upper zone. Their yearning could even be described as fanaticism. That kind of fanaticism wasn't something Muxin and Kurui could understand. Back then, those people were truly willing to risk their lives to enter the upper zone. Extending one's lifespan by living in the upper zone was indeed a very tempting matter. In fact, it was something even the various major corporations would fight desperately to obtain. However, back then, Shi Feng could tell that those Tier 5 experts weren't risking their lives just to extend their lifespans. Instead, it was as if something in the upper zone was attracting experts of such caliber. Thus, many Tier 5 experts and even Tier 6 God-ranked experts in God's domain had abruptly gone missing, their fate unknown. One of the most well-known people among those who disappeared was Violet Cloud. As a Tier 6 cleric god, Violet Cloud had been in existence even the various super guilds had a headache dealing with. In the past, in order to enter the upper zone, Violet Cloud had agreed to the harsh conditions of a super guild. After completing these conditions, she had entered the upper zone. However, she had also disappeared from God's domain from then on. Hence, whether it was Kurui's warning or Muxin's reminder, Shi Feng still wished to take a look at what exactly the upper zone was. When Shi Feng arrived before the entrance of the dark passageway, there were already several dozen people lined up there. These people were equally split between genders, and none of them looked to be over 20 years old. with the youngest one looking to be only 16 years old. Meanwhile, despite the arrival of beauties like Muxin and Karui, these people practically ignored the two. Instead, they all focused on Shi Feng, who was wearing casual sportswear. Another newcomer arrived. Judging by his appearance, he didn't come prepared at all. He's definitely another one of those despicable bastards that got in through connections. Shh, don't let him hear you. We can't afford to offend such people. When Shi Feng overheard the conversation of the teenage boys and girls with his sharp senses, he was rather baffled. Meanwhile, Karui, who stood beside Shi Feng, nearly laughed at his situation, but managed to restrain herself in the end. However, her lips still formed a shallow arc. "You don't need to mind them," Muxin said to Shi Feng as she glanced at the teenagers. "They're here to participate in the assessment for entering the upper zone." "Assessment for entering the upper zone?" Shi Feng was slightly surprised. This was his first time to hear of this. As far as he knew, the only reliable way for an outsider without connections to enter the upper zone was through recruitment by the Green God Company as a talent. Unlike what you would expect, the upper zone isn't limited to just people with authority, Muxin explained. The upper zone is also where the Green God Company nurtures its internal talents. These youngsters are all talents who have passed the Green God Company's preliminary tests. So long as they pass this assessment, they will also gain entry into the upper zone. However, this assessment is only available to talents under the age of 20. Talents past this age can only work outside. As for the assessment's content, it is simply to get through this passageway and enter the upper zone. "Pass through this passageway?" Shi Feng asked in confusion as he pointed at the dark tunnel ahead. "That's right. This passage is nicknamed the mental path, and it tests and tempers a person's mental strength. The mental path is normally closed, so it doesn't have any significant effect on people. However, when the mental path is activated, only 3 to 5 people get through it every year. Very few among those who participate in the Green God Company's test actually pass it," Muxin said, nodding. "However, so long as one passes the test, not only will they receive priority training from the Green God Company, but they will also receive a significant reward." Karui nodded in agreement with Muxin's words. She then said pridefully to Shi Feng, "I passed this mental path last year. Big Sis is even more of a genius, and she passed it at the age of 15. She caused quite a sensation in Yuantian City's upper zone back then." While Muxin was giving Shi Feng an explanation, a young man walked out of the passageway. This man wore a tight-fitting T-shirt that thoroughly revealed his skeletal structure and muscles. His physique was elegant and full of power, like a cheetah's. However, despite his apparent youth, his aura suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. It was evident he wasn't as young as he looked. Upon noticing this man's arrival, the teenagers, Muxin and Karui, promptly tensed up. "Huh? Another newcomer?" The young man was slightly surprised when his gaze fell on Shi Feng. "Supervisor Luo, you misunderstand. He is here to register. He's not an examinee," Muxin explained. "Oh, so Hong Xinyuan gave his reserve slot to him?" Suddenly, a trace of disgust flashed in the young man's eyes as he took a second glance at Shi Feng. What a lucky kid. However, the Green God Company is conducting an assessment today. If you want to enter, you'll have to go with these youngsters. I don't have the time to shut down the passageway again." Muxin frowned when she heard the young man's words. It was no secret that Luo Hanbing and Hong Xinyuan were rivals in the upper zone. However, she never thought that Luo Hanbing would use this opportunity to publicly retaliate against Hong Xinyuan. One needed to make an appointment to register with the upper zone. Normally, waiting several months for an appointment wouldn't be strange. This time, it was only thanks to Hong Xinyuan's connections that Shi Feng could get registered so soon. However, if he didn't register today, he would have to wait for several months for another opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, those unregistered with the upper zone wouldn't be able to live there. Supervisor Luo, he is someone with a reserve slot. He has the right to freely enter the upper zone, Muxin said in a low tone to express her dissatisfaction. "I never said I was stopping him from entering." Luo Hanbing sneered. "He can enter whenever he wants. If he can't enter now, he can just enter tomorrow. As soon as Luo Hanbing finished speaking, the teenage examinees nearby nodded in agreement. That's right. The passageway is always open. Since he already has identification in the upper zone, can't he enter whenever he wants? Supervisor Luo is right. If he can't enter now, he can just enter tomorrow. Why must he compete with newcomers like us? The teenage newcomers instinctively despised people who entered the upper zone through connections. After all, they had gone through great difficulties to reach this point. They even had to walk through the activated mental path to secure identification in the upper zone. In comparison, Shi Feng could obtain identification without having to do anything. He made their efforts look like a joke. Karui also couldn't help glaring at the supervisor surnamed Luo. She then whispered to Muxin, saying, "Big sis, why don't we come back at another date? That bastard clearly won't let us in today." As one of the upper zone supervisors, Luo Hanbing wielded greater authority in the upper zone than Hong Xinyuan. Even if they reported this matter to their uncle, they wouldn't be able to do anything about this situation. After all, Luo Hanbing's actions were not completely unreasonable. "All right, if you don't want to enter, don't get in the way," Luo Hanbing said impatiently. "The newcomer assessment this time is very important. If it gets delayed, even Hong Xinyuan won't be able to bear the consequences." You, however, just as Muxin wanted to say something, a voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. "Supervisor Luo, so we can enter right away?" The owner of this voice was none other than Shi Feng, who had remained silent all this time. Shi Feng? Muxin stared at Shi Feng in stupefaction. She never thought Shi Feng would actually consider challenging the mental path, let alone Muxin. Even Luo Hanbing and the others were surprised. "Kid, it seems you're quite bold," Luo Hanbing said as he looked at Shi Feng. Chuckling, he continued, "Go on in then. However, let me give you a warning. You're not an examinee, so even if you lose consciousness inside, nobody will come to rescue you. If you stay inside for too long, it wouldn't be strange if you end up hospitalized for a few months. Don't mess around, Shi Feng. The mental path has a limit. It's several times more difficult for those over the age of 20. This is why the Green God Company has set the assessment's age limit at below 20 years old," Muxin said hurriedly. Not many people knew this, but the Green God Company had previously allowed people over 20 years old but under 25 years old to participate in the assessment as well. However, not a single person from this age group had managed to pass the assessment. As a result, the company limited the assessment to only people under the age of 20. Meanwhile, Luo Hanbing also knew this point, which was why he was certain they wouldn't be able to enter the upper zone today. "Relax. If it doesn't work out, I'll give up and come back immediately," Shi Feng assured, chuckling. Tests of mental strength were considered fortuitous opportunities in God's domain. After all, the promotion quests for Tier 4 and above set an incredibly high requirement for players' mental strength. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng's concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, he had hit a bottleneck and failed to make further progress. With such an opportunity before him, he naturally had to give it a try. After saying so, Shi Feng walked straight into the dark tunnel, leaving behind Muxin, who remained in a daze. "All right. You newcomers head in as well. Remember, you have only 1 hour." At Luo Hanbing's words, the newcomers promptly took deep breaths. Only after adjusting their mental state to its peak condition did they enter the passageway one after another. "Big sis, what should we do?" Karui was also at a loss in this situation. She never thought Shi Feng would be so courageous. Previously, when she told Shi Feng to be careful when he entered the upper zone, she meant for him to be careful of the mental path. After all, even when inactive, the mental path significantly affected people older than 20. If he wasn't careful, he might end up fainting. Yet now Shi Feng was walking straight into the fully activated mental path. "The mental path is too dangerous for me," Muxin said anxiously. After giving the matter some thought, she said, "You should go after him. If it looks like he can't hold on any longer, bring him back immediately." "Huh. What a troublesome guy does. He think he is still in God's domain?" Karui grumbled somewhat unhappily. However, in consideration of the overall situation, Karui still entered the passageway. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 2741, Steel Mind. Inside the dark passageway, Shi Feng walked for 5 minutes before he finally arrived at a brightly lit hall. The hall was the size of a basketball court and undecorated. The fluorescence from the walls brightly illuminated the entire hall. When walking into this hall, Shi Feng felt as if he had just entered a white space. Is that the mental path they were talking about? Shi Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the staircase leading downward at the other end of the hall. The reason for his surprise was the niggling feeling of familiarity this staircase gave him, yet he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The staircase was made entirely of white, jade-like stones. It evoked a sense of sanctity and comfort that resembled the winter sun and the summer breeze. Moreover, this sensation grew increasingly stronger the closer he got to the staircase. He even had the urge to dash toward it. The moment Shi Feng set foot on the white staircase, an indescribable comfort spread throughout his body. For a moment he felt as if he had been reborn. However, immediately afterward, he felt as if someone had just smashed a hammer straight into his brain. His thoughts became paralyzed momentarily, and he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. He even staggered as he briefly lost control over his body. So this is the mental path? After backing up into the hall, Shi Feng stared at the white staircase in disbelief. The strength of its mental assaults is even more frightening than Light-Forged City's divine statues. No wonder the Green God Company set the age limit to below 20. If the divine will of Light-Forged City's divine statues were equated to a storm that attacked one's whole body, then the white staircase's mental assault was a hammer that struck accurately and ruthlessly at the deepest part of one's brain. The penetrative power of the white staircase's mental assault was far above that of the divine will. During the time Shi Feng was marveling at the staircase's mental assault, the Green God Company's newcomers had entered the hall one after another. That person is still here, as expected. Of course. Does he think the mental path is so easy to traverse? If it were that easy, there wouldn't only be 3 to 5 people gaining identification in the upper zone every year, but thousands instead. I wonder how far I can get this time. When the newcomers saw Shi Feng standing idly before the mental path, they didn't find his reaction surprising at all. When they first set foot on the white staircase, they too had been shocked by its power. Moreover, the staircase's mental assault truly hurt. It hurt so badly that they couldn't even scream. If possible, they wouldn't want to experience such a feeling a second time. However, someone among the new arrivals this time might actually make it through, a 19-year-old girl in white clothes said. Looking at the white staircase, she sighed ruefully and continued, "In comparison, this is my last chance. If I don't get through this time, I can only mingle in the city. You're talking about that special enrollment, right?" A long-haired girl of similar age said as she looked at a 17-year-old boy with short hair nearby. How frustrating. The company recruited him just a few months ago, yet he can already participate in the assessment. The company's executives have a high opinion of him. It really makes you wonder if his head is made of stone. He actually shows no reaction to the mental assaults. Who else? The white-shirted girl retorted. When she looked at the skinny, short-haired boy, indescribable envy filled her eyes. If I had half his talent, I might be able to pass the assessment this time. People like him are bound to become internal members of the company. His looks are fine, too. Licking her lips, the long-haired girl said, "I heard he still doesn't have a girlfriend. If we seize this opportunity, we might have a chance to enter the upper zone as well." As the two girls whispered to each other, the skinny boy, the boy in question, stepped onto the white staircase. The next moment, the boy descended the staircase one step after another at a uniform speed. From beginning to end, he showed no response to the staircase's mental assaults. It was as if the mental assaults didn't even exist. The boy's calm performance immediately took the breaths of the newcomers inside the hall. No way. He really isn't reacting at all. Is his brain made of metal? When the lanky youth remained unfazed even after descending over 100 meters, both the newcomers in the hall and Shi Feng couldn't help their surprise. With such a performance, his concentration standard should be at Tier 4 already. Shi Feng already had a clear grasp of the white staircase's mental assaults. If the mental assault he suffered were several times weaker, it would roughly match the divine statue's mental assault. However, the short-haired boy actually remained unfazed by such a mental assault. This showed that the mental assault's intensity was well within the limit of the boy's mental fortitude. Even Violet Cloud did not possess such frightening mental fortitude. Heh, shocked, right? Caraway, who had just arrived in the hall, giggled as she looked at the short-haired youths departing back. I already told you to be careful. This mental path isn't as simple as you think it is. As for that boy you saw, he's Yan Wuming, a peerless talent the Green God Company went to great lengths to discover. The company considers him the best talent of the past few decades. Even my elder sister is far behind him. Yan Wuming? Shi Feng suddenly recalled something. He is that Yan Wuming? That's right. He's Yan Wuming. What's the matter? Karui was confused as she looked at Shi Feng's surprised expression. I see. So that's why his concentration standard is so high, Shi Feng chuckled. Everyone in God's domain had known Yan Wuming's nickname in the past. Invincible Swallow. He was a master among magical classes, and he could cast spells as easily as speaking. He was an overlord of magic, and he had fought countless PvP battles without suffering defeat during his career in God's domain. Even the old monsters of the various super guilds couldn't last more than 3 exchanges against him. When Invincible Swallow was at his peak, only Tier 6 God-ranked experts, who were 1 tier above him, stood a chance against him. Only the number of Tier 6 God-ranked experts in the game at that time could still be counted on the fingers of one hand. Moreover, all of them were incredibly elusive, and finding even one was a challenging task, let alone dueling one. Meanwhile, after Invincible Swallow reached Tier 6, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Nobody knew the reason for his disappearance either. Invincible Swallow's disappearance had caused a great commotion back then. Rumor had it that even the Green God Company had frantically searched for him, however he remained missing. This is interesting. Shi Feng never thought that he would actually meet the legendary Invincible Swallow here today. You're not thinking of challenging the mental path, are you? Karui was stunned when she saw Shi Feng's mood suddenly brightening. She had a strong suspicion that the mental path had driven Shi Feng crazy. Challenge? Shi Feng shook his head. I don't plan on challenging it. I just plan to take a look inside the upper zone. Is there a difference? Karui was a little puzzled. If Shi Feng didn't cross the mental path today, he shouldn't even think of entering the upper zone. Of course there is. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng said, It means I don't intend to bear the mental assaults anymore. Karui grew even more confused. Were mental assaults something one could avoid confronting just because one wished it? However, Shi Feng did not make any additional explanations. He immediately stepped onto the white staircase. Previously, he had used a trick to absorb the divine will of the divine statues to improve his concentration. This time, he also planned to use a similar trick. Only the white staircase's mental assault had also given him some new ideas, and that was how to enhance his mental control. Since the white staircase's mental assaults possessed great penetrative power, he would gather all his focus into a single point instead of elevating his control over his whole body. He would turn his mind into steel and defend only the deepest part of his brain. The next moment, Shi Feng took his first step on the white staircase and paused. However, unlike before, his expression did not change at all. There was no dissonance in his body either. He simply stood there quietly. Success! Shi Feng's eyes widened in delight. However, this state also deprives me of all control over my body. It seems that I still have to retain a small part of my focus to control my body and concentrate the rest on shielding my mind from these mental assaults. Afterward, Shi Feng took another step forward. Clang! A faint jangle echoed in Shi Feng's mind. However, not only did the hammer-like mental assault fail to shake the depths of his mind, but his body didn't even twitch in the slightest. It works, but adapting to this state isn't going to be easy. Shi Feng couldn't help smiling bitterly at the heaviness of his body. This was his first time using only a small amount of mental power to control his body. Right now, he felt as if he was hovering between consciousness and unconsciousness. His body also felt incredibly ponderous. However, after taking several steps, Shi Feng began to have a better grasp of this state. Meanwhile, from an outsider's perspective, Shi Feng looked as if he was descending an ordinary staircase. He showed no reaction whatsoever to the white staircase's mental assaults. Moreover, his speed of descent was even increasing as time passed. In less than a minute, Shi Feng overtook Yan Wuming. The distance between the two even kept growing afterward. "How is this possible?" Karui's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when she saw Shi Feng practically flying down the staircase. Is he immune to the mental assaults, similar to how Yan Wuming is? As for the other newcomers in the hall, they were even more dumbfounded by this situation. None of them dared believe their eyes. In the end, Shi Feng spent less than 15 minutes traversing the mental path. When he reached the goal, melodious bells rang and echoed throughout the upper zone. Chapter 270-42, Grade 1 Authority. Chapter 270-42, Grade 1 Authority. Upper zone outside the mental path. Upon hearing the peal of melodious bells, both Luo Hanbing and Muxin revealed surprised looks on their faces. It's been less than 20 minutes since they went inside, yet someone's already passed the assessment. Muxin's surprise at the sound of the bell was inevitable. The mental path was an incredibly important aspect of the upper zone. Whenever someone successfully passed the activated mental path, bells would be rung to notify everyone in the upper zone of the achievement. The mental path's bell's peal proved that someone had cleared it already. However, the speed at which they cleared it was simply unbelievable. Usually, it would take a person over 30 minutes to traverse the mental path. After all, the staircase's length wasn't exactly short. Even a person walking at a normal pace would take 30 minutes to descend it. Not to mention, every step a person took on the mental path would trigger an intense mental assault. Good, good! A clear time of less than 20 minutes. It seems the higher-ups were right about that kid. He really is a monster. Luo Hanbing grinned in satisfaction. The price I paid to become the guide for this assessment was truly worth it. As the invigilator for the assessment, the more excellent the newcomers that appeared under his watch, the higher his evaluation with the higher-ups. Moreover, as the guide for the assessment qualifiers, he would have a much easier time recruiting the qualified newcomers. If he could rope a peerless genius like Yan Wuming to his side, his status in Yuantian City's upper zone would also rise. Meanwhile, Muxin, who similarly realized this matter, revealed an ugly expression on her face. If Luo Hanbing enlisted a mental monster like Yan Wuming to his side, his status in the upper zone would most likely surpass Hong Xinyuan's. After a few more minutes went by, the mental path's bells rang once more. Another person passed. Muxin was stunned when she heard the bells. Simultaneously, her complexion darkened even further. The bells of Yuantian City's upper zone rang only a handful of times each year. Yet, the bells had rung twice today. This was a situation that didn't occur even once in a decade. Yet, Luo Hanbing had actually chanced upon this day. Amazing. The newcomers this time are truly amazing. Luo Hanbing burst into laughter. He then glanced at Muxin and said, "Muxin, you're one of the famous geniuses in Yuantian City's upper zone. You won't have a future if you keep following old Hong. How about you join me? You might even raise your mental strength by a rank in the next 1 or 2 years if you join me. At that time, your authority in the upper zone will also be elevated to Grade 1. Thank you for your offer, Supervisor Luo, but I'm doing very well following Uncle Hong. I believe it won't be long before I raise my authority to Grade 1. Muxin rejected Luo Hanbing's offer without hesitation. Luo Hanbing was not at all surprised by Muxin's refusal. He said nonchalantly, "Once behind, always behind." I hope you don't regret your decision today. What the upper zone prioritized the most was a person's mental strength. In fact, mental strength determined a person's status in the upper zone. The stronger one's mental strength, the greater the authority one would enjoy in the upper zone, hence the more the resources one could obtain. However, developing one's mental state was incredibly difficult. Moreover, the older one became, the slower one's growth would be. Take Muxin, for example. She had cleared the mental path at the age of 15. Back then, she was judged to possess advanced mental strength. However, as she wasn't an internal member of the Green God Company, she was only granted Grade 2 authority, which was one level lower than that of internal members with the same mental strength standard. Back then, the other individuals unaffiliated with the Green God Company who had passed the mental path had been granted only Grade 3 authority. Unfortunately, even after so many years, Muxin's mental strength had not improved by much. As a result, she remained at Grade 2 authority even today. However, if Muxin could improve herself and reach Grade 1 authority, her status in the upper zone would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fewer than 200 people held Grade 1 authority in Yuan-Tian City's upper zone. Even Luo Hanbing, a supervisor in the upper zone, only held advanced rank authority, one rank higher than Grade 1 authority. After that exchange, Luo Hanbing stopped speaking to Muxin. In Luo Hanbing's opinion, Muxin was basically deadwood. With Hong Xinyuan's meager resources, let alone raising Muxin's mental strength standard, even helping Karui Muxin's little sister to the Grade 2 standard would be challenging, following which time passed quickly. Why haven't they returned yet? Did something happen to Karui? Muxin looked at the time nervously. While Karui wasn't immune to the mental path's effects with her past experiences, she shouldn't have any problem dealing with the mental assaults anymore. The pain inflicted by the mental assaults should be well within her range of tolerance. It's been almost an hour now, yet they still haven't come out. They must have met with an accident, Luo Hanbing said as he glanced at his watch. Sneering, he continued, I warned him that he'd get hospitalized if he wasn't careful. Youngsters nowadays really don't know how to listen to advice. It's a pity, but they'll have to stay in there for a few hours. Did something really happen? Muxin's complexion turned pallid. The mental path's activation and deactivation processes were very tedious. Even someone with special privileges would need 2 or 3 hours to power it down. If Shi Feng and Karui collapsed and remained in the mental path for such a long period, they would be fortunate to get away with just 1 month of hospitalization. If their condition was serious, they might end up with their future progress cut short. Just when a wave of panic overwhelmed Muxin, the quantum watch on her wrist suddenly rang, notifying her of a call. Meanwhile, the caller was none other than Karui. Karui, what's the situation on your side? Muxin couldn't help getting angry when she saw Karui's face on the screen. Why haven't you come out yet? Sis, that's not important anymore. A major event happened on the mental path, Karui said excitedly. A major event? What is it? Are you talking about the 2 that passed the mental path? Muxin couldn't help feeling frustrated at Karui's words. She couldn't believe her little sister was in the mood to care about incidental matters in this situation. Yes, Shi Feng actually passed the mental path, Karui said, her eyes filled with excitement. Everyone in the hall got a shock afterward. I had to hurry through to get to the communication area. I'm dead tired after that trip. Shi Feng passed the mental path. Muxin suddenly felt that her brain was somewhat lacking in processing power. Shi Feng was undoubtedly over 20. Meanwhile, in the history of Yuan-Tian City's upper zone, no one past the age of 20 and under the age of 25 had ever managed to conquer the mental path. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look for yourself. He's here with me, Karui said as she adjusted the camera angle to capture Shi Feng, as well as Yan Wuming, who was glaring at Shi Feng with eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Bye-bye. We're going to enter the upper zone now. After Karui finished speaking, she promptly disconnected the call, leaving her elder sister in a daze. Impossible. Luo Hanbing was dumbfounded when he overheard Muxin and Karui's conversation. That kid is already over 20. How can he possibly get through the mental path? No sooner had Luo Hanbing thought this than a notice popped up on his quantum watch. The next moment, his quantum watch projected a holographic table containing the data of the mental path's qualifiers this time. First, Shi Feng. Clear time, 13 minutes, 41 seconds age. Under 25 years old, affiliation, Non-member mental strength appraisal, special grade, upper zone authority, grade 1. Second, Yan Wuming, clear time, 18 minutes, 33 seconds, age under 20 years old. Affiliation, internal member, mental strength appraisal, advanced grade. Upper zone authority, grade 1, special grade. Muxin was dumbfounded when she saw the tabulated data. Although Shi Feng's performance in God's domain was indeed astonishing, she never imagined his mental strength would be equally astonishing. Special grade. This was a mental strength she was striving to attain. However, no matter how much effort she put in, she remained far from reaching this standard. At some point, she had even begun losing hope of further progress. Damn it! How could this be? Luo Hanbing's face turned ashen when he saw the results. He had inadvertently offended a monster. Moreover, Shi Feng evidently had deep ties with Hong Xinyuan. Meanwhile, inside the mental path's innermost section, Shi Feng and the others were riding a platform descending deep into the ground. The gravity here is getting stronger. Shi Feng discovered that as he got deeper into the tunnel, the gravity his body experienced intensified. In less than 10 minutes riding the platform, the gravity he experienced had already doubled. After the moving platform exited the tunnel, Shi Feng was immediately dumbfounded. However, his surprise wasn't just because the gravity here was 3 times stronger than that of the outside world. Instead, it was because there was actually a levitating mountain beyond the tunnel. This mountain's radius exceeded 10 kilometers, and there were several levitating escalators leading up to this mountain. Many tall buildings stood on this levitating mountain. Clouds and mist shrouded its peak, preventing anyone from catching a clear glimpse of it. Overall, the mountain looked like a paradise on Earth. Well, stunned, right? The shocked expression on Shi Feng's face delighted Kurui. Anyone visiting the upper zone for the first time would never think that the upper zone would be underground, much less there being such an unimaginably huge space deep underground. Indeed, it is incredible, Shi Feng admitted. He had never heard of or seen such a unique space before. It was no wonder those who knew of the upper zone's specifics would be so desperate to live here. Just breathing the air here gave him a refreshing feeling. If he could reside here long-term, achieving longevity indeed wouldn't be a dream. When Kurui saw that the moving platform had stopped at the foot of the mountain, she promptly opened the platform's gate and stepped off the platform. However, when she saw that Shi Feng remained standing idly on the platform, she urged him excitedly, "Quick, you have grade 1 authority now? Let's go to the registration office and take a look. There might be some good rewards waiting for you." Chapter 2743, Astonishing Upper Zone, Chapter 2743, Astonishing Upper Zone. Shi Feng was curious about the upper zone. Hence, he did not hesitate to respond to Kurui's urging. However, just as he was about to step off the platform, a voice came from behind him. Wait a minute. The owner of this voice was none other than the short-haired youth, Yan Wuming. "What do you want?" Shi Feng asked, puzzled. Shi Feng was relatively curious about Yan Wuming's existence as well. In the past, Yan Wuming had been a high and mighty existence in God's domain, like a god of war that overlooked all life. Yet now, he was only a young boy, a boy whose eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit as he looked at Shi Feng. "What's your name?" Yan Wuming asked. "Shi Feng," Shi Feng responded curtly. "Shi Feng, I'll remember that." Yan Wuming silently repeated Shi Feng's name in his mind several times. He then looked at Shi Feng and said earnestly, "Although I lost to you in the mental strength competition today, I will quickly reach the special grade standard. I will challenge you again at that time." "Challenge me," Shi Feng chuckled. He then shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I don't have that kind of time. I'm a busy person." Shi Feng did not lie to the boy. He had to not only resolve Gentle Snow and Aqua Rosa's problem, but also attend to plenty of guild affairs as well as quests awaiting completion. Previously, he had still lacked strength. However, now that he had reached Tier 4, there were many problems he could begin tackling. Hence, he did not have time for Yan Wuming's challenge. "This isn't up to you." Yan Wuming ignored Shi Feng's thoughts. In a sonorous and forceful tone, he said, "One of my goals is to be number 1 in Yuantian City's upper zone, and you're my first obstacle." Only after defeating you can I get closer to my goal. It seems you like challenges." Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised at Yan Wuming's declaration. After giving the matter some thought, he said, "How about this? I'll give you one chance to challenge me. So long as you meet my condition, you can challenge me at any time. What do you think?" "Say it," Yan Wuming said confidently. "Do you play God's Domain?" Shi Feng asked. "I've been playing it for some time now." Looking at Shi Feng strangely, Yan Wuming asked, "Are you telling me to defeat you in God's Domain?" Karui, who stood nearby, heard Yan Wuming's words and couldn't help snickering. "You must be confident in yourself, huh? Do you even know who he is? You want to defeat him in God's Domain?" Karui scoffed at Yan Wuming. "No matter who he is, I will win." Yan Wuming did not waver in the slightest, although he started having some doubts about Shi Feng's identity. These were all trivial matters. What was most important to him was defeating Shi Feng. "No, you misunderstand." Shi Feng chuckled. "I'm not requiring you to defeat me in God's Domain. You just need to beat a friend of mine." "Sure." Yan Wuming nodded. "Tell me their name. Once I reach Tier 3, I'll beat that friend of yours in no time. Then, I'll come to challenge you." "Her name in God's Domain is Violet Cloud." Shi Feng inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Yan Wuming agree to his suggestion. "You can head to Silverwing City to look for her. So long as you defeat her, I'll accept your challenge." Since a talent like Yan Wuming had come knocking on his door, Shi Feng naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. If he could rope Invincible Swallow into Zero Wing, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The overall strength of the guild's top combatants would soar. "No problem. I'll seek her out afterward." Yan Wuming responded without hesitation, his expression still as confident as before. However, after hearing Shi Feng's suggestion, Karui looked at Yan Wuming with slightly different eyes. Now there was a hint of pity in her gaze. "I hope you don't despair too much when you meet with Violet Cloud." Karui silently prayed for Yan Wuming. Karui had witnessed Violet Cloud in action. Even the old monsters of super guilds couldn't outmatch her. In fact, even mythology's divine spear demon only managed to fight her to a draw. At this time, there were most likely only a handful of people capable of defeating Violet Cloud. "Let's go." Shi Feng couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling when he noticed Karui secretly praying for Yan Wuming. He then walked toward the distant street. When Shi Feng said he would get himself registered now, Karui's face immediately shone with excitement. She then dragged Shi Feng toward the tallest building situated at the foot of the mountain. Yan Wuming remained by the platform, waiting for someone to guide him. As Shi Feng walked along the streets on the levitating mountain, he could feel his mind and body being enriched. He also started adapting to the tripled gravity here. "So this is the real upper zone?" Shi Feng couldn't help his shock. Ordinary people would have difficulty even moving their bodies under tripled gravity. Shi Feng could shrug off the effects of the higher gravity due to his astonishing physical fitness. Even so, he still felt very uncomfortable in such an environment. However, after stepping onto the mountain, the discomfort disappeared. It was as if there was a special energy source constantly enriching his weakened body. Meanwhile, this steady cycle of exhaustion and replenishment also served to strengthen his physique continually. His arduous physical training regimen in the outside world was basically a joke in the upper zone. If all upper zone residents experienced such strengthening effects, so long as they did not suffer any injuries, they shouldn't have any problems living up to 120 years old. "Do you now understand how different the upper zone is from the world you know?" Karui asked, smiling. "Everyone living here is growing physically stronger by the moment. Even without intensive training, the physical fitness of people living here can quickly rival that of Henglian masters. According to the rumors floating about in the outside world, the lifespan of people living in the upper zone has reached 150 years. In reality, that is only the lifespan of those living in the upper zone's base layer. You must have noticed the mountainside and summit as well. Those are the middle and top layers. The people residing there possess truly astonishing physical fitness and lifespans. The average lifespan in the middle layer is 180 years, while in the top layer it's 200 years. This is already beyond human limits. In ancient times, 200 years was already enough for a change in dynasties. On the other hand, those living at the top would only be entering their prime after reaching 120 years old. Speaking up to this point, Caraway gazed at the mountaintop, full of yearning. "The upper zone's houses are stratified?" Shi Feng asked strangely. "Of course. There is only so much space on this mountain. Even with the Boulder Corporation's wealth and status, we can only live in the base layer. The middle layer isn't a place one can live in just by having wealth and status," Karui grumbled in frustration. "If you want to live in the middle layer, your authority in the upper zone must reach a certain level. For example, you currently already have Grade 1 authority. Grade 1 authority is the highest authority available in the base layer. If you manage to elevate your authority level to advanced grade, you can live in the middle layer." "What do you mean by these authority levels?" Shi Feng asked in confusion. He roughly understood the purpose of the upper zone's authority levels. However, he still didn't know the exact details. "Right, I haven't told you the details yet." After a slight pause, Karui continued. "Money and status are the least important things in the upper zone. What's most important is your mental strength and authority level. Authority in the base layer is divided into 3 levels. The higher your authority, the better the items you can buy in exchange from the Green God Company. You can think of the upper zone as the Green God Company's trading market. Grade 3 authority is the lowest, and the items you can purchase at this authority level are also of the most inferior quality. However, it is still many times better than what people without authority can get. At the very least, you have the right to purchase basic housing in the base layer. You won't need to pay astronomical prices to rent a house. After reaching Grade 2 authority, you can purchase items that normally are not available in the outside world. For example, the life potion that only appears during the Green God Company's auctions. At Grade 2 authority, you can also purchase villas in the base layer and have an independent private space. At Grade 1 authority, things start to get amazing. Not only will there be more items available for purchase, but you can also participate in the Green God Company's contribution competition, which takes place every 3 months. So long as you rank within the competition's top 3, you'll receive permission to live in the middle layer for 3 months. You've already seen the benefits available in the base layer. Well, the middle layer's benefits are even more exaggerated. Anyone who visits the middle layer once wouldn't wish to leave. Just like your current self, after tasting the base layer's benefits, you wouldn't want to live in the outside world anymore. Moreover, you can purchase items beyond your imagination in the middle layer. According to rumors, the Green God Company's life water can be bought there. Life water is much stronger than life potion. Supposedly, it can perfectly repair any damage to the body and even increase a person's lifespan. At this point, Karui shook her head and sighed helplessly. For people living in the upper zone's base layer, their yearning for the middle layer was akin to the yearning outsiders had for the upper zone. However, let alone ascending to the middle layer, just gaining Grade 1 authority was already a challenge for most people. Life water? Shi Feng couldn't help being shocked. He never thought that there would be something even more potent than life potion. Moreover, it was something that could perfectly heal all injuries. If that's true, healing Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's mental injuries shouldn't be a problem. "How do I participate in this contribution competition?" Shi Feng asked Rui. Initially, he only guessed that the upper zone would have a way to heal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. He hadn't been confident before. Now that he knew there was a way to do so, what he needed to do next was simple. "You want to take part in it?" Karui was stunned by Shi Feng's question. "Do you know what kind of people participate in that competition?" "What?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "Almost every one of them is the heir of a major corporation. Moreover, they are the best among their generation," Karui said slowly. "You can't even begin to imagine the resources they have at their command. Currently, you don't even have the 1 million trade points required to purchase an ordinary house in the base layer, let alone obtaining the Green God Company's contribution points. At Grade 1 authority, you can exchange up to 1,000 trade points per day for 10,000 credits per point. You can also find work in the upper zone or complete tasks to earn trade points and minimal contribution points. Do you know how difficult it is to earn the Green God Company's contribution points? That's not something that can be bought with money. You have to trade rare resources or help the Green God Company discover exceptional talents to obtain these points. It's impossible for you. Shi Feng had a headache when he heard Karui's explanation. He never thought that the competition's difficulty would be so high. For the current Zero Wing, securing rare resources in the real world was simply a dream. As for helping the Green God Company discover talents, that was most likely even more difficult than securing rare resources. Wait. No. It's not absolutely impossible, Karui said after something occurred to her. Recently, the Green God Company suddenly began purchasing God's Domain's 7 luminaries crystals in bulk. Moreover, they're offering lucrative exchange rates. 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 trade points and 10 contribution points. However, for the current Zero Wing, ranking in the competition is still a pipe dream. The current competition has been going on for nearly a month already. The last place participant has accumulated 16,000 contribution points, while the first place participant has accumulated 110,000 points. Even if you sold Zero Wing now, you still wouldn't have enough 7 luminaries crystals to rank within the top 3. No wonder so many corporations suddenly decided to enter God's domain. So they did it for the 7 luminaries crystals. Shi Feng suddenly had an epiphany and inwardly celebrated this discovery. For the various major corporations, money wasn't a problem. However, money wasn't enough to enter the upper zone's middle layer. Various rare resources were necessary. Meanwhile, God's Domain's 7 luminaries crystals were undoubtedly easier to obtain than the various rare resources the Green God Company required. Upon seeing that Shi Feng still hadn't given up, Karui shook her head and pointed at the 100-story building nearby, then said, "If you are intent on participating, you can register there. The staff at the registration area will tell you how exactly you can acquire contribution points." Shi Feng nodded in response, a plan having formed in his mind already. If it were any other item, he would indeed have difficulty fulfilling the Green God Company's requirement. However, 7 luminaries crystal was a different story. While acquiring 7 luminaries crystals wouldn't be easy for him, he wasn't exactly without options. Afterward, Shi Feng followed Karui into the Green God Company's office building in the base layer. The Green God Company's building had very few people inside. Even after arriving in the second-floor registration area, Shi Feng had come across only 2 other people. One of them was a 26-year-old beauty, while the other was Hong Xinyuan. From the humble way Hong Xinyuan was conversing with the woman, it was evident she held a higher position than Hong Xinyuan. Hong Xinyuan's eyes even carried a hint of respect as he looked at her. "Karui, you're finally here." Hong Xinyuan breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw Karui and Shi Feng enter the registration area. He then asked strangely, "Where's Muxin? Didn't she come with you?" Chapter 2744, Half-Step Master. Chapter 2744, Half-Step Master. "My sister?" Karui smiled at Hong Xinyuan's question, then answered joyfully, "I'm afraid she won't be able to enter today. She'll have to wait until tomorrow to do so."
"She can't enter."
Hong Xinyuan grew even more confused at Karui's words.
"Why can't she enter?"
"She has grade 2 authority. Who dares stop her?" Normally, anyone with formal identification in the upper zone could enter and leave the upper zone freely, although some circumstances could result in residents being prohibited from entering or outright banned from the upper zone. Once someone reached grade 2 authority, even the base layer supervisors wouldn't have the courage to stop them from entering the upper zone. Nobody stopped her. Karui shook her head, then giggled and said, "It's just that the mental path is activated today." The mental path? Realization dawned upon Hong Xinyuan. However, he quickly noticed a problem. He then turned to Shi Feng and asked, "How did you come in then?" "He must have cleared the mental path, right?" The woman seated beside Hong Xinyuan said leisurely as she glanced at Shi Feng. "He cleared the mental path? How is this possible?" Hong Xinyuan stared at Shi Feng in disbelief. No matter how Hong Xinyuan looked at it, Shi Feng was definitely past the age of 20. If Shi Feng wanted to conquer the mental path, the young man's mental strength needed to be of a similar grade to his own, which was the special grade. However, in the Yuan-Tian City Upper Zone's history, never had a youngster with such monstrous mental strength appeared before. That's right, Uncle Hong. Shi Feng indeed cleared the mental path. You should have seen it for yourself. Everyone in the entrance hall was dumbfounded, Caraway said, nodding, with an excited expression on her face. When Caraway finished speaking, the seated woman stood up and approached Shi Feng. Hello, I am Xia Qingying, the general manager of the base layer. The woman introduced herself to Shi Feng. I didn't expect that the person old Hong mentioned would actually possess special-grade mental strength. Xia Qingying's sudden actions gave Hong Xinyuan a fright. Despite being only 26 years old, Xia Qingying was the general manager of this upper zone's base layer. Her authority was among the top 3 in the base layer. Her identity and status were astonishing. Xia Qingying's taking the initiative to introduce herself to Shi Feng was 10 times more shocking than Shi Feng's achievement of having cleared the mental path. After a moment of surprise, Hong Xinyuan hurriedly stepped forward. Shi Feng, General Manager Xia, is a busy person. Normally, even the base layer's supervisors have a difficult time meeting her. She deliberately made time today to personally help with registering your identity and authority, Hong Xinyuan explained. Xia Qingying wasn't an individual just anyone could meet. Now that Xia Qingying was taking the initiative to befriend Shi Feng, Hong Xinyuan naturally had to get him to seize this opportunity. This way, the young man would face fewer troubles when residing in the upper zone. Hello, General Manager Xia, Shi Feng said, nodding. I will have to trouble you today. Shi Feng naturally understood what Hong Xinyuan meant in his explanation. At the same time, he felt grateful to Hong Xinyuan. It's no trouble. Such matters originally fall within my purview as a general manager, only I am usually busy and there are very few people who come to register. Therefore, I typically have several months' worth of applicants gather on a specific date to conduct an official registration, Xia Qingying said, chuckling as she carefully inspected Shi Feng. Your appearance, on the other hand, is truly astonishing. Not only did you clear the mental path under the age of 25, but you also spent only 13 minutes to do so. This is the first time I have seen a talent of your caliber in this upper zone. What? 13 minutes? Hong Xinyuan was shocked once more. Previously, Hong Xinyuan thought that Shi Feng's achievement was only getting through the mental path. It didn't occur to him that Shi Feng had spent such a short time clearing it. When other individuals with special-grade mental strength traversed the mental path, their average time was around 40 minutes, about 10 minutes longer than the average clear time for individuals under 20 years old. Yet, Shi Feng had spent only 13 minutes on the mental path. For a moment, Hong Xinyuan couldn't help wondering whether Xia Qingying was playing a joke on him. That's right. This person here has broken the Yuan-Tian City Upper Zone's mental path clear record for those under the age of 25. Xia Qingying nodded. She then looked at Shi Feng and smiled. If I don't hurry to register talents like yourself, I'm afraid those old fellows above will nag me to death. At Xia Qingying's words, realization also dawned upon Hong Xinyuan. With such frightening mental strength, Shi Feng's standard was most likely close to that of mental strength masters. Mental strength masters. There was not a single mental strength master residing in the base layer of Yuan-Tian City's upper zone. The middle layer only had several of such individuals. Moreover, every one of these individuals possessed identities and statuses that even the Boulder Corporation feared. Even though Shi Feng had yet to reach the standard of mental strength masters, his talent was more than enough for the various upper zones to fight over him. You overpraise me, General Manager Xia. I just got lucky. I believe it won't be long before the upper zone has many people who surpass me. Truthfully, Shi Feng felt somewhat guilty when receiving Xia Qingying's attention. This was because he had relied on a trick to get through the mental path. His actual mental strength was most likely at the advanced grade only. He was still far from reaching special grade. By his estimates, a special grade mental strength should be equivalent to a near Tier 5 concentration standard in God's domain. However, his current concentration standard was only at the intermediate Tier 4 standard, which was still far from the Tier 5 standard. "We've talked for quite some time now. We should get on with official business," Jia Qingying said, changing the topic after seeing Shi Feng at a loss in this situation. Smiling, she continued, "The formal registration for identification is simple. I only need to scan you with a device, and you'll become an official member of Yuantian City's upper zone. The troublesome part is deciding what rewards should be given to you." "Aren't the rewards for clearing the mental path fixed?" Shi Feng asked curiously. Previously, he heard from Karui that anyone who successfully cleared the mental path would receive 10,000 trade points and 1 life potion from the Green God Company. The life potion aside, just the trade points awarded were already significant. In the upper zone, trade points were as important as credits in the outside world because all transactions within the upper zone were conducted using the Green God Company's trade points. Moreover, depending on one's authority level, the number of trade points one could exchange for would differ. People without authority could exchange for only 100 trade points per day, while Grade 3 authority could exchange for 200 points, Grade 2 for 500 points, and Grade 1 for 1,000 points. While 1 trade point was equivalent to 10,000 credits in the upper zone. 10,000 credits were not necessarily equivalent to 1 trade point. There were some people who could make a fortune just by reselling their trade points. However, those who would actually do this were generally crazy, and the various corporations operating in the upper zone were more than happy to see such fools. After all, a standard meal prepared by the Green God Company already cost 30 trade points. People without authority could have only 3 standard meals per day. That was equivalent to 300,000 credits per meal. Just hearing about this made Shi Feng think that the upper zone was really a different world from the world he lived in. Although his physique had improved significantly and he now required higher quality food to support his body, 300,000 credits could still buy him several months' worth of food. However, in the upper zone he could only get 1 meal for such a sum. Meanwhile, this was only board. There were also many training facilities in the base layer for rapidly improving physical fitness and even facilities that helped improve mental strength. All these facilities cost trade points to use. Basic training facilities cost 20 points per hour, while advanced training facilities cost 50 points per hour. It was no exaggeration to say that only people with Grade 2 authority or higher could satisfy their daily needs in the upper zone. Of course, so long as one had sufficient authority, one could also accept work from the Green God Company to earn some points and maintain their daily lifestyle in the upper zone. Take Shi Feng, for example. With Zero Wing's fortune, he was basically a pauper who couldn't afford even ordinary housing. Hence, 10,000 trade points was a huge fortune to him. "It's fixed, but that reward is only meant for those under the age of 20, Jia Qingying said, nodding. "There is no fixed reward for people who clear the mental path above the age of 20 and under the age of 25. Not to mention you managed to break the under 25's clear record." "Can I ask for life water then?" Shi Feng couldn't help asking. "Life water?" Jia Qingying smiled all of a sudden. "Do you know that life water is incredibly precious, even in the Green God Company? Even if you become a mental strength master at your age, obtaining a bottle of life water wouldn't be easy. The standard price of a bottle of life water is 1 million contribution points, in addition to 30 million trade points." "It's that expensive?" Shi Feng was surprised by Jia Qingying's words. "Expensive?" Shaking her head, Jia Qingying said with a smile, "Life water is one of the Green God Company's greatest masterpieces. Although it can't bring the dead back to life so long as a person still has a breath in them, they can recover from all injuries completely over time. Life water can even extend a person's lifespan and allow them to maintain youthful vitality for another 60 years. 60 years is already close to a lifetime for ordinary people. Meanwhile, not only does life water allow you to live for an additional lifetime, but you will also retain your youthful vitality throughout this period. Do you still think it is expensive?" Shi Feng couldn't refute Jia Qingying's words. In fact, he even strongly agreed with her. For the leaders of the various international corporations, money was inconsequential. They could quickly earn it back even if they lost it. However, They had only one life to live. If these people had the opportunity to live for another lifetime, they most likely wouldn't hesitate to spend their entire accumulated fortune. Take the emperors of ancient times, for example. They could do anything for longevity. Meanwhile, since Shi Feng was so interested in life water, Hong Xinyuan couldn't help advising him, "Shi Feng, you should stop thinking about life water. Even the people living in the middle layer can hardly afford one. You should prioritize improving your mental strength for now. So long as your mental strength improves, your entry into the middle layer will be just around the corner." That's right. Let's end the talk on life water here. Jia Qingying also felt that it was unnecessary to continue talking about life water. After all, it was still too soon for Shi Feng to obtain one. Afterward, Jia Qingying scanned Shi Feng with the quantum watch on her wrist. Immediately, all available data on Shi Feng appeared on it. Your identification registration is complete. After looking at Shi Feng's data, Jia Qingying said with satisfaction, "Next, we have to determine your reward. Not only have you cleared the mental path, but you even broke the existing clear record. As the base layer's general manager, I can give you two options. The first option is to reward you with 500,000 trade points and 50 life potions or medicines of equivalent value. The second option is to reward you with an ordinary house in the base layer. You may pick one of these two rewards, Chapter 2745, Different World. Chapter 2745, Different World. The rewards are so excellent." Shi Feng was stunned momentarily by the rewards Jia Qingying mentioned. He couldn't believe that just by clearing the mental path above the age of 20, he would get 50 times the reward of everyone else. "They're not particularly excellent. However, they're the best rewards I can give you within my authority. If you were one of the Green God Company's internal members, you would receive a much more generous reward. In fact, your authority level would even be elevated to the advanced grade directly," Jia Qingying said. She then smiled and asked, "May I know if you are interested in joining our company?" "Thank you for your offer, General Manager Shia, but I am used to operating freely by really don't wish to be restrained." Joining the Green God Company might be the dream of many people, but he knew that the Green God Company had many restrictions. This was also the reason Muxin and Kerui did not join the company but retained their connection with the Boulder Corporation instead. What a pity. Jia Qingying sighed when she heard Shi Feng's answer. If a talent like Shi Feng joined the Green God Company, he would have climbed to a position not lower than hers in the upper zone. After all, mental strength masters were incredibly valuable to the upper zone. The Green God Company paid astronomical prices to cultivate mental strength masters. However, even now, the company hadn't managed to cultivate many. "Shi Feng, this is a good opportunity for you. If you get 50 bottles of phantom potions, which is of equivalent value to life potions, you might be able to elevate your mental strength to the next level," Kerui said, her eyes glowing with excitement when she heard Jia Qingying's offer. Although life potion was something that could be exchanged, and each bottle cost only 5,000 points. There was a limit on the number of bottles a person could exchange. People without authority could exchange for only 1 bottle per year, while Grade 3 authority could exchange for 2 bottles per year, and Grade 2 authority for 5 bottles per year. If one wanted to purchase more, they would have to buy them at a much more exorbitant price from other people. Meanwhile, the Phantom Potion was an incredibly magical drug the Green God Company developed that could sharpen and improve one's mental strength. Anyone with ambition in the upper zone would try to exchange for it. 50 bottles of Phantom Potions. She had never even seen so many Phantom Potions in her life before. With that many Phantom Potions, she could definitely achieve a breakthrough within a year and elevate her authority to Grade 2. "General Manager Xia, does the Green God Company have any medicine that can heal mental damage?" Shi Feng asked, as he looked at Jia Qingying currently. Life water was definitely out of his reach. Hence, he could only seek inferior alternatives to stabilize Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's mental states temporarily for now. "We do, but these medicines are much more valuable than life potion," Jia Qingying answered, as she looked at Shi Feng strangely. She couldn't understand why Shi Feng would want something like this. However, she still explained, out of all the injuries out there, mental trauma is the most difficult to treat. If you wish to purchase such medicine, you can only do so after entering the middle layer. However, you are not qualified to enter the middle layer yet. I can buy them only in the middle layer? Shi Feng frowned. He then said, General Manager Xia, I've decided I will take the ordinary house. When Hong Xinyuan heard Shi Feng's decision, he couldn't help looking at the young man in surprise. Hurriedly, he dissuaded Shi Feng. You're crazy. It's not easy to get 50 bottles of phantom potion, even with your grade 1 authority. You'd need 5 years to redeem that many. The Green God Company has a completely different evaluation for those who reach advanced grade authority before and after the age of 25. Humans would still be in their growth stage. Reaching the advanced grade authority before 25 meant they still had potential for growth. The Green God Company would prioritize nurturing such talents even if these talents were outsiders. An example of this would be how Xia Qingying was showing so much care for Shi Feng right now. However, if Shi Feng was already over 25 years old by the time he reached the advanced grade authority, the Green God Company's evaluation of him would plummet. Before Hong Xinyuan could continue trying to dissuade Shi Feng, Xia Qingying suddenly extended a hand to stop the older man. She then looked at Shi Feng with a strange gaze. It seems you are adamant on restoring mental trauma. You actually gave up the possibility to improve yourself rapidly within a short period and settled for a house that can just barely maintain and heal a person's mental state, Xia Qingying said, seemingly having seen through Shi Feng's intentions. See,
he
Also, I wish to participate in the contribution competition. Can I register for it now? An individual of Jia Qingying's status probably wouldn't pay people like himself a second glance under normal circumstances. She had gone out of her way to help him this time only because she admired the excellent potential he had shown. However, Shi Feng understood himself very clearly. In reality, he was still far from the standard of a mental strength master. Even with the Phantom Potion's help, he could at best elevate his mental strength to the special grade. In his situation, such an achievement would be of no help whatsoever. Rather than doing something meaningless, he would rather stabilize Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's conditions by relying on the upper zone's environment. After all, from what he heard from Caraway, people who entered the upper zone without gaining any authority would have to struggle to survive in the upper zone unless someone provided them with accommodation. However, obtaining a residence in the upper zone was easier said than done. Even an ordinary housing unit cost 1 million trade points. 1 million trade points? That was equivalent to 10 billion credits in the outside world. Moreover, even if he had that kind of money, it would still take him a very long time to exchange for 1 million trade points. Most importantly, every housing unit had a limited occupancy. An ordinary housing unit could accommodate 5 people at most, whereas the independent villas could have up to 20. For the various major corporations, let alone 20 slots, even 100 slots wouldn't be enough. After all, who didn't have close friends? Who didn't have sons and daughters? Who wouldn't wish to live in the upper zone forever? Hence, he would be dreaming if he thought he could borrow other people's houses. It might be fine if he were alone, but if he wanted to help other people, he would need an ordinary housing unit of his own. The contribution competition? It seems you're more extraordinary than I thought. In that case, I have nothing more to say, Jia Jinging said, nodding. She then transferred a message from her quantum watch to Shi Feng's and said, "This housing unit in the 6th Southern District will be yours from now on." Shi Feng was overjoyed when he saw the information displayed on his quantum watch. Although it was called an ordinary house, its floor area was still more than 200 square meters, definitely enough for 5 people to live comfortably. I have registered you for the contribution competition. However, I'm afraid the likelihood of you catching up with the other participants is low, especially if you are aiming for the top 3. Every one of the top 3 participants has more than 100,000 points already. I heard they have the backing of God's Domain super guilds. It's impossible for you to catch up to them now, Jia Qingying said as she looked at Shi Feng. However, you can try competing for the top 20 positions. Our company plans to offer the top 20 winners the right to purchase 3 items from the middle layer. You can give it a try at that time. Shi Feng was slightly surprised by Jia Qingying's words. Hurriedly, he thanked her. "Thank you, General Manager Jia." Afterward, Jia Qingying spoke a few words with Hong Xinyuan before departing the building. From her haste, it was evident she was truly busy. Meanwhile, Karui was greatly angered and frustrated by Shi Feng's decision. She never thought that Shi Feng would give up on such an excellent opportunity to improve himself. Even Hong Xinyuan shook his head over Shi Feng's decision. After instructing Karui to guide Shi Feng, he also gave Shi Feng a few reminders. However, unlike Karui and Hong Xinyuan, Shi Feng felt very happy with his current situation. This was because he had reaped a massive harvest from his visit to the upper zone this time. He had also finally understood the importance of 7 luminaries crystals and found a way to heal Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. He had even found a way to help outsiders into the upper zone. Once his authority reached the advanced grade, and he entered the upper zone's middle layer, he could spend 100,000 contribution points to exchange for 1 upper zone reserve slot. While he could exchange for only 3 slots per year with this method, this was still good news for him. After all, his goal wasn't simply to live in the upper zone by himself. As the sun set, Karui brought Shi Feng to his residence in the 6th Southern District and left without saying a word, evidently unhappy with Shi Feng's decision. This left Shi Feng standing alone in front of the residential building's entrance. "Isn't this house a little too amazing?" Shi Feng was stunned when he entered Unit 02 on the 35th floor. Not only was the housing unit fully equipped with smart facilities, but it even boasted a comprehensive array of exercise equipment. After entering the house, Shi Feng also felt much more comfortable than before, as if his whole body was soaked in a nutrient solution, and he could continuously improve his physical fitness even without doing any training. His brain also felt clearer than ever, like when he was in a mana-rich environment in God's domain. Moreover, every bedroom in the house was equipped with a state-of-the-art fearless virtual gaming cabin, something even more amazing than the virtual gaming cabins Zero Wing had purchased, according to Shi Feng's memories. The fearless virtual gaming cabin was a model that would appear in the outside world only 3 years later. The fearless cabin did not just allow players to fully immerse themselves in God's domain, it also improved the player's sensitivity. In particular, the cabin improved mana sensitivity by at least 20% and allowed players to exhibit 100% of their mental strength in God's domain. Back when the fearless cabins were first released to the public, the various corporations had fought over them frantically. Each unit had sold for at least 100 million credits. Moreover, the fearless cabins were always in short supply. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds could only afford to supply their executives with fearless cabins. The situation of second-rate guilds had been even worse. Even a guild leader like Shi Feng did not get to use a fearless cabin. I never dreamed I would have the opportunity to experience the fearless cabin in this life. Shi Feng was deeply moved by this situation. At this moment, he finally understood why people who entered the upper zone would be unwilling to leave it. The various environmental benefits aside, just the technology one could enjoy here was leaps and bounds ahead of the outside world's technology. A 20% increase to mana sensitivity. Even ordinary Tier 3 experts would experience a huge boost in combat power if they received such an improvement, what more peak experts and apex experts. The increase in mana sensitivity would also help players tackle their future promotions. After all, mana was the foundation of everything in God's domain. The more one understood about the operation and control of mana, the stronger one would become. It seems I should have Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose come over as soon as possible. These fearless cabins alone could increase their chances of reaching Tier 4 by at least 10%. As Shi Feng looked at the pitch-black gaming cabin, that was the size of a double bed, many thoughts and plans ran through his mind. After he gained a rough understanding of the house's functionality, he hopped into his fearless cabin without hesitation, intending to experience the effects of this legendary gaming cabin properly. Not to mention, it wouldn't be easy for him to return to Zero Wing's headquarters at this time. Once the cabin linked with God's domain's main god system, Shi Feng muttered in his heart, "Log in." Chapter 2746, Fearless Cabin's Effects. Twin Towers Kingdom. Fiery Ridge, as a level 90 map in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Fiery Ridge was popular with level 90-plus players, who would come here to grind for levels. However, these players didn't do so just because it was suitable for players of their level. Instead, it was also because the Earthfire Pterodactyl, a level 96 world boss, would appear in the Fiery Ridge from time to time. Compared to other world bosses, the Earthfire Pterodactyl was much easier to raid. So long as players met the high requirement for fire resistance, even a 100-man team made up of Tier 3 players could take it down. Hence, while grinding for levels in the Fiery Ridge, the various large guilds' newcomers would also check whether the Earthfire Pterodactyl had respawned. If the world boss had respawned, they would notify their guilds immediately, and their respective guilds would send a team to raid it. Not only could the players contributing to the world boss's discovery earn a bunch of GCPs, but they might even get a piece of level 100 fine gold equipment if they were lucky. More and more NPCs have been competing with us for monsters recently. Fortunately, this place is quite far from NPC cities, and there aren't any villages or towns nearby. Otherwise, we would lose even this leveling spot, a level 97, Tier 2 shield warrior said, as he looked at the corpses of a dozen level 95 chieftains and one level 96 lord before him. He couldn't help sighing ruefully. Ever since the major system update, the good days of grinding as many monsters as they wished were no more. Now, NPCs were frequently seen hunting monsters in groups in almost all leveling maps. Moreover, these NPCs would generally be 10 levels higher than the map they were grinding in. They also boasted enviable weapons and equipment, with even the lowest quality piece being at the dark gold rank. Many of these NPCs even wielded epic weapons. As a result, almost no player would dare mess around with these NPCs. Indeed, we are lucky. According to some of the Tier 3 big shots in the guild, level 100 neutral maps are infested with level 130+ Tier 3 NPCs. There are more NPCs than monsters in some places. This forced the others in the guild to travel to farther locations. Now, their travel time is twice as long as before, a level 91, Tier 2 Oracle commented. However, this is also our chance. Now that the leveling speed of players under level 100 is much faster than of players above level 100, if we catch up to the average level of the mainstream players and get promoted to Tier 3, we'll be set for life. A level 95 Tier 2 Ranger said excitedly. Although God's Domain had been popular since its early stages, it wasn't as popular as it was now. At present, almost nobody in the real world did not know of God's Domain's existence. Meanwhile, the competition in God's Domain was intensifying by the day. Now, reaching level 100 and entering level 100 neutral maps was akin to going from a normal mode dungeon to a hell mode dungeon. The difficulty of leveling up increased drastically. Although this was bad news for mainstream players, it was undoubtedly good news for newcomers like themselves. As they had joined God's Domain much later than mainstream players, they had missed out on plenty of opportunities during the game's early stages. Now was the perfect opportunity for them to catch up. At present, the various guilds were frantically recruiting Tier 3 experts, with some guilds even promising a considerable monthly income. going on? The level 97 Guardian Knight looked toward the shockwave source in astonishment. However, before anyone could react to the situation, a high-pitched noise forced the 6 players to shield their ears. "This is definitely the Earthfire pterodactyl's screech," the young ranger said, his eyes glowing. So long as they reported this piece of news back to the guild, they would make a great contribution. "The Earthfire dragon should be in that location," the Guardian Knight said, pointing toward a valley in the west. "Quick! This thing won't wait for anyone." After briefly exchanging looks, the 6 players dashed toward the valley. Although they didn't know who angered the Earthfire pterodactyl, all they needed to do now was locate the world boss and wait for the guild to send a Tier 3 team to raid it. As for the possibility of other guilds discovering the Earthfire pterodactyl first, that did not matter. After all, the level 96 world boss wasn't such a pushover that Tier 2 players could take it down, especially after monsters in God's domain gained a semblance of sentience. Now, smarter monsters would even flee for their lives when the situation looked bad for them. The process of chasing these monsters down would be incredibly troublesome and time-consuming. This would give their guild's Tier 3 team more than enough time to arrive. The Earthfire pterodactyl's screech attracted player teams to its location in the dozens. All of these teams reported the world boss's appearance to their respective guilds, and they were all adamant in securing the Earthfire pterodactyl's kill. After all, as a world boss, the Earthfire pterodactyl's loot was extraordinarily good. It would drop not only inferior legendary materials, but even epic weapons and equipment that could be used up to level 120. If one were lucky, one could even get fragmented legendary items. Less than a minute after these dozens of teams began running, they arrived before the valley where the pterodactyl was. However, when these teams saw the Earthfire pterodactyl, they gasped involuntarily. The world boss before them right now was completely different from the Earthfire pterodactyls they had seen before. Why is this Earthfire pterodactyl so big? Why does it have 9 HP bars? A 50-meter-tall pterodactyl was hovering inside the valley. The pterodactyl's body burned with ethereal flames, and its flapping wings generated powerful gales that shredded the surrounding terrain. Just its roar was enough to send players stumbling backward. It had transformed the environment into a scorching field that could burn players with fire resistance below 400 points to a crisp instantly. Earthfire pterodactyl, world boss, mythic, realm lord, level 99, HP 300 million, 300 million. The players that arrived before the valley fell into fear and despair when they saw the Earthfire pterodactyl's massive frame. After all, the world boss had flattened the terrain with just a flap of its wings. At this moment, they would most likely turn into ashes just by approaching the Earthfire pterodactyl, let alone fighting it. In fact, they even doubted that the Tier 3 players of their respective guilds could go up against this behemoth before them. "Wait! It's injured!" A level 97, Tier 2 Ranger exclaimed after carefully inspecting the Earthfire pterodactyl. At this Tier 2 Ranger's shout, everyone noticed the many bone-deep wounds on the world boss's body. They realized that the world boss had less than half of its HP remaining. While everyone was shocked by the Earthfire pterodactyl's injuries, a figure suddenly descended toward the world boss from the sky. Not only did this figure send a sword light cutting at the Earthfire pterodactyl's wing, but the sword light even cleaved the ground, opening a 150-yard-long fissure. Immediately afterward, a mind-blowing number appeared above the world boss's head. 5,157,624. Over 5 million damage in one attack? Is he an NPC? No. Although we can't see his information, that person has a player icon above his head. He should be a player. How is this possible? How can a player be so strong? Is he trying to solo the Earthfire pterodactyl? The players present couldn't help gaping when they saw the results of the slash, their minds refusing to believe their eyes. However, before anyone present could snap out of their daze, the figure that attacked the Earthfire pterodactyl executed another slash with his sword. Immediately, a phantom greatsword manifested in the air and sliced down on the world boss's wing. Slash. The next moment, The Earthfire pterodactyl let loose a heaven-shaking shriek as one of its 30-meter-long wings fell to the ground. Golden blood then poured out of the world boss's wound, splashing all over the ground and creating a sea of flames. 31,544,734. The next moment, the Earthfire pterodactyl's HP fell by a visible chunk. Is he even human? He dealt over 30 million damage in one attack. He can't be human. Monster. That person must be a humanoid monster. Everyone present fell into a daze once more when they saw the damage from the unknown person's second attack. Some players even pinched their own faces, thinking that everything in front of them was just an illusion. However, the unknown assailant in the air was not at all surprised at the power of his attack. Sure enough, it's easier to manipulate mana. The burden of using light shadow is even much less, as expected of the fearless cabin. It's no wonder all those superpowers had so many more Tier 4 experts than first- and second-rate guilds. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the dense mana condensed around the abyssal blade. Although the fearless cabin did not improve his basic attributes, it still increased his overall combat power by at least 20%. The refinement in his control over combat techniques and mana techniques was especially notable. With his ability to use 100% of his mental strength, the power of these techniques had risen to a whole new level. More and more people are gathering. It's about time I finished it and left this place. After glancing at the Earthfire pterodactyl, which could no longer fly, Shi Feng immediately flew toward the world boss. Upon seeing him, the Earthfire pterodactyl let loose an angry roar and used its strongest move, the Tier 4 skill Earthfire Rupture. The next moment, flaming rocks up to 40 meters in diameter went smashing toward Shi Feng one after another. Even space itself shattered from the power within the flaming rocks. A meaningless resistance. Shi Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the oncoming flaming rocks. Tier 4 legacy skill, Blade Domain. Immediately, magic swords appeared around Shi Feng one after another. The swords then turned into streaks of light as they shot at the oncoming rocks. Boom, boom, boom. A shattered space formed above the battlefield. Before the spectating players could return to their senses, the magic swords had already shattered all of the flaming rocks. The Earthfire pterodactyl summoned. Afterward, more magic swords formed around Shi Feng and subsequently shot at the world boss itself. 94,346,544 43 felled 671,216. 940,57,611. Damages exceeding 20 million appeared above the Earthfire pterodactyl's head, one after another. No matter how much the world boss struggled, even to the point of turning the surroundings into a sea of flames and Voidit's HP, still decreased rapidly. Less than a minute later, the Earthfire pterodactyl let out one last agonized screech before collapsing into the sea of flames. From start to end, the world boss had not inflicted a single point of damage on Shi Feng at all. Chapter 270-47, Crazed Eastern Continent. Chapter 270-47, Crazed Eastern Continent. The Earthfire pterodactyl collapsed to the ground and shook the entire valley. However, despite witnessing the world boss's death, none of the spectating players charged forward to try to steal some of its loot. Silence enveloped the valley, a silence so overwhelming that it felt as if time had stopped inside the valley. When the various spectating players looked at the cloaked man wielding the runic black sword, fear and awe filled their eyes. It was as if they had just seen a god. Is he really a player? Such thoughts surfaced in the spectating players' minds as they looked at Shi Feng hovering in midair. Shi Feng had killed a level 99 mythic-ranked world boss just like that. Rather than a world boss, it looked more like some elite monster he found by the roadside, one that was utterly incapable of putting up any resistance. Who is he? There's no way a player can be this strong. That's a level 99 world boss we're talking about. Even a 100-man Tier 3 team wouldn't necessarily be able to take it down. He must be an NPC in disguise. When looking at Shi Feng's hovering figure, some players even hugged their heads and began laughing maniacally. They simply couldn't bring themselves to believe that such a massive gap between players could exist. However, Shi Feng paid the shocked players and the maddened players no heed whatsoever. Instead, he arrived beside the Earthfire pterodactyl's corpse and began collecting its loot. God's domain was not reality. In the game world, just the gradual accumulation of basic attributes was sufficient to turn a player into a monster in the eyes of other players. What more the qualitative improvements brought about by tier upgrades. Moreover, there was a two-tier gap between Shi Feng and the spectating players. In the eyes of Tier 2 players, Tier 4 players would be no different from gods. In fact, a Tier 4 player could kill scads of Tier 2 players with just a flick of their hand. The world boss Shi Feng fought hadn't even reached level 100. In God's domain, monsters that hadn't reached level 100 couldn't be considered strong at all. Otherwise, the various major powers wouldn't be contesting so frantically for world bosses below level 100. It was precisely because these powers were incapable of defeating level 100-plus world bosses that they had to settle for pre-level 100 world bosses. Oh, a good piece of epic equipment dropped. Shi Feng was slightly surprised as he looked at the sacred mage robe in his hands. Whistling light robe, cloth armor, epic rank, level 40, level 110. Equipment requirement: intelligence 1,500, vitality 1,300, defense plus 340, level 40, strength plus 20, agility plus 24, intelligence plus 63, vitality plus 31, endurance plus 25. Ignore levels plus 4, defensive skills plus 2 levels, cast range increased by 20%, intelligence and vitality increased by 10%. Additional passive skill 1 to spiritual light. When the user's concentration falls below 50%, mana consumption is reduced by 30%, and casting speed increases by 30%. Additional passive skill 2, mana armor. Automatically absorbs mana in a 100-yard radius to protect the user. Improves mana perception by 20%, increases magic resistance by 20%, and improves spell effects by 20%. Two-piece set effect. The upper level limit of all whistling light set pieces is increased to level 150. Four-piece set effect. All attributes are increased by 20%, and the effect of all spells is increased by 20%. Six-piece set effect. Gain the protection of light, improving physique by 30% and mana affinity by 20%. Gain the mana heart skill. When activated, forcibly elevates the strength of the user's mana by 1 tier for 1 minute. The skill has a 1-hour cooldown. The Whistling Light set had 7 pieces in total. It could be considered top tier even among epic set equipment. So long as a magical class player had 2 set pieces, they could use the set until they reached level 150. If Tier 4 Great Wizard managed to gather 6 pieces of the set, they would become a devastating existence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Whistling Light set was one of the best set equipment for magical class players under Tier 5. However, only world bosses under level 150 dropped the Whistling Light set. The drop rate was also random. Collecting a full set would be incredibly difficult. I can get Fire and the others to raid world bosses under level 120 more frequently. If we can gather a full set, be it Violet or Aqua who uses the set, neither will have to replace their equipment before reaching Tier 5. When Shi Feng looked at the Whistling Light robe, he felt the need to collect the full Whistling Light set. If Violet Cloud or Aqua Rose equipped the full set before reaching Tier 5, they would become nigh invincible against Tier 4 opponents. Shi Feng stored the Whistling Light robe and collected the remaining items the Earthfire pterodactyl dropped. Besides the Whistling Light robe, the level 99 world boss had dropped a dozen pieces of level 100 dark gold and fine gold weapons and equipment, a large amount of materials, magic crystals, potion recipes, etc. After putting all these items in his bag space, he promptly flew away from the valley. When the various major powers members saw Shi Feng leaving, they sighed in relief. With that longsword and that frightening destructive power, he should be Black Flame, right? I tagged along with my guild executives to watch the reserve seat competition. That guy indeed looks a lot like Black Flame. They must be the same person. Black Flame is also the only known Tier 4 player in the game right now, and only Tier 4 classes could possibly display such scary strength. So, he's the Sword King. Isn't he a little too amazing? After Shi Feng's figure was out of sight, some of the spectating players guessed Shi Feng's identity, and in no time at all, everyone present began talking about him, their discussions becoming especially heated when the topic touched on Tier 4 classes. When the players present recalled the scene of Shi Feng chopping off one of the Earthfire pterodactyl's wings, they couldn't help yearning to reach Tier 4. Previously, no one had a clear concept of Tier 4 classes. Even the players who had spectated the reserve seat competition at the War God's Temple did not find Tier 4 classes to be particularly amazing. At most, Tier 4 existences were invincible among Tier 3 players. But now everyone was truly shocked by the strength of Tier 4 classes. A Tier 4 player had actually single-handedly defeated a mythic-ranked world boss. How could anyone not yearn for such strength? Very quickly, news of Shi Feng slaying the Earthfire pterodactyl spread across God's domain. After the various major powers executives watched Shi Feng's battle video, they gained a newfound appreciation of Tier 4 classes. Simultaneously, their eyes burned with a passionate flame as the ambition they had lost due to the NPC's upsurgence returned. Tier 4. Mobilize all available manpower in the guild to find out how Zero Wing managed to complete the Tier 4 promotion quest. The era of Tier 3 classes is over. From now on, we have only one goal, and that is Tier 4. So long as we can secure ourselves a Tier 4 player, we'll be unstoppable. For a time, the various powers searched frantically for information relating to Tier 4 legacies, going as far as trying to plant spies in Zero Wing. Some superpowers even directly contacted Zero Wing's executives and offered to pay astronomical prices for all information regarding Tier 4 classes. Simultaneously, a wave of discussions spread through the various kingdoms and empires' forums. Just the video of Shi Feng's fight against the Earthfire pterodactyl alone had garnered over 1 billion views already. Everyone on the forums discussed what exactly Tier 4 classes were, what the upper limit of these classes' combat power was, and whether a Tier 4 player could solo a mythic monster of the same level. The topic of Tier 4 swept across the entire eastern continent, setting off a craze. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng left the fiery ridge, message prompts and call requests immediately inundated his communication interface. At a glance, he noticed that the message prompts had already reached the upper limit of 9,999. He had also received several hundred call requests. Moreover, this was with his interface set to automatically reject communication from non-friends. Without this block in place, his communication interface would probably have blown up. Guild leader, you really caused a huge mess this time. When Yulin finally managed to get through to Shi Feng, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The entire world is now looking for Tier 4 legacy lands. Zero Wing has also become the target of all the powers. Everyone is trying to get information about Tier 4 legacy lands from us. Currently, all of Zero Wing's executives were being harassed by the various powers. Yulin herself had been contacted by over 20 superpowers, with every one of them offering to purchase information on the Tier 4 promotion quest at astronomical prices. If Zero Wing did not respond to these requests, it would be akin to offending all of these superpowers. At that time, Zero Wing would really be in danger of extermination. An accident. It really was an accident, Shi Feng said apologetically. I didn't expect something like this to happen either. He had only thought to try out the Fearless Cabin's effects. He had not anticipated such a development. Not to mention, from a certain perspective, the Fearless Cabin's effects were truly astonishing. What should we do now? Yulin asked, frowning. If we refuse all of them, we'll make an enemy out of every superpower on the eastern continent. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, How about this? Announce that Zero Wing is willing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. However, the price of the information is 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals. 5,000 units. Guild leader, isn't this a little? Yulin gaped at Shi Feng's price. The price tag of 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal already went beyond gouging. Shi Feng was basically asking the various superpowers to hand over their lives. A superpower could be considered wealthy if they even had 3,000 or 4,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal on hand. With many superpowers having participated in the recent reserve seat competition, they definitely would have much fewer 7 luminaries crystals available than before. Hence, the price of 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal would be beyond most superpowers right now. Just notify them, Shi Feng instructed, having no intention whatsoever of compromising. I've already set my price. As for their willingness to purchase the information, that is none of our business. All right, but I won't care for what happens next, Yulin said as she nodded her head helplessly. Afterward, she publicized Shi Feng's price to the various powers. Chapter 2748, Better to Die on Your Feet Than Live on Your Knees. Chapter 2748, Better to Die on Your Feet Than Live on Your Knees. Neutral map, Crimson Rainforest. In a forest where crimson rain poured, a team of 1,000 Tier 3 players was frantically fighting a horde of over 10,000 level 120-plus bloodthirsty beasts. Even the weakest of these bloodthirsty beasts were level 121 chieftains, while the strongest were level 126 Grand Lords. On the players' side, shield-wielding Guardian Knights and shield warriors stood in the forefront. On the bloodthirsty beasts' side, iron-armored beasts, whose strength lay in their defense, spearheaded a charge against the Guardian Knights and shield warriors. After the first group of iron-armored beasts completed their ramming attack, another group would immediately follow in an endless loop. Meanwhile, the Herculean beasts standing at the rear of the bloodthirsty beasts' formation would uproot the crimson trees around them and hurl the trees at the players, the trees dyeing the sky an extra tint of red. The bloodthirsty beasts' terrifying formation was one that even Tier 3 players accustomed to group battles would be afraid of. Ordinary Tier 3 players wouldn't risk a frontal confrontation with these monsters. However, despite facing such a fierce and ruthless assault, the 1,000-man team fighting the bloodthirsty beasts remained unfazed. We've attracted enough magical team attack, a valiant, long-haired woman standing near the front line of the team commanded as more and more bloodthirsty beasts gathered around the team. Immediately, the several hundred magical class players standing at the center of the team's formation began chanting complex incantations simultaneously. Every verse the players chanted drew more of the ambient mana, making it stronger and more violent. 4 seconds later, the ground began to shake violently. Huge cracks then appeared 500 yards away from these magical class players, right under the bloodthirsty beasts, causing the monsters' formation to collapse instantly. Swordsmen and berserkers, open a path. Rangers and assassins, prioritize killing the bloodthirsty chieftains commanding the monsters. Upon seeing the bloodthirsty beasts' formations collapse, the long-haired woman had the team disperse into multiple units and prioritize killing the bloodthirsty beasts that led the horde. As for the long-haired woman, like a demon in the night, she instantly appeared behind a 7-meter-tall, level 126 Grand Lord. The next moment, she brandished the daggers she wielded, the weapons distorting space, and repeatedly stabbing the Grand Lord's back over a dozen times. Every stab inflicted over minus 500,000 damage, the series of attacks instantly plundering nearly 8 million HP from the bloodthirsty chieftain. After the successful attack, darkness enveloped the long-haired woman's body. This cloak of darkness then expanded to envelop the Grand Lord entirely before rapidly recondensing in front of it. Pish! Pish! Blood suddenly spurted from the bloodthirsty chieftain's 4 limbs. Not only did its mobility get reduced significantly, but its HP was even falling at a rate of 700,000 per second. The 3-level 124 Great Lord-ranked bloodthirsty guards nearby faced similar fates. Blood gushed out of their limbs, and their mobility plummeted as if their bodies had become frozen. After around 15 more minutes of battle, this bloodthirsty chieftain and 3 bloodthirsty guards collapsed to the ground, the life in their eyes vanishing. Meanwhile, the other bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield were also mostly dead. The items they dropped were strewn all over the place. However, none of the combatants chose to pick up these items. Instead, they continued advancing deeper into the Crimson Rain Forest in an orderly manner. leaving behind a few parties of assassins to clean up the battlefield. At this time, a level 119 female guardian knight approached the long-haired woman in command of the team. She then said quietly, "Vice Guild Leader, news just came from Zero Wing. They say they're willing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest." "Oh, he's actually willing to sell the information." Cold Shadow was surprised to hear Whitefeather's words. In her opinion, the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was Shi Feng's greatest trump card in God's domain. It was something he definitely would not sell to other people. "He is willing to sell, but the price he demands is incredibly high," Whitefeather said with an ugly expression, emphasizing the words incredibly high. "Incredibly high?" Chuckling, Cold Shadow asked. "How much does he want?" 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, Whitefeather replied in a low tone. "Shi Feng obviously has no intention of selling that information. He's clearly just messing with us." 5,000 units. He really knows how to set a price, Cold Shadow said, smiling. "I'm guessing that those superpowers are fuming at Zero Wing at this point. They'll most likely disregard all costs and take action against Zero Wing. That's for sure. There's no way those superpowers can afford to pay 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. If they want that information, their only option is to work together and declare war on Zero Wing," Whitefeather said, nodding. Shi Feng was basically treating the various superpowers as fools by demanding such an exorbitant price. The various superpowers would be insane to go along with him. "Fine. Go and notify Zero Wing that I'm buying it," Cold Shadow said, smiling. "You're buying it?" Whitefeather's eyes widened immediately as she stared at Cold Shadow in disbelief. "Vice Guild Leader, that's 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals we're talking about." While mythology could indeed disperse 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals, it would still suffer from the loss. Not to mention, the Guild's higher-ups kept reiterating that the 7 luminaries crystal was the Guild's most important resource and must not be used randomly. "That's right. I'm buying it." Cold Shadow nodded. She then asked Whitefeather, "Do you think Zero Wing's people are fools?" After giving the matter some thought, Whitefeather answered, "They shouldn't be, but they're still too arrogant." Yes. Zero Wing was arrogant to the bones. The Guild was not taking the various superpowers seriously at all. "That's enough, then. Since they're not fools, they should be aware of the consequences of pulling such a stunt." In a slightly resentful tone, Cold Shadow added, "Although I detest Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing has survived until now shows that the Guild isn't as simple as we think it is. Even Sir Odin gave up on killing Shi Feng. You can tell how extraordinary he is." "But that's 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal." Whitefeather couldn't help repeating herself. "The Guild definitely won't agree to this transaction." "I already said that I would buy it, not the Guild," Cold Shadow said, shaking her head. "So we don't need to worry about what the Guild will say about this. Vice Guild Leader, if you buy it, you'll be giving away all the 7 luminaries crystals you've saved to Zero Wing." Whitefeather was even more shocked at Cold Shadow's words. "Hurriedly," she warned. "In this case, I'm afraid you will have to postpone becoming the first Vice Guild Leader indefinitely." 7 luminaries crystals had always been very important to mythology. Hence, Cold Shadow had constantly been stockpiling the crystals since early on so that she could contribute them to the Guild during a critical moment and have the Guild recognize her value. However, if Cold Shadow used up her entire stockpile, gaining recognition would be difficult. While 7 luminaries crystals are indeed important, getting promoted to Tier 4 is much more important right now. Gazing at the endless crimson forest ahead of her, Cold Shadow said seriously, "The places Tier 3 players can visit are too limited. Only after reaching Tier 4 can players venture into more valuable locations. Hence, our first priority now is to reach Tier 4. Then, we can easily earn back those crystals." In reality, Cold Shadow felt extremely upset by Shi Feng's actions. She wanted nothing more than to give him a few hundred deaths right now. However, in the current God's domain, only Shi Feng knew how to get promoted to Tier 4 quickly, and the exact details of the Tier 4 promotion quest. Getting her hands on this information would be equivalent to securing herself an absolute advantage. After all, she had reached level 120 already. With Zero Wing's information, she could undoubtedly reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else in the guild. She could be the first to venture into places that players currently considered taboo and continuously strengthen herself. At that time, even becoming the strongest expert of mythology's younger generation wouldn't be impossible. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations now. Seeing the determination in Cold Shadow's eyes, White Feather understood that there was nothing she could say to dissuade Cold Shadow from her decision. At present, the various superpowers should already have players at level 120. If Cold Shadow could reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else, her authority in the guild would definitely increase. Of course, Cold Shadow was also making a gamble. She was betting that Zero Wing would not lose to the various superpowers and that Zero Wing could survive the upcoming battle. In that case, she would obtain an absolute advantage. However, White Feather wasn't aware of how crazy Cold Shadow actually was. In Cold Shadow's opinion, it did not matter whether Zero Wing could survive or not. She would be satisfied so long as she could get her hands on this opportunity. Orc Empire, Silverwing City, damn it, Zero Wing is clearly toying with us. That's right. We are kindly offering to purchase his information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, yet he's repaying us like this. Let's just join hands. So long as we join forces to hinder Zero Wing's operations, Zero Wing will have to yield to us. Yes, with our combined strength, there's no chance whatsoever that Zero Wing will survive. Many of the superpowers operating in Silverwing City secretly came to an agreement to suppress Zero Wing. They began targeting Zero Wing's members to force Zero Wing into obediently surrendering the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng received a call from Yuan Tiexin. Guild leader, Black Flame, you've gone too far this time. Even if you want to sell the Tier 4 promotion quest's information, you could have just asked for 1,000 units. I believe most superpowers would be willing to pay such a price. You will also get to make a big profit. Why must you have Zero Wing make an enemy out of the superpowers? Yuan Tiexin said in exasperation. For the various superpowers, paying 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals was akin to forking over their lives. However, a price of only 1,000 units would still be palatable to many superpowers. At that time, not only would Zero Wing earn a bunch of 7 luminaries crystals, but the various superpowers also wouldn't seek trouble with Zero Wing. It would be the best of both worlds. Yet Shi Feng had chosen to take the worst possible action. Make enemies? Chuckling, Shi Feng said, I never intended to become enemies with them. Also, you're wrong about one thing, Elder Yuan. They are the ones forcing Zero Wing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. We aren't selling it because we want to. I've given them my price. If they can't afford it, how is it my fault? What you say is indeed correct. Yuan Tiexin naturally understood Shi Feng's take on this situation. However, Zero Wing's circumstances were inferior to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, having wealth without the strength necessary to protect it became a sin. But those superpowers won't share your way of thinking. They will definitely cooperate in secret to target Zero Wing's members. At that time, Zero Wing's members will shed a river of blood. The various superpowers might be incapable of breaking through the defenses of Zero Wing's guild cities right now, but having people target Zero Wing's members out in the fields would be a piece of cake. There was no way Zero Wing's members could avoid going out to grind for levels. There was also no way Zero Wing could have peak experts escort and protect every guild member. Once the various superpowers took action, Zero Wing would eventually lose members in large numbers, as for Zero Wing retaliating against the various superpowers. The superpowers scheme wasn't going to be something as straightforward as a frontal confrontation. Instead, they would be taking covert action against Zero Wing. In that case, how could Zero Wing possibly determine which superpower was actually taking action against it? Moreover, even if Zero Wing managed to identify the superpowers responsible for the attacks, with there being so many superpowers, could Shi Feng possibly win against them all? He would exhaust himself to death just by running about the numerous maps. However, in response to Yuan Tixion's words, Shi Feng said calmly, We'll shed rivers of blood then. Chapter 2749, Tier 4 Promotion Quest's Secret. Chapter 2749, Tier 4 promotion quest's secret. This is madness. He has truly gone mad. After hanging up the call, Yuan Tiexin fell speechless. He never thought that Shi Feng would be so stubborn. Shi Feng clearly could have settled things easily so long as he made some concessions, yet he had adamantly refused to do so. Uncle Yuan, many of those superpowers have already begun joining forces. When they find out that Zero Wing is unwilling to concede at all, they will definitely take action. Purple Jade said as she read the report her subordinate just sent her. Zero Wing's present situation could be said to be very bad. According to the report, over 15 superpowers had already agreed to work together to deal with Zero Wing Forget It. He can do whatever he wants. The clash between the various superpowers and Zero Wing will most likely drag on for some time. After all, Zero Wing's 3 cities are too difficult to take down. We'll see who can last until the end, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. A glimmer of light then flashed in his eyes as he continued. Also, we still have more important matters to deal with. If we succeed in this upcoming operation, the secret pavilion can thoroughly surpass the various superpowers at that time. Even the 5 great super guilds will have to fear us. I'll make the necessary preparations, Purple Jade said, her eyes similarly filled with joy and excitement. Tier 4 had never been the end of God's domain. Instead, it was only the beginning. The secret pavilion had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Now it could finally fulfill its long-cherished wish. Dark Knight Empire, Starlink's residence. Ha 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 ha, good. That's what Zero Wing should do. That's right, go and thoroughly offend those superpowers. Lu Xinglu laughed happily when he received news of Zero Wing's actions. Previously, he had had a huge headache over how to deal with Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing had actually taken the initiative to offend even more superpowers. With this, he would have a much easier time destroying Zero Wing. As Lu Xinglu was celebrating in joy, a robust man covered in a black cloak and runic bandages suddenly entered his office. "Sorry for the long wait, young Master Lu," the robust middle-aged man said as he arrived before Lu Xingluo. He then continued in a low tone, "We have resolved most of the troubles there already. We are only waiting for your side now. Good, you came at the perfect time. This time, even the heavens want Zero Wing dead." Lu Xingluo grew even more excited when he looked at the mysterious middle-aged man. "Leave it to me. I'll definitely persuade those old fellows to give you their full help." "Thank you, young Master Lu," the robust man said. "So long as this operation succeeds, the lord of our household will also assist young Master Lu in quelling all your enemies. I believe you. After all, no one has a better understanding of God's domain than you guys right now," Lu Xinglu said, smiling. Be it this robust man or the person backing him, Lu Xinglu placed immense trust in them. In the eyes of these people, the various superpowers were negligible. Given enough time, these people could even take on the 5 great super guilds simultaneously. This was because the 5 great super guilds did not understand God's domain at all. What they knew now was only the tip of the iceberg. Orc Empire. Zero Wing's residence. Guild leader, aside from one person, no superpower has stepped forward to purchase the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Yulin said. As she watched Shi Feng casually sort the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, her head throbbed. Judging by the other superpowers' actions, they don't plan to buy it. Since these superpowers had no intention of purchasing the information, their next action was obvious. They would fight for it. They would fight a war of attrition that would last days and weeks. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's opponent this time would no longer be just 1 or 2 superpowers. Instead, almost all of the Eastern Continent's superpowers would become Zero Wing's enemies. There is actually a fool trying to buy it? Shi Feng was surprised when he heard Yulin's words. Truthfully, he had never once thought that any of the superpowers would purchase his information at the price he quoted. He was sorting through the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest only because his own guild needed it. After all, quite a few Zero Wing members already possessed the strength and level required to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. All they lacked was the knowledge of how to search for their respective Tier 4 legacy lands and the process of obtaining their Tier 4 legacies. Yulin was momentarily rendered speechless by Shi Feng's response. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "You know this person? Guild leader? I know them? Is it the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin?" After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng felt that among his acquaintances, only the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin could afford to purchase his information. As for Frost Heaven, the guild had just participated in the reserve seat competition. It definitely did not possess 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals at this point. "No, it's mythology's cold shadow," Yulin said, shaking her head. She then asked hesitantly, "Guild leader, are you really planning to sell it to her?" Due to the reserve seat competition, Zero Wing was now on mythology's radar. If they sold information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to mythology now, it would be incredibly disadvantageous for Zero Wing. "Of course. Why wouldn't I sell it?" Shi Feng answered without hesitation. "We already announced our intention to do business. Since we said we would sell the information, we naturally can't go back on our word. Otherwise, the various superpowers will have even more reason to target us." He was in urgent need of 7 luminaries crystals right now. Although he had some methods for obtaining a large amount of the crystal, these methods required a lot of time to execute. He wasn't certain he could collect enough 7 luminaries crystals to surpass the top 3 rankers of the upper zone's contribution competition within the next 2 months. At best, he could secure one of the top 20 positions. Gaining 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal now would save him a lot of trouble. "However, Whitefeather has stated that we cannot mention this transaction to anybody else," Yulin said. "They want this to be a secret between only our 2 sides. They also want to sign a contract to this effect." "That won't be a problem. Even if they didn't suggest it, we would have asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement that restricts them from sharing the information with outsiders," Shi Feng said. Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was like a hot potato right now. Anyone holding it would be struck with misfortune. Even a super guild like mythology wouldn't be safe. Hence, it was very normal for mythology not to want outsiders to find out about this transaction. "Make a copy of everything here and give it to them," Shi Feng instructed as he handed the compiled information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to Yulin. "Everything?" Yulin was surprised to hear Shi Feng's words. The players of God's Domain were still ignorant of the Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, even Zero Wing's members knew nothing about it. If they sold all this information to mythology, that would be akin to throwing away all their advantages. Everything." Shi Feng nodded. "Since the other party is willing to pay an astronomical price for this information, I naturally won't be stingy. Not to mention the secret to the Tier 4 promotion quest isn't a secret at all. Once the various superpowers learn about it, we can let them know how ridiculous their fantasies about the secret are." Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was indeed incredibly precious. At the very least, that was the case now. However, once one of the various superpowers experts successfully reached Tier 4, the information he was selling would be worthless. Yes, it didn't matter how much information he provided about the Tier 4 promotion quest. The real value of his information was simply in helping to produce the first Tier 4 player as quickly as possible. Moreover, the so-called information on the Tier 4 promotion quest couldn't actually be considered a secret. This was because locating the Tier 4 Legacy Land and resolving the problems one would encounter in the Legacy Land were both problems that players needed to resolve on their own. The only information he could provide was the method to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands. Whether one could locate their Legacy Land with this information would still depend on their luck. After all, Tier 4 Legacy Lands did not have a fixed position. They would appear at random in God's Domain. The Tier 4 Legacy Lands were all located in spaces outside of the main continents. What players needed to do to visit these Legacy Lands was find the randomly occurring spatial nodes that could teleport them to these Legacy Lands. In addition to the information on how to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands, the only other valuable information he provided was the process of learning one's legacy during the promotion quest. With this information, one wouldn't go into one's promotion quest blind. Even so, the amount of help this information could provide was limited because the process of learning one's legacy depended entirely on the individual. Outsiders couldn't help in this matter. Meanwhile, the method he provided to search for Tier 4 legacy lands was to venture into incredibly dangerous neutral maps of at least level 130. The more dangerous a neutral map was, the more likely one could find a Tier 4 legacy land. Only by searching in these maps would one have a greater chance of locating a Tier 4 legacy land. Aside from this method, there was no other way. If he excluded these bits of information, then the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest he sold would be nothing but a scam. After reading the information, Yulin was stunned. This is the Tier 4 promotion quest's secret? Yulin suddenly felt the urge to laugh. The various superpowers were currently desperately trying to obtain information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. However, if they were to learn the exact details of the information, they would most likely lose their minds. After all, in the information Shi Feng compiled, there was nothing whatsoever that could increase one's success rate with the Tier 4 promotion quest. The funny thing was, the various superpowers thought that they could have an easier time producing Tier 4 players so long as they had this information. In fact, they were so staunch in their belief that they were waging war against Zero Wing. In reality, by targeting Zero Wing, all the superpowers were doing was wasting precious time when they could be improving themselves. That's right. This is the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Shi Feng said, chuckling. I can even announce to those superpowers right now that they have already been eliminated from the struggle for hegemony in God's domain. As Shi Feng and Yulan were conversing, Liang Jing suddenly entered the room. Guild Leader, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor are ready. They can take action as soon as you give the command, Liang Jing said excitedly. Good. Have them start moving, Shi Feng said, nodding. It's about time we let these so-called superpowers know how laughable their actions are. Chapter 20750, Daunting Silverwing City. Chapter 2750, Daunting Silverwing City. Silverwing City, Business Plaza. Due to the news of the various superpowers targeting Zero Wing, the number of players occupying the city's business plaza declined. Many players were afraid of becoming collateral damage. The independent players that were initially planning on joining Zero Wing also began hesitating. And here I thought I could join Zero Wing and spread my wings after coming to Silverwing City. From the situation now, it seems I've made the wrong call. I heard that many Zero Wing members withdrew from the guild. The ones that chose to stay don't even dare set foot outside Zero Wing's guild cities. If I were to say which guild is the strongest right now, it would have to be Saint's Hand. Why don't we join Saint's Hand? If we do, we won't have to worry about those faux saint monsters. The players inside one of the city's bars inevitably discussed whether they should head to other places to develop themselves. At this point, they no longer held any hope for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bar, several cloaked men listened quietly to these conversations. The younger men among them revealed sneers on their faces when they heard about Zero Wing's present situation. And here I thought the guild she joined was some powerful existence. A level 122, Tier 3 assassin youth, who radiated an aura that made even Tier 3 experts quail, said with displeasure. It seems we were being overly concerned. To think we even went out of our way to come to this backwater. Zero Wing isn't even comparable to one of the main continent's super guilds. I really don't know how it got so lucky to actually get her to join. Now she's not even willing to join us. Old Six, don't say that. Although this place isn't much, I heard that those super guilds and super first-rate guilds have quite a few capable experts. We can use this opportunity to investigate these people and understand the standards of the experts here. A cool-headed, middle-aged man sitting at the head of the group said, chuckling, As for Zero Wing, we can just report the truth to the higher-ups once we return. At that time, she will definitely panic. I guess so. Smiling, the assassin youth said, If she's willing to join us, I wouldn't mind helping Zero Wing out a little. Just when the various superpowers and independent players thought that Silverwing City would become a ghost city, large groups of players suddenly appeared on the city's streets one after another. These players filled the main streets and alleyways of the city, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, every one of these players was formidable. What's going on? Why are Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members coming here? Are those two guilds planning to work together with Zero Wing to oppose the various superpowers? The players and powers residing in Silverwing City were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to understand what had gotten into the two super first-rate guilds for them to garrison so many of their members in Silverwing City. Moreover, this number was still increasing as time passed. In just half an hour, the two guilds had gathered over 3 million members in the city, livening up the previously desolate city significantly. Hart, has your guild gone mad? You're actually betting all your chips on Zero Wing? Is Crimson Emperor trying to make an enemy out of us? In this situation, the various superpowers had to contact Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who were in charge of the operation this time. Although they knew that Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor could be considered Zero Wing's allies, Zero Wing was currently going up against almost all of the Eastern Continent's superpowers. Standing with Zero Wing now was no different from suicide, yet to the various superpowers' astonishment, both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor declared their intention to side with Zero Wing. Moreover, they even announced that they wouldn't sit still and do nothing should those superpowers take action against Silverwing City. However, Zero Wing's move was even more unexpected than Unyielding Soul's and Crimson Emperor's. Zero Wing actually ordered all members above level 100 to gather in Silverwing City. More than 2 million Zero Wing members appeared in Silverwing City. At present, not only was Silverwing City far livelier than before, but the number of Tier 3 experts gathered in the city had also exceeded 10,000. This was more than what any other guild city on the main continent had, with more than 10,000 Tier 3 experts garrisoning Silverwing City, let alone the various superpowers. Even the 5 great super guilds would have to be wary of the city. It was no exaggeration to say that with this kind of power, Silverwing City could trample the various powers operating in the Orc Empire. If the superpowers wished to create any waves in Silverwing City, they would have to disregard cost and dispatch a large number of Tier 3 experts into the city's surroundings. Anything less would be futile. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor must have gone crazy. They're actually willing to go to such an extent just to help Zero Wing? When Cold Shadow received news of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's actions, she too was surprised. She had anticipated that Zero Wing had a trump card prepared, otherwise it wouldn't have dared to provoke the various superpowers. However, never had she expected Zero Wing's trump card to be something like this. At this moment, let alone Cold Shadow, someone who was hostile to Zero Wing, even Frost Heaven's 7 Wonders was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Zero Wing could make 2 super first-rate guilds bet all their chips on it. With the combined force of the 3 guilds, even the superpowers wouldn't dare mess around. After all, those superpowers had dared to target Zero Wing before only because the guild lacked background, resources, and funding. With their advantage in numbers and funding, they could easily suppress Zero Wing and make the guild submit. However, now that Zero Wing had 2 superpowers backing it, numbers and funding were no longer its weaknesses. If the superpowers wished to persecute Zero Wing, they would have to pay at least 10 times the price they had to pay before. The various superpowers weren't the only ones confused by this situation. Even Zero Wing's internal members were at a loss. Damn, our guild was actually so awesome. But why did the guild gather all of us in Silverwing City? Are we going to occupy the Orc capital city? The assembled Zero Wing members speculated exuberantly. After all, the strength currently gathered in Silverwing City was no laughing matter. A force of 10,000 plus Tier 3 experts was more than enough to flatten the Orc capital city's inner area. They might even be able to put up a fight in the core area, Guild Leader. All our level 100 plus members have arrived. The 2 guilds are also ready to set off for Sky Spring City at any time, Liang Jing reported excitedly. She had maintained her calm while everyone else in the guild was panicking over Zero Wing's predicament. This was because she had found out about the Secret Covenant Tower's matter ahead of time and Zero Wing's settlement into Sky Spring City. So long as Zero Wing sealed off Sky Spring City, outsiders would have difficulty setting foot out of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could travel freely to the Secret Covenant Tower to grind for levels. They wouldn't need to worry about heading elsewhere to level up. At that time, it would become almost impossible for the superpowers to harm Zero Wing's guild members, not to mention when the various superpowers members grinded for levels out in the fields, the interference of those troublesome NPCs would greatly reduce their leveling speed. This, in turn, would further widen the gap in leveling speeds between the superpowers members and Zero Wing's members. All right. Open the teleportation hall now, Shi Feng said, nodding. Although things had developed somewhat differently from his original plan, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Afterward, all Zero Wing had to do was watch as the various superpowers struggled to cope with the increasing number of NPCs and NPC forces. Understood. With great excitement, Liang Jing instructed her subordinates to remove the walls and various camouflage buildings around the teleportation hall. The next moment, several 7- and 8-story tall buildings along the city's main street disappeared. Not only did the disappearance of these buildings create a spacious plaza, but there was even a massive 5-story tall building in the center of this plaza. When the players walking on Silverwing City's main street saw this building, they were immediately dumbfounded. The building sitting in the plaza was something very familiar to them. A teleportation hall? Chapter 2751. Number 1 City in the Future. The teleportation hall was a 5-story building with the footprint of 3 sports stadiums. The massive edifice looked as if it were the heart of this area. Previously, the teleportation hall's teleportation array had been suppressed by a magic barrier. However, now that the restriction was lifted, the teleportation array instantly stirred the mana inside Silverwing City, exciting the mana to flow toward the building. This sudden change stunned the players on the main street. Why does Silverwing City have a teleportation hall? Crap! I never thought Zero Wing would actually play such a card. Amazing. Simply amazing. So this is Zero Wing's true trump card? This won't do. I need to rent some shops in Silverwing City now. I must rent them no matter the cost. The many players on the streets who were originally planning to leave Silverwing City for greener pastures were now in a hurry. Some of the players who were quick to respond hastened to Silverwing City's City Lord's mansion immediately. Hurry up. Notify the commander right away. We can't let the commander rent a house in another guild city. We got tricked by Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the various adventurer team's members frantically contacted their respective commanders lest they ruin their future by being even a tad slower. As for the various large guilds members, their initial gleeful expressions were now replaced with gapes of disbelief. A teleportation hall. This was a building all players in God's domain were familiar with. Everyone knew just how valuable a guild city with a teleportation hall would be. Compared to high-ranking constructions or Tier 4 NPC guards, a teleportation hall was many times more valuable. After all, so long as a guild city possessed a teleportation hall, it would be connected with the countless NPC cities of God's domain. The addition of a teleportation hall to a guild city would be akin to a human living in the Stone Age instantly transforming into a human living in the modern era. The teleportation hall would elevate the standard of a guild city by several levels. When the various superpowers received news of this addition, they were momentarily dumbfounded. None of them ever expected Zero Wing to have such a card. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members inside Silverwing City reacted with surprise and joy. The guild leader is awesome. Those superpowers must be stupefied after this move. With the teleportation hall, Silverwing City will definitely become the heart of the neighboring kingdoms, and even the Black Dragon Empire. Now, even if the superpowers are powerful, they won't be able to stop players from streaming into Silverwing City. Eventually, Silverwing City will become the number 1 city in this region. Initially, Zero Wing's members all thought they were in for a bloody battle against the various superpowers. They never thought Shi Feng would bring them such a surprise. Silverwing City was on a distant neutral map. With the addition of the teleportation hall to the city, adventurer teams and independent players could now save up on plenty of travel time by teleporting directly to the Orc Empire. Even though the teleportation fees would be exorbitant, many expert players would rather pay the higher fee than waste their precious time. The players of the neighboring kingdoms and empires were highly likely to visit Silverwing City. At that time, Silverwing City's player population might exceed 10 million or even 20 million. The various superpowers' attempt to suppress Zero Wing economically had become an utter joke. The only problem remaining would be the superpowers covertly targeting Zero Wing's members. However, that problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wing's members could simply stop wearing their guild emblems and travel to other neutral maps to grind. Guild leader, just a moment ago, over 2,000 players visited the City Lord's mansion to lease shops from us. At this rate, it won't take more than half a day before we rent out all our shops, Liang Jing said excitedly as she read the statistics report she just received. Many NPC merchants had withdrawn from Silverwing City after Zero Wing implemented the ban on NPCs. As a result, many shops were vacant. However, with the current frenzy, Zero Wing didn't have to worry about finding tenants for these shops anymore. In fact, the number of players seeking to lease shops from the city outnumbered the NPC merchants that had left by a factor of 10 or more. Now, Silverwing City's income surpassed even the previous total income of Zero Wing's 3 guild cities. Shi Feng nodded, not at all surprised by this situation. However, we need to tweak the rates of our shops, instead of just coins. Anyone who wishes to lease shops in the city will also need to pay magic crystals, 1,000 magic crystals per week for shops in the city center, and 300 magic crystals per week for shops in the outer area. Also, have the guild's members start making their way to Sky Spring City. In his previous life, any guild that gained the War God's Temple's recognition had practically been immune to economic suppression. The only way to hinder an official guild's development would be to destroy the said guild's guild city that housed the teleportation hall. Hence, the various superpowers had gone crazy fighting for the reserve seats. In fact, many powers would fight desperately just to secure a foreign aid position. Zero Wing's becoming an official guild shortly after the first major update could be considered an incredibly fortunate matter. After all, the moment Zero Wing became an official guild, it was no longer competing on the same stage as the various superpowers. While it was indeed true that Zero Wing's current foundation was no match for that of the various superpowers, Zero Wing's potential was way above that of the superpowers. Now, all Zero Wing needed to do was completely seal the Secret Covenant Tower and use it to rapidly develop the guild's strength before the NPC forces began their invasion. If everything went well, Zero Wing would just have to sit back, watch as the various powers got eliminated, and harvest the territories of these eliminated powers afterward. Now, Zero Wing was in a race against time. As for struggling against the superpowers, that was simply a waste of precious time. After all, in the past, less than 20% of the superpowers had survived the NPC forces' invasion. Since the first major update had taken place much sooner this time, the outcome would most likely be even worse. Meanwhile, after hearing Shi Feng's orders, Liang Jing said excitedly, "I'll have them start heading over now." Afterward, the members of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in Silverwing City teleported to Sky Spring City one after another. The mass migration instantly flooded the desolate streets of Sky Spring City with players. This scene also surprised the original inhabitants of Sky Spring City. Subsequently, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor made an announcement to every player in Sky Spring City, stating that their 2 guilds would be imposing a lockdown on Sky Spring City and that any unaffiliated players caught trying to leave the city would be killed without question. For a time, Sky Spring City's players fell into turmoil. Although Sky Spring City's various powers couldn't understand why Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were doing such a thing, locking down an NPC city was child's play for the 2 super first-rate guilds. Hence, after receiving the announcement, Sky Spring City's various powers promptly fled the city, migrating their base of operations to other NPC cities. This, in turn, made Sky Spring City the exclusive haven of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. At this time, a gigantic black eagle circled above the city. Sitting on the Thunder Eagle's back, Unyielding Heart pointed at the dozen or so flying mounts patrolling nearby and said proudly, "Brother Black Flame, Sky Spring City is now sealed off completely. Our 2 guilds have organized a flying patrol squad to secure the skies. Now not even a bird can fly out of the city. It is indeed amazing. Players can't fly out even if they want to." Shi Feng felt a trace of admiration as he looked at Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's flying mounts. He had to admit that the super first-rate guilds were indeed powerful. In an era where flying mounts were incredibly rare, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had actually managed to secure so many. Moreover, by the looks of it, these flying mounts were of considerably high quality. Even the weakest among them was at the advanced common rank, with 2 or 3 of them even reaching the basic extraordinary rank. If a player did not possess an advanced extraordinary rank flying mount, they wouldn't stand a chance against the coalition of these flying mounts. However, Illusory Words shook her head at Unyielding Heart's words. Unlike Unyielding Heart, she didn't have a very optimistic view of the situation. I'm afraid the various superpowers will start paying even closer attention to us now. If we march boldly into the Secret Covenant Tower, I believe it won't be long before news of it gets out. At that time, they will definitely do everything they can to investigate the matter. If that happens, the time we can keep the secret hidden will be very short. And once the various superpowers find out about the Tier 3 legacies, all of them on the Eastern continent will disregard all costs to contest over the tower. With the amount of time we have, I'm afraid we won't be able to secure many advantages from the tower. Under normal circumstances, their series of actions would have already caught plenty of attention. Now they had even become the focus of the superpowers. Meanwhile, no secret could be kept forever, especially with massive organizations like their guilds. No matter how hard they tried to keep the Secret Covenant Tower's secret hidden, the secret would eventually get out. The only way to prevent the secret from leaking would be to avoid informing the members of their guild and prevent their guild members from entering the Secret Covenant Tower at all. However, they couldn't afford to take such an action. Indeed. Shi Feng nodded. He very much agreed with Illusory Words' worries. Compared to Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart, Shi Feng knew much more clearly just how much of an impact the Secret Covenant Tower would have on the continent of God's domain. Once the tower's secret got out, the resulting struggle wouldn't be a simple competition between superpowers. Instead, it would be a fight to the death. Quite a few superpowers had even perished during the struggle back then. However, we have already acted. We can't possibly avoid entering the tower now, right? Unyielding Heart also understood that the secret would get out very quickly once they began sending their members into the tower. In fact, the secret would still leak even if they allowed only a small number of the guild's confidants into the tower's 30th floor and below. No. Shi Feng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "We aren't exactly without options to take full control of the Secret Covenant Tower." "What other options do we have?" Unyielding Heart asked as he looked at Shi Feng curiously. In his opinion, once the secret got out, their 3 guilds wouldn't be able to retain their monopoly of the Secret Covenant Tower. The only thing they could do now was grind for as many Tier 3 legacies as possible before the inevitable occurred. Illusory Words also turned to look at Shi Feng, a trace of confusion in her eyes. "You'll understand once you take a look at this," Shi Feng said as he sent a document to the 2 people. He then added, "You must keep this matter a secret. You absolutely cannot let other people know about it. Otherwise, you will no longer have any connection with the Secret Covenant Tower in the future. In contrast, if we succeed in this matter, your 2 guilds can each occupy 25% of the Secret Covenant Tower's shares. What is it? Is this thing you speak of really so amazing?" Unyielding Heart felt that Shi Feng was indulging in hyperbole. The latter spoke as if the Secret Covenant Tower was already in the bag. "You're not talking about the Tier 4 promotion quest information, right?" Illusory Words joked, shaking his head. Shi Feng said, "You'll understand once you see it." Immediately, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words stopped speaking and opened the file Shi Feng sent them. However, as soon as they read the information, their jaws dropped, their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hearts pounded with shock. Looking at Shi Feng, Unyielding Heart asked, in a quivering voice, Is this real?" The thing that Shi Feng had just shown them completely exceeded Unyielding Heart's imagination. In fact, compared to it, the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was worth less than dust after all. The thing that Shi Feng showed them could completely rewrite the status quo in God's domain. A small, mobile fortress. Chapter 2752, Shi Feng's Madness. Chapter 2752, Shi Feng's Madness. So, this is your true trump card? When Illusory Words looked at the information displayed before her, she couldn't help finding Shi Feng beyond her ken. First, it was the teleportation hall. Then, it was the secret covenant tower. Now, there was even a small mobile fortress. Not only did Shi Feng reveal one secret after another, but every secret was also more amazing than the other. At this point, she even wondered whether Shi Feng still had more astonishing secrets and trump cards hidden. She got the impression he was simply waiting for his enemies to come at him so that he could use them as Zero Wing's stepping stones. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that Crimson Emperor did not oppose Zero Wing, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. "Sort of," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "May I know if you two are interested now?" In reality, even Shi Feng coveted the small mobile fortress. However, although he had the design for it now, he barely had any of the necessary materials to construct it. Incidentally, he could pull 2 wealthy guilds into the endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Illusory Words turned to look at Shi Feng and demanded, "Out with it. How do you want to do this?" Unyielding Heart also nodded in agreement with Illusory Words' question. He wanted to hear Shi Feng's plan. "You've seen the small mobile fortress's basic information already," smiling faintly, Shi Feng said. "The wealth needed to construct it is astonishing. I can confidently say that even if we empty out your 2 guilds, we still won't have enough resources to build it." Neither Illusory Words nor Unyielding Heart refuted Shi Feng's words. Although Shi Feng did not show them the requirements for constructing the small mobile fortress, even a fool could tell that the cost of such a terrifying sky fortress would be astronomical. It definitely wasn't something current superpowers could afford. "I don't need you to pay for the fortress's construction cost. However, I will need your 2 guilds to pay 2 million magic crystals and 5 million gold coins each for the secret Covenant Tower's shares. What do you think?" Elaborating on his point, Shi Feng said, "Once we fully occupy the secret Covenant Tower, we can collect entrance fees from other players. For example, we can charge 2 magic crystals or 1 gold coin. Your 2 guilds will each get 25% of the profits. Of course, before this, I still need your 2 guilds to lend me your help. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to accomplish this task." At Shi Feng's words, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart began pondering in silence. What Shi Feng said was simply too astonishing. If they followed his plan, they would basically be declaring war on the Eastern continent's other superpowers. Moreover, it would be irreconcilable. Of course, if Shi Feng's plan succeeded, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul would stand at the top of the Eastern continent. To put it simply, this was a gamble. Shi Feng was not at all surprised to see the two's reactions. In reality, he had planned to carry out such a plan since the very beginning. However, instead of revealing his full plan right off the bat, he had chosen to reveal it sequentially to the 2 guilds. Otherwise, they would most likely have rejected it then and there. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to become a true titan in God's domain in that case. Only by securing the secret Covenant Tower could Zero Wing continually produce Tier 3 players in large numbers. After all, a complete Tier 3 legacy could be used only 9 times at most. In other words, a Tier 3 legacy could, at best, produce 9 Tier 3 players. After a Tier 3 legacy's uses were exhausted, it would disappear automatically, and one would have to find another complete Tier 3 legacy. Hence, it was necessary to keep sending players to explore the secret Covenant Tower. However, if Zero Wing held the tower for only a short period, the small advantage it would gain wouldn't be enough for the guild to undergo a qualitative transformation. Only by having complete control over the tower would Zero Wing build a foundation solid enough to dominate God's domain. Now that Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul had seen the preliminary parts of his plan coming to fruition, the 2 guilds would also have more confidence in Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart simultaneously contacted their respective superiors and secretly discussed the partnership Shi Feng proposed. At this time, Zero Wing had given them 2 options. Moreover, they had to choose between these options right now. The first option was to give up on further cooperation and focus only on obtaining some benefits from the secret Covenant Tower afterward. The tower would no longer have any connection with their 2 guilds, becoming the competition ground of the other superpowers instead. The second option was to further their cooperation with Zero Wing, taking full control of the Secret Covenant Tower and making an enemy of every other superpower on the eastern continent. If their plan succeeded, their guilds would gain an endless stream of resources and Tier 3 players. If they failed, it wouldn't be surprising if their guilds disbanded. This was a gamble that put everything on the line. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart simultaneously disconnected their calls and looked at Shi Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, Crimson Emperor, has decided to take your gamble this time. However, we have a condition for doing so, Illusory Words said slowly. If you cannot agree to this condition, we cannot further our partnership. Brother Black Flame, it is the same for my side as well, Unyielding Heart said with a bitter smile. You're playing with too big a fire this time. Our hesitation is natural. Go ahead. Shi Feng wasn't at all surprised by this response. After all, the bet he proposed basically involved their guild's life or death. However, not everyone would have the opportunity to make such a bet either. The two guilds should know this as well, which was why they did not refuse his offer outright. Instead, they had chosen to accept his offer while increasing their chances of survival as much as possible by adding conditions. In fact, it would be strange if they didn't do so. I'm guessing the requirement of our two guilds should be the same. With a helpless smile, Illusory Words said, if Zero Wing's plan this time fails, Crimson Emperor wants half of Silverwing City's profits. Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. The price Shi Feng was asking their two guilds to pay was no laughing matter. If the plan really failed, their guilds would be doomed for sure. However, if they had Silverwing City's income, they could more or less survive the ordeal. That won't be a problem, Shi Feng answered without the slightest bit of hesitation. Since he had invited the two guilds into an alliance, he naturally had to provide them with a safe path of retreat. Otherwise, who would be willing to take such a risk? After all, even if Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul secured only a small advantage through the Secret Covenant Tower, they could still become titans in God's domain, unlike Zero Wing. And even if the two guilds managed to gain full control over the tower, their situation would improve only slightly. They would be a step ahead of the various superpowers, but still be no match for the 5 great super guilds. Shi Feng's decisiveness stunned Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart. In their opinion, Silverwing City was Zero Wing's last path of retreat. It was also one of Zero Wing's main sources of income right now, and would most likely remain so in the future. One could say that so long as Silverwing City remained standing, Zero Wing would continue to survive in God's domain. However, Shi Feng had agreed to give its income away without hesitation. What the two of them did not know was that Shi Feng had never once deemed Silverwing City or Stone Forest City that important. The small mobile fortress was the way to go. Even if his plan failed this time and he managed to gather only a small portion of the small mobile fortress's construction materials, he would have profited massively. In his previous life, guilds had been willing to exchange 3 main guild cities for one small mobile fortress, let alone a measly basic city. Even then, no guild had accepted the trade. Following this, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart signed a guild contract with Shi Feng on behalf of their respective guilds. As stipulated in the contract, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul would do everything they could to support Zero Wing during this time. Both guilds would also pay 2 million magic crystals and 5 million gold coins to Zero Wing. In exchange, Zero Wing would have to give up all of Silverwing City's income to the two guilds should the plan fail. When the guild contract took effect, both Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart breathed out a deep sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the scariest and craziest wager they had participated in their entire lives. Brother Black Flame, what do you need us to do next? Unyielding Heart asked Shi Feng. With the contract signed, their two guilds would move according to Shi Feng's arrangement. Moreover, Unyielding Heart was also curious about what Shi Feng needed their two guilds' strength for. Although he didn't know what it cost to construct a small mobile fortress, the price definitely wasn't something even 5 superpowers working together could afford. Otherwise, mobile fortresses wouldn't be so rare in the various kingdoms and empires. There's nothing much you can do now. Your two guilds just need to focus on locking down the Secret Covenant Tower. At the same time, send some trustworthy members to explore the 30th floor and beyond to obtain as many Tier 3 legacies as possible. After giving the matter further thought, Shi Feng said, "In addition, I'll need your 2 guilds to organize a 100-man team of peak experts, which will follow me to a place." A 100-man team of peak experts? Shi Feng's words shocked Unyielding Heart. Even working together, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul wouldn't be able to form such a team. At best, they would be able to bring out 70 or 80 peak experts. "Can you tell us where we're going?" Illusory Words frowned at Shi Feng's words. Peak experts were the pillars of their guilds. Fielding so many peak experts for one operation would place a heavy burden on their guilds. Chuckling, Shi Feng answered honestly, "The Ruined Mountain Range." Chapter 2753, Godslayer's Treasure. Chapter 2753, Godslayer's Treasure. The Ruined Mountain Range, Illusory Words, and Unyielding Heart were stunned by Shi Feng's answer, their complexions turning indescribably grim. The 2 of them were not unfamiliar with the name Ruined Mountain Range. On the contrary, this was a name that resounded among the various superpowers. The superpowers usually sent scouts to check out level 100-plus neutral maps, which had many danger zones. Some superpowers would even investigate level 130 to level 150 neutral maps. Of the explorations conducted by the superpowers, none of the exploration teams they sent into the Ruined Mountain Range had returned alive. Yes, despite the Ruined Mountain Range being only a level 120-plus neutral map, none of the expert players that entered it had returned alive. In fact, they didn't even know how they died. After suffering such bizarre losses, the superpowers stopped attempting to explore the Ruined Mountain Range. After all, the players capable of entering level 120-plus neutral maps were incredibly strong experts, with even the weakest among them being at the Flowing Water Realm. Even the superpowers couldn't afford to have too many of such experts dying. Due to this reason, the Ruined Mountain Range had become a forbidden land for the various superpowers. Even though the superpowers already had level 118-plus expert players under their command now, none of them dared make another attempt. After a while, Unyielding Heart asked nervously, "Must we go in there?" Peak experts were the main pillars supporting their guilds. Even the death of one of these experts would distress them. It would be an absolute nightmare if several dozen of them died. We must. Entering the Ruined Mountain Range is the prerequisite for our success, Shi Feng said, nodding. If possible, he wouldn't want to enter the Ruined Mountain Range at this time either. However, the Ruined Mountain Range was his only option to secure a large amount of resources quickly. This was because the Ruined Mountain Range was a true forbidden land with the lowest level requirement. Players had a chance of surviving in the neutral map so long as they reached level 120. Moreover, the Ruined Mountain Range was also one of the most highly contested forbidden lands in his previous life. Although the Ruined Mountain Range was labeled a forbidden land, it wasn't a forbidden land for all life. Instead, it was only a forbidden land for humans. Humans would face great danger when entering the Ruined Mountain Range. However, non-humans wouldn't. Most importantly, the clue he had to the Godslayer led him to the Ruined Mountain Range. After analyzing the map clue and with his understanding of the Ruined Mountain Range, he felt it was highly likely that one of the Godslayer's treasures was hidden inside the Forbidden Land, the Earthfall Secret Land. This was something he had only heard of during his previous life. Although he didn't know who activated the Earthfall Secret Land, what he did know was that the 5 great super guilds had dispatched over 40 Tier 5 experts to contest for it. The struggle between these experts had very nearly flattened the Ruined Mountain Range's outer area. As to what the Earthfall Secret Land contained, there had been all sorts of rumors about it in the outside world. However, nobody actually had a concrete answer. This was because shortly after the Earthfall Secret Land appeared, 3 of the 5 great super guilds had joined forces to monopolize that place. The 3 guilds had prohibited not only outsiders from entering, but even their own internal members. The minimum condition to enter the Earthfall Secret Land had been being a Tier 4 core member. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The landfall secret land was a different dimension the Godslayer had created. The secret land had boasted an abundance of riches and ore veins. Magic crystals could also be found all around. It wasn't a place the outside world could compare to. Hence, Shi Feng intended to take a look at the Earthfall secret land. However, the road leading to the Earthfall secret land was a treacherous one. After all, countless Tier 4 players had died in the ruined mountain range in his previous life. Even Tier 5 players had fallen in the map. It wasn't a place that lone individuals could easily traverse. Therefore, Shi Feng planned to tap the power of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul for this endeavor. The ruined mountain range is extraordinary. Not to mention, the two of our guilds don't even have enough people to form a 100-man team of peak experts. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to survive there, Illusory Words stated. How about we include some additional Tier 3 experts? That will increase our chances. Compared to Tier 3 peak experts, ordinary Tier 3 experts were far less prized. If they came across dangerous situations, they could have the ordinary experts scout ahead instead of putting the peak experts at risk. This method was frequently employed by superpowers when exploring forbidden lands. No? Shaking his head, Shi Feng smiled and said, "The ones participating in this expedition aren't just experts from your two guilds. Other experts will come with us as well." Other experts? Are they safe? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were confused by Shi Feng's words. The operation this time was evidently a top secret. They couldn't afford to invite outsiders at all. Moreover, the operation had high requirements for players. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing actually had other allies that could be trusted for this operation. They're safe. Their strength is also more than enough to participate in this operation, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The Earthfall secret land was a place that the 5 great super guilds had considered a strategic resource. Once there, he naturally couldn't explore it together with Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members. However, exploring the secret land by himself was also impossible. Hence, he needed to bring some other people with him. Only, outsiders did not know that these people were actually part of Zero Wing. Afterward, Shi Feng had Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart gather their guild's peak experts while he contacted the Asura Adventurer team. As for the Secret Covenant Tower, he tasked Fire Dance and the rest of Zero Wing's main force to handle it. After all, the expedition to the ruined mountain range would take a lot of time. Since Fire Dance and the others could already challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests, it would be a loss for them to accompany him. Black Dragon Empire, Thousand Rock Town. Several dozen flashes appeared on the town's teleportation array as Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's peak experts arrived in this desolate border town. Although Thousand Rock Town was known as a town, there were hardly any NPCs there, let alone players, because of the town's proximity to the ruined mountain range. The neutral map was so dangerous that even NPCs wished to avoid it. After glancing at the desolate street, Blue Gown eyed Shi Feng, who stood nearby. She then asked Illusory Words curiously through a private conversation, "Big Sis Illusory, who do you think guild leader Black Flame invited?" In her opinion, their team, which consisted entirely of peak experts or better, was incredibly rare even in the entire God's domain. She found it inconceivable that Zero Wing could invite another team capable of rivaling theirs. Aside from the many peak experts, their team had Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart. The former was a cleric who stood at the pinnacle of God's domain, while the latter was a berserker, with defense rivaling MT classes. There was also Blue Gown herself, who was the third-ranked Guardian Knight in Crimson Emperor's main force. At this stage of the game, only the 5 great super guilds would be capable of fielding such a team. I don't know. According to the information we gathered, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain might be of help. However, Phoenix Rain disappeared, so Zero Wing shouldn't have any other capable allies, Illusory Words replied, shaking her head. She, too, was curious about the allies Shi Feng mentioned. Shortly after Illusory Words and Blue Gown spoke with each other, a dozen or so flashes appeared on the teleportation array once more. When these new arrivals walked out of the teleportation array, both Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were shocked. Every one of these new arrivals radiated an astonishingly powerful aura by the looks of it. Not only had they unlocked their mana bodies, but their progress should have reached 100% as well. The callous man walking at the head of the group was someone even illusory words and unyielding heart had to be wary of lightning demon Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn was a ruthless person who persisted in challenging the various experts of God's domain. Some time ago he had even fought Stalwart Sky, one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, to a draw, and was labeled by the Secret Pavilion as one of the Eastern Continent's top 10 rookies. At this time, Lifeless Thorn boasted not only a high level of 122, but also 7 pieces of epic equipment. And although he had hidden the glow effect of the spear he carried on his back, the archaic magic patterns engraved on it betrayed the spear's superiority to ordinary epic weapons. The Asura Adventurer Team. Why are they here? Illusory words and unyielding heart were dying of curiosity at the sight of Lifeless Thorn's group. After all, the Asura Adventurer Team was currently a top adventurer team in God's domain. Moreover, it possessed an incredibly mysterious background. Not only did the adventurer team conquer many high-difficulty, large-scale team dungeons, but the adventurer team's members also possessed unfathomable strength. Many of the adventurer team's members had even reached the spiritualization realm, which allowed them to exhibit extraordinary combat power. Various superpowers had frantically tried to recruit the adventurer team. However, the Asura adventurer team had rejected all the offers. Although many superpowers had sent teams led by peak experts in retaliation, none of these teams succeeded. Moreover, these teams usually returned with heavy losses. Everyone's here. Let's go. Chapter 2754, Forbidden Land for Humans. Chapter 2754, Forbidden Land for Humans. Everyone's here? Illusory words and unyielding heart turned to Shi Feng in astonishment. Could it be them? Not only did the Asura Adventurer Team possess a reputation on the eastern continent of God's domain, but according to rumor, the Adventurer Team also controlled more than half of the Ice Crystal world. All of the Adventurer Team's core members were incredibly mysterious. From time to time, unheard-of powerful geniuses would also appear in the Adventurer Team. It was also bruited about that the Asura Adventurer Team had an incredibly powerful commander. This commander was elusive and mysterious. Rumor had it that even Lifeless Thorn couldn't survive one hit from this commander, and that Lifeless Thorn was challenging the various superpowers experts so crazily because he wanted to challenge Asura's commander once more. This situation instilled fear in the various superpowers. For this reason, God's domain superpowers suspected that the Asura Adventurer Team had the backing of a mysterious and powerful force. In fact, they even suspected that this mysterious backer was someone from the Upper Zone's top layer. The Asura Adventurer Team had arrogantly rejected many of the powers that wished to recruit it. This in turn resulted in many clashes between Asura and the various powers, and the more Asura fought, the more famous it became. Now, however, it was actually revealed that Asura had a good relationship with Zero Wing. They'll be moving with us later on, Shi Feng said. He then nodded at Lifeless Thorn and the others in greeting. Actually, even Shi Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Lifeless Thorn and the others. He never thought that they would improve so much in the time he hadn't seen them now. Lifeless Thorn and the others surpassed Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members in levels. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn's aura suggested that he was half a step into the domain realm already. Shi Feng had to admit that the man was truly a battle maniac. Although his frenziedly challenging God's domain's various experts had earned him a lot of enemies, the experience he racked up allowed him to improve rapidly. As for Solitary 9, Yan Ya, Cleansing Whistle, and the others standing beside Lifeless Thorn, they too had made significant improvement. It was evident they were at the Flowing Water realm already. Moreover, they weren't all that far from reaching the Void realm either. If they received enlightenment now, they might very well break through to the next level immediately. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's introduction of them rendered Lifeless Thorn and the others momentarily speechless. They nodded at illusory words and unyielding heart in acknowledgement, none of them showing any intention of speaking to the two strangers at this time. Solitary 9 spoke to Shi Feng excitedly through a private conversation, asking, "Commander, what do you think of the people we brought this time? Everyone's combat power is on par with peak experts. We didn't shame you, right?" "Indeed. I never thought you would manage to recruit so many talents," Shi Feng said in astonishment as he studied Asura's team members. Quite a few of the Asura members present were people he was unacquainted with personally. However, he had heard of a few of these people in his previous life. All of them had been well-known solo experts in the game. 2 of them had even reached Tier 5, only slightly inferior to Lifeless Thorn, who had reached the demigod standard. Shi Feng truly had not imagined that Lifeless Thorn and the others would be able to recruit all these people into the Asura adventurer team. Following this, Solitary 9 told Shi Feng about recent events, mentioning that they had accidentally strayed into a magical place where time flowed at a completely different rate, and the players residing there were incredibly strong. In that magical place, Refinement Realm experts were considered third-rate. They were no big deal whatsoever. The players there were also very high-leveled, with some having even reached level 130 already. When Solitary 9 and the others visited that place, they had been utterly dumbfounded. During their stay in that magical place, they had frequently fought with the experts there. This allowed them to gain a lot of inspiration and improvement. Unfortunately, the system abruptly brought them back to the main continent for some reason. When they returned, their levels surpassed that of the superpowers peak experts by a large margin. Solitary 9's tale surprised Shi Feng. He never thought that God's domain would actually have such a magical area. However, when he remembered that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had fought in a different world for 80 years, he concluded that the situation Lifeless Thorn and the others had found themselves in was nothing to fuss about. Meanwhile, Crimson Emperor's and Unyielding Soul's members also finished their preparations to set off. Following which, everyone got on their flying mounts and flew toward the ruined mountain range. The ruined mountain range occupied a huge area on the continent of God's domain. According to players' estimates, the entire ruined mountain range could rival the combined area of 5 or 6 empires and connected many places. The neutral map's level 120 region was only the periphery. If players wished to survive in the map's inner region, they would have to reach level 150 at the very least. As for the ruined mountain range's core area, only level 180 plus, Tier 5 experts could enter there. Even level 200, Tier 4 experts wouldn't survive. After flying for 7 hours straight, Shi Feng and the others finally saw a stretch of majestic mountains on the horizon. Just the mountains in the ruined mountain range's periphery already reached heights of more than 30,000 meters. The sky of the mountain range was also shrouded in thunderclouds, and purple lighting arcs frequently appeared, bombarding the mountain range. CS. Those seeing the ruined mountain range for the first time were inevitably stunned by the magnificent and destructive scene before them. "We're descending," Shi Feng instructed everyone after taking a look at the mountain range ahead. Flying mounts couldn't fly into the ruined mountain range. If players wished to enter the neutral map, they had to rely on their own 2 feet. This was because even Tier 5 experts couldn't withstand the purple lightning. Even a level 200 Tier 5 Guardian Knight would fall after suffering 3 to 5 lightning strikes. Anyone who wished to fly inside the ruined mountain range would have to reach Tier 6 first. Only then could they endure the purple lightning. Shortly afterward, Shi Feng and the others arrived in a forest near the ruined mountain range. They then stored their flying mounts one after another. "Once we enter the ruined mountain range, everyone must stick to the team as closely as possible. You must not split off from the team under any circumstances. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences," Shi Feng said after everyone had finished organizing themselves. "Remember, even if someone beside you is asking for help or I tell you to run for your lives, ignore everything. You must continue sticking to the team and advance. We also need to move as fast as possible." Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, everyone present was surprised and puzzled. "Guild Leader Black Flame, are we supposed to ignore even your commands after we enter the map?" Blue Gown asked, her eyes filled with questions as she looked at Shi Feng. Shi Feng had clearly stated before that they needed to listen to his every command. Yet now he was telling them to ignore his commands once they entered the ruined mountain range. His instructions were simply incomprehensible. Yes, once you enter, you can ignore any of my commands temporarily. You can also ignore everyone around you until the team comes to a halt, Shi Feng said, nodding. Why? Illusory Words was also slightly confused by this situation. Is there an illusion inside? I'm not sure either. In any case, the environment inside is very special. You will suffer from hallucinations once you enter. However, despite being hallucinations, everything you see isn't an illusion, but real instead. Nobody can tell what is real or fake once inside. You can treat everything as real, and you can also treat everything as fake, Shi Feng said calmly. The only thing I am certain of is that stopping inside means death. This was also why he had Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul dispatch only peak experts for this expedition. Anyone capable of becoming a peak expert would possess a firm mindset. Meanwhile, only with a firm mindset could one pass through the ruined mountain range's periphery. How can there be such an environment? Blue Gown was shocked at Shi Feng's explanation. As far as she knew, Forbidden Lands were merely places with harsh environments and strong monsters. Yet the ruined mountain range was actually a place that subjected players to hallucinations. At this moment, let alone Blue Gown, even Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had grim expressions on their faces. Suddenly, they understood why the various superpowers experts had died unawares after entering the ruined mountain range. In fact, it would be strange if they knew how they died. In this world, the scariest thing was the unknown. Meanwhile, the ruined mountain range undoubtedly fulfilled this condition. Although they didn't know whether there were any monsters in the ruined mountain range's periphery, just the unique environment alone made it a scary place. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the scariest place they had visited since entering God's domain. The ruined mountain range truly deserved its reputation as a forbidden land for humans. All right, let's head inside, Shi Feng said after seeing that everyone had digested his words. Remember, stick to the team. Afterward, Shi Feng led the team to a mountain path that led into the ruined mountain range. The mountain path was relatively close by. Tier 3 players would take only a few minutes to cross the distance on foot. Less than 10 minutes later, the team of 100-plus players entered the ruined mountain range's perimeter. The moment everyone set foot into the neutral map, their mood grew solemn. They also followed Shi Feng's command and stuck close to each other. The team advanced at a slow pace. Even the Tier 3 magical class players of the team managed to keep up easily. The ruined mountain range's environment was surprisingly better than everyone imagined. The map did not constantly sap their stamina or concentration. In fact, very little foreign energy invaded their bodies here. Around half an hour later, the team still had not come across a single monster. The whole mountain range was surprisingly safe and peaceful. Unlike what they imagined, the map wasn't infested with monsters that could easily trample over Tier 3 players. It seems the ruined mountain range isn't a big deal after all, Blue Gown said as she observed her surroundings. Under the circumstances, her initial expectation had disappeared completely at Blue Gown's words. Everyone in the team also started to feel that Shi Feng had blown things out of proportion. He had only made them needlessly anxious. Blue, I'll have to rely on you once monsters start appearing later on, a level 119 female summoner said to Blue Gown. Sure, no problem. I'll make sure no monster gets near you, Blue Gown said confidently. The female summoner felt relieved at Blue Gown's assurance. See? The next moment, the sound of something splashing suddenly entered everyone's ears. The smell of blood also quickly spread into the surroundings. Meanwhile, everyone in the team stared at the female summoner and Blue Gown in shock. You? Why? The female summoner stared at Blue Gown in consternation. Before anyone realized it, Blue Gown had stabbed the female summoner with her longsword, causing the latter to lose HP continuously. Blue Gown stared at the female summoner in confusion. A bright smile appearing on her face, she asked in a dissatisfied tone, What? Why? After saying so, Blue Gown slashed the female summoner's throat, killing her. What's going on? Immediately, the people standing behind Blue Gown stared at her in shock and confusion. They couldn't understand why Blue Gown would suddenly attack a fellow teammate. Moreover, the smile on her face was unspeakably strange. The gaze she used to look at them also seemed as if she wasn't looking at humans. "What's the matter with you guys?" Blue Gown asked in confusion when she saw everyone looking at her warily. Why are you looking at me like that? However, despite her words, Blue Gown had an indescribably calm expression on her face. As if she had just stepped on an ant by the roadside, she was completely oblivious to the fact that she had just killed one of her teammates. Chapter 2755, Monster. Chapter 2755, Monster. Did Blue get possessed by a monster? What should we do now? Anyway, let's step back and keep our distance. Everyone slowly backed away from Blue Gown while staring at her in confusion. After all, Blue Gown possessed extraordinary strength as well as a hidden class for guardian knights. If they allowed her to get close to them, they would meet a similar fate to that female summoner. Meanwhile, upon noticing the players behind her stepping away, Blue Gown slowed her pace and looked at her teammates in confusion. "What's the matter with you guys?" While Blue Gown asked this question, the long sword in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light. The surrounding space even began to twist from the weapon's power. Not good. Be careful. She's using a Tier 3 legacy skill. We'll definitely die if we get hit. A Tier 3 expert familiar with Blue Gown warned Unyielding Souls experts. Afterward, this person dashed straight into the nearby forest. The next moment, several other peak experts from Crimson Emperor also hid in the nearby forest one after another. Upon seeing this, Unyielding Souls experts couldn't help hesitating over whether to fight or hide. On the other hand, Blue Gown was confused when she saw Crimson Emperor's members fleeing, turning toward the female summoner who should have long since been dead. Blue Gown asked, "T, what do you think is wrong with them? Why did they look at me like that just now?" "I don't know either," the female summoner named Clear T answered, shaking her head. With a confused expression on her face, she said, "Why don't we follow them and take a look? It'll be bad if they move too far away from the team." "I guess you're right." Blue Gown nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, when Illusory Words, who stood some distance ahead of Blue Gown, noticed Blue Gown splitting away from the team, she promptly slowed her pace. "Blue, what are you doing?" Illusory Words shouted at Blue Gown in dissatisfaction. "Also, who have you been talking to all this time? Me?" Turning toward Illusory Words, Blue Gown answered, "Haven't I been talking to Clear T all this time?" "Clear T?" Looking at Blue Gown strangely, Illusory Words said, "Isn't T at the front of the team?" "The front?" Blue Gown immediately turned to look at Clear T. However, before she realized it, the female summoner whom she had been chatting with merrily just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? "Wait, why have so many of our members gone missing?" Illusory Words asked in confusion. "I don't know what got into them, but they suddenly retreated into the forest over there," Blue Gown said, shaking her head. She, too, was confused at this situation. "No, we were fooled." Illusory Words' complexion darkened when she saw that the entire rear section of the team had disappeared. Black Flame never planned to bring us into the ruined mountain range. He must have been planning to use the ruined mountain range's power to annihilate our peak experts. This, Blue Gown was momentarily stunned. Now that we've suffered such severe losses already, if we continue following him, he'll definitely lead us to our deaths. Our only choice is to kill him now," Illusory Words said in a whisper to Blue Gown while looking at the front at Shi Feng, who was leading the team. "I'll assist you with your strength. Even if you can't kill him in one hit, you should still be able to injure him heavily. At that time, I'll land the finishing blow on him. This despicable Black Flame. I knew he wasn't anything good." Blue Gown nodded in agreement to Illusory Words' plan. Blue Gown made her way toward Shi Feng at a quick pace. When less than 100 yards separated them, Blue Gown suddenly disappeared, then reappeared behind Shi Feng, a dazzling brilliance bursting out from the long sword she wielded. She swung her sword at the defenseless Shi Feng. The next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared before Blue Gown and extended up to 100 yards away. Blue Gown, what are you doing? Unyielding Heart was startled when he saw Blue Gown suddenly attacking Shi Feng. However, Blue Gown paid no attention to Unyielding Heart at all, launching another ruthless attack immediately after her first one. However, after executing her second attack, Blue Gown was dumbfounded. Where did he go? Looking ahead, Blue Gown failed to see anyone standing on the road before her, and she froze in stupefaction. By the time Blue Gown reacted to the situation, Shi Feng was already standing beside her and looking at her quietly. At this time, Unyielding Heart also took action, grabbing Blue Gown's wrist, preventing her from attacking again. Blue Gown, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Guild Leader Black Flame? Have you lost your mind? Unyielding Heart questioned. Don't stop me. He's trying to kill us, Blue Gown said as she glared at Shi Feng. He's trying to annihilate our peak experts using the ruined mountain range. If you don't believe me, look behind. Everyone at the back has disappeared already. Disappeared? Startled by Blue Gown's words, Unyielding Heart automatically turned to look to the team's rear. Upon seeing that fewer than 20 people remained in the team, Unyielding Heart paled. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you really in this situation? Even Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting Shi Feng's motives. Are you really trying to annihilate us? Before Unyielding Heart finished speaking, Shi Feng had already unsheathed the abyssal blade Slash. Before Blue Gown could react, Shi Feng had cleaved Unyielding Heart in half, killing the latter instantly. You! Blue Gown was momentarily stunned when she saw Unyielding Heart getting killed. She then bellowed at Shi Feng, you really are trying to annihilate the peak experts of our two guilds. I'll fight you to death. After Blue Gown said so, the intensity of her aura skyrocketed until it rivaled that of level 120 mythic monsters. However, before she could take action, Shi Feng used Darkness Bend. Several dozen chains promptly appeared and restricted Blue Gown's movements. Despite her strength rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters, all she could do was glare at Shi Feng. She couldn't move her body in the slightest. Looking at Blue Gown, Shi Feng said evenly, you need to calm down. Calm down? You want me to calm down? Blue Gown's eyes burned with a fiery rage. You killed Vice Guild Leader Hart. Yet you want me to calm down? Take a clear look at the situation, Shi Feng shouted while releasing his killing intent and directing it at Blue Gown. The intense killing intent instantly shocked Blue Gown out of her anger, and as if having realized something, she then gawked at her surroundings. What the hell is going on with me? Before Blue Gown realized it, more people had appeared around her. Unyielding Heart stood among these new additions and was currently staring at her with a confused look on his face. Blue, what's gotten into you? Why are you trying to kill Guild Leader Black Flame so desperately? Illusory Words asked, similarly surprised by Blue Gown's actions. Everyone had been advancing carefully before. Yet, for some reason, Blue Gown had suddenly charged up to Shi Feng and attacked him. Fortunately, Shi Feng had reacted quickly and dodged her attack in time. An illusion? I got caught in an illusion. Blue Gown was stunned by this situation. Everything she experienced before felt too real, so real that she didn't even notice that something was amiss. What's going on here? Unyielding Heart asked in surprise. Does this mean you'll get trapped in an illusion even if you're just walking? However, before Unyielding Heart and the others could figure out what was going on, Shi Feng suddenly stabbed the abyssal blade into Blue Gown. What are you doing, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words asked, startled. Shi Feng was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Any random attack of his could reap millions of HP from mythic monsters. Killing Blue Gown, who had less than 3 million HP, would take no more than a hit. However, what occurred next made everyone's jaws drop. This was because Shi Feng's attack failed to kill Blue Gown. A damage value exceeding 4 million had appeared above Blue Gown's head. Yet the Guardian Knight's HP bar had fallen by only a small chunk, losing barely 3% of her HP. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting his eyes. For Blue Gown to lose only around 3% of her HP despite suffering over 4 million damage, her maximum HP had to exceed 200 million. A player having 200 million HP, did a monster replace blue? Illusory Words was also stunned by this situation. This was Illusory Words' first time seeing a monster transforming into a player. Moreover, the blue gown before her looked identical to the real one. However, before anyone could snap out of their surprise, Shi Feng suddenly appeared beside Illusory Words and slashed at her with the abyssal blade. 434,654,654,000 damage, exceeding 6 million, appeared above Illusory Words' head. However, similar to Blue Gown, Illusory Words lost less than 3% of her HP from the attack. Illusory Words looked at Shi Feng strangely, failing to understand why Shi Feng had attacked her all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who saw all of this, was at a loss. He simply couldn't figure out what was happening right now. Guild Leader Black Flame, what exactly are you doing? After suffering an attack, Illusory Words hurriedly stepped back and used a healing spell on herself, instantly replenishing her HP back to full. What am I doing? Chuckling, Shi Feng said. Of course I'm getting rid of you monsters. Monsters? What kind of joke are you making? How am I a monster? I'm a bona fide player, Illusory Words protested, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Shi Feng. She then explained hurriedly, there must be a problem here. When everyone on the team saw that Illusory Words did not retaliate, combined with the sincerity in her voice, they had to nod their heads in agreement, feeling that there was definitely a problem here. If Illusory Words really were a monster, she should have retaliated after Shi Feng attacked her. She wouldn't be trying to explain herself. In the meantime, Blue Gown looked at herself in shock. She couldn't believe that she had transformed into a monster. Am I actually the transformation of a monster? Chapter 2756, True Forbidden Land. Chapter 2756, True Forbidden Land. Chapter 2756, True Forbidden Land. Blue Gown and Illusory Words' bizarre performance and words stunned everyone. Were Blue Gown and Illusory Words monsters or not? Previously, when they came across monsters, all they needed to do was attack the said monsters. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, they could just run. Now, however, they couldn't even tell whether the monsters they faced were actual monsters. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Immediately, a deathly silence fell over the entire team as everyone turned to look at their teammates, afraid that the one standing beside them was actually a monster in disguise. Illusory Words and Blue Gown also warily eyed each other. This weird scene was definitely a first for everyone. However, after this strange atmosphere lasted for several seconds, the sunny sky suddenly darkened. Lightning and thunder filled the surroundings. Before Blue Gown realized it, the people around her had disappeared. Simultaneously, a 6-meter-tall monster with a huge mouth and ethereal body had appeared beside her, and it had devoured half of her soul already. Despite having noticed this monster, she could only stare at it quietly like an immobile puppet. She couldn't move her body even if she wanted to. However, the next moment, a magic blade pierced the heart of this monster. The monster let loose an ear-piercing scream that made Blue Gown feel as if her head would burst. What's going on? Blue Gown, whose body currently resembled an ethereal soul, was all at sea. Right now, she truly could not distinguish what was real from what was fake. It was as if she had woken up from a dream, only to end up in another dream. Before she could react to the situation, the injured monster pounced on her once more, intending to devour the delicacy before it. Meanwhile, Blue Gown, who had returned to her physical body, was utterly powerless against the monster. Just being close to it petrified her and gave her a pounding headache. She couldn't put up any resistance whatsoever. Soul Devourer, Soul Monster, Great Lord, level 124, HP 440 million. However, before the Soul Devourer could reach Blue Gown, several magic swords shot through it in rapid succession. 34,514,724, 3,564,54, 3,564,412. Several dozen terrifying damage values flashed above the Soul Devourer one after another, the Great Lord's HP zeroing out straight away. The monster then dispersed into particles of light, leaving behind a dozen or so crystal fragments in its place. Black Flame? Blue Gown looked at Shi Feng in confusion. having fallen into a mentally weakened state, her voice tremulous with uncertainty. You sustained some mental attacks? Nearly half of your concentration was consumed as well. It's best if you don't move around recklessly, Shi Feng said, as he looked at Blue Gown. Fortunately, you managed to walk out of that area. I wouldn't have been able to save you otherwise. Mental attacks? Blue Gown was taken aback. How is this possible? This was her first time hearing this term. Moreover, everything she had experienced before felt real. Such a situation was simply unheard of. She had experienced earth-shattering battles in God's domain before, but never such a terrifying illusion. She found it hard to imagine that a monster was actually capable of executing such an attack. Nothing is impossible in God's domain, especially in this forbidden land for humans, Shi Feng said as he met Blue Gown's incredulous gaze. Shaking his head, he said, "Monsters in God's domain aren't limited to physical and magical attacks. They have many unknown ways to attack and lay traps. Even if a player possesses combat power far surpassing a monster's, the player will still get killed if they aren't careful. Take these monsters that are capable of employing mental attacks, for example. Even if you have superior basic attributes, so long as you get caught in their mental attack, if you don't have incredibly strong willpower and the concentration to break through their mental bindings, you will still get killed." This was also why it was important for players to improve not only their basic attributes, but also their concentration. During the early stages of God's domain, players would rarely encounter mental attacks. Those that did wouldn't notice it due to their ignorance of mental attacks. However, past level 120 and after the first major update took place, mental attacks would appear much more frequently. Meanwhile, if players did not possess sufficiently strong willpower, they would still be helpless against mental attacks, even if they had incredibly powerful basic attributes. Take Blue Gown, for example. She had been trapped inside the Soul Devourer's mental space and couldn't escape at all. Fortunately, she did not die inside the mental space. Otherwise, even if he managed to save her from the Soul Devourer, all he would have saved would be an empty husk in God's domain. Dying inside a mental space was no different from dying in the outside world. To put it simply, one would suffer a soul death. This was also why most players in his previous life dared not offend Tier 5 NPCs, as some of them wielded mental attacks. Meanwhile, suffering a soul death was much worse than a physical death. Worst-case scenario, one would lose one's account and have to start all over again. After Shi Feng finished speaking, he resumed controlling his magic swords to rescue the others. "This is a true forbidden land?" As Blue Gown looked at the death and destruction in her surroundings, she finally realized that the ruined mountain range was much scarier than she thought. Compared to the battles she had experienced before, the one just now was on an entirely different level. Moreover, she had never thought that there would be such forms of combat in a virtual reality game. Despite the Soul Devourer's basic attributes being inferior to hers, she had been utterly helpless against it. When that Soul Devourer approached her earlier, she had suffered an intense headache. Her head had hurt so much that she couldn't control her body, let alone fight. Blue Gown wasn't the only victim of a Soul Devourer's attack. Several dozen other people had been caught as well. Of those present, only 19 people managed to avoid the Soul Devourer's attacks. Of the 19 people, the Asura Adventurer team had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. 8 of the Adventurer team's members were unscathed, compared to the 5 members each of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. At this time, everyone was desperately trying to save those who had been caught. However, some of the victims were beyond rescue already. The devouring speed of the Soul Devourers varied. Some were slow to finish their prey, while others were quick. Evidently, some players had stronger resistance to mental attacks, while other players had weaker resistance. Those with weak resistance didn't have much of their souls left at this point. When Blue Gown noticed Asura's cleansing whistle, who was roughly the same age as herself, fighting a Soul Devourer, she was stunned. "Am I that much weaker than her?" Blue Gown couldn't help her surprise and confusion as she watched Cleansing Whistle. She considered herself one of the best among her peers. Her guild even recognized her as one of the top 3 talents of the younger generation, yet She was actually inferior to Cleansing Whistle, someone whose combat standard hadn't even reached the Void Realm yet. However, before Blue Gown could recover from her shock, she felt a chill envelop her body as if something was staring directly at her soul. What? This is a lie, right? How can we fight such a thing? Blue Gown wasn't the only person who felt this sensation. Everyone experienced it. When illusory words and unyielding heart looked in the direction of this feeling's source, they trembled in fear. A 30-meter-tall, three-headed monster loomed over the team, and every step it took made everyone's soul shudder in fear. Todelia, the Soul Singer, Realm Lord, Superior Mythic, Level 128, HP 20,500,000. Chapter 2757, 15 seconds. Chapter 2757, 15 seconds. Everyone gasped at Todelia's appearance. A Realm Lord was in existence close to rivaling world bosses. Not to mention, Todelia was a Realm Lord of the Ruined Mountain Range. Its strength was most likely on par with that of world bosses in the outside world. This is the terror of a forbidden land for humans? Mulingsha smiled wryly at the sight of the Soul Singer. She finally understood why none of the various superpowers expert teams managed to make it out of the Ruined Mountain Range alive. It would be strange if they did, at this time. Not only was half of their team dead, but they also had to fight a large number of Soul Devourers. Although the Soul Devourers weren't particularly strong, most of the surviving members of their team couldn't fully exhibit their combat power either. The Soul Devourers dealt astonishingly powerful mental damage. Even after players broke free from the Soul Devourers' mental shackles, the mental damage still existed, affecting their brains. The consequent headaches prevented the players from executing delicate actions, which in turn lowered their combat standards by 2 ranks on average. Now, Void Realm experts could exhibit combat standards only at the Refinement Realm, while Domain Realm experts' combat standards were at the Void Realm. On the other hand, the Soul Devourers all had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. They could undoubtedly be considered first-rate experts, not much inferior to ordinary Tier 3 experts in combat standards. With the addition of a Realm Lord, there was no way their team could get out of this situation alive. Among those still standing, only Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yan Ya, and Cleansing Whistle remained relatively calm, continuing to systematically slay the Soul Devourers troubling the players around them. 9, Thorn and Yan Ya, help me hold the boss for 15 seconds, Shi Feng said after saving another person from the Soul Devourers. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, illusory words and unyielding heart couldn't help doubting their ears. They're still going to fight in this situation. Their opponents consisted of several hundred Soul Devourers and 1 Realm Lord. The only thing they could and should do now was run away. The battle recovery of a monster of Todelia's rank allowed it to regenerate 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the Realm Lord could recover 410 million HP per 5 seconds. That was basically killing a great lord of the same level every 5 seconds. If they couldn't accomplish that, they wouldn't even be able to get Todelia's HP below 98%. Meanwhile, their team currently had fewer than 30 people alive, nearly half of them in a mentally weakened state and incapable of combat, with Todelia's defense as a superior mythic thrown in. Their team's attacks would, at best, give the Realm Lord an itch. 15 seconds? After briefly calculating their chances, Solitary 9 nodded and said, "No problem. However, 15 seconds really is the most I can do." Todelia's mental influence was too powerful. Even Solitary 9 felt a little overwhelmed. "No problem. If you can't handle it, I'll take over," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the approaching Soul Singer. Previously, killing monsters for EXP had been a chore for him. After all, none of the monsters he fought allowed him to improve. He was killing them solely for the sake of leveling up. However, after setting foot in the Ruined Mountain Range, he finally felt that he was truly fighting a battle. Previously, he would get the exhilarating feeling of having one move decide his life or death only when fighting peak experts. Now, however, the Soul Devourers were giving him the same feeling. It was simply wonderful. As for Todelia, the Realm Lord was an existence that could even terrify him. This was the kind of opponent he had been hankering for. All right, let's hurry up and head over. If we wait until the boss arrives, the others might get dragged into the fight. Yan Ya said, her head aching slightly when she saw Lifeless Thorn's excited expression. Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated the power of darkness, boosting their basic attributes by a large margin. Now, both of them were comparable with Tier 4 existences. The next moment, the two melee players turned into streaks of light as they charged at Todelia. Meanwhile, Yan Ya, a druid, chanted an incantation and flew toward the Realm Lord. Simultaneously, she cast a layer of life protection on both Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn, the spell capable of absorbing some of the damage they took and converting it into HP. Roar. Todelia bellowed in anger when it saw two ants charging at it, its roar echoing throughout the ruined mountain range's outermost area. As its roar spread, an invisible mental attack struck everyone. Aside from Shi Feng, everyone present groaned in pain. Good, you really are powerful. After suffering Todelia's mental attack, which was much stronger than its ever-present mental influence, Lifeless Thorn turned deathly pale. However, when he looked at the 30-meter-tall Realm Lord, not only did he not grow fearful of the boss, but the fighting spirit in his eyes even burned brighter. He raised his spear and transformed into a lightning bolt shooting at Todelia, Tier 3 Legacy Skill, Lightning Flash. With the power of darkness's buff, this attack pierced through space itself. As if he had teleported, Lifeless Thorn instantly appeared before the Soul Singer. So fast. This scene surprised Unyielding Heart. There had been a 200-yard gap between Todelia and Lifeless Thorn, yet the latter had crossed this distance instantly. Unyielding Heart wasn't sure he could react to such a speed even if he activated his berserk skill. Boom! A deafening boom echoed throughout the mountains. The next moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and struck the ground heavily, the impact of the collision creating a crater over 24 meters in diameter. Inside the crater, Lifeless Thorn stood propping himself up with his spear. His hands on the spear trembled, and blood leaked out from a corner of his mouth. It was evident he had sustained a major blow. His HP had fallen by more than 460,000. What happened? Blue Gown, who was watching the clash from a distance, was dumbfounded. Lifeless Thorn's attack carried incredible power and speed. Even an actual Tier 4 mythic monster should have suffered a serious injury from it. Yet not only did Lifeless Thorn fail to inflict any damage on Todelia, but he had even taken damage. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn had lost close to 10% of his HP despite the life protection cast on him. At this rate, without additional healing, he would definitely die after 6 or 7 more exchanges. Is this monster really just a superior mythic? Everyone couldn't help doubting their eyes as they stared at the intact Soul Singer. They had seen superior mythic monsters before. Some of them had even killed one before. However, compared to those superior mythic monsters, Todelia was like a completely different creature. However, when Shi Feng, who was currently incanting, saw this scene, he wasn't surprised at all. The early stages of God's Domain served to let players adapt to God's Domain's combat style. The main God system had not only provided players with many benefits, but also weakened the monsters in the game. In fact, even the level 100-plus monsters that players felt were strong weren't actually at their peak condition. They were still suppressed to a certain degree. However, that was not the case for the monsters in Forbidden Lands. The monsters in these locations weren't subject to the main God system's suppression and could exert 100% of their combat power. In Forbidden Lands, mythic monsters were beyond the capabilities of ordinary Tier 3 teams. Tier 3 players would need top-quality equipment and various support tools to even stand a chance. Moreover, the team would also need many experts with berserk skills. Otherwise, only one outcome awaited the team: annihilation. Not to mention, Todelia was a bona fide superior mythic. If Shi Feng himself fought Todelia right now, he definitely wouldn't have an easy time. They would need at least 6 Tier 4 players to defeat this boss. Otherwise, challenging the Realm Lord would be sheer suicide. This was why he had tasked Lifeless Thorn's trio with only holding back Todelia for 15 seconds. Asking them to hold the Realm Lord back for even a few seconds more was a luxury they couldn't afford. Subsequently, Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated their life-saving skills one after another to defend against Todelia's attacks. Even Yan Ya, who served as the healer of the trio, had to activate her power of darkness. Without the additional basic attributes, she would have died from any random stray attack that hit her. One time, to defend against Todelia's trampling, Solitary 9 activated his Tier 3 shield wall and interposed himself between the Realm Lord and his two companions. However, even with his life-saving skill activated, the resulting shockwave still sent the trio flying several dozen meters away. Both Lifeless Thorn and Yan Ya lost over 1 million HP from the attack, whereas Solitary 9 lost over 3 million HP. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Every second of battle placed immense pressure on the trio. Every moment they fought, Todelia felt as if death would claim them in the next second. The players spectating from afar were stupefied at this scene. This was the first time they truly understood how terrifying a superior mythic monster could be. If not for Lifeless Thorn's group having activated their berserk skills, the trio would have most likely been killed instantly. "Commander, are you not done yet?" Solitary 9 asked Shi Feng through a private conversation. Previously, he thought that it would be a joke if he couldn't hold Todelia for 15 seconds. However, he now realized that 15 seconds was truly a long time. Good job at this time. Shi Feng had also finished chanting the final verse recorded in the Bible of Darkness. "Leave the rest to me." Chapter 2758, Bible of Darkness's True Power. Chapter 2758, Bible of Darkness's True Power. Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and Yan Ya promptly stopped attracting Todelia's attention and dashed over to Shi Feng. They chose to run to him because only their commander had a way to hold Todelia back. If they ran in any other direction, Todelia would definitely chase them down and crush them. Todelia strode toward Shi Feng step by step. Not only did Todelia shake the ground with every step it took, but the mental influence it exerted over the rest of the team also increased. Some of the resting players, such as Blue Gown, even started holding their heads in pain. Are we going to fight it? Illusory words couldn't help frowning at this situation. She simply couldn't see any way for their team to defeat Todelia. Not only did Todelia possess over 2 billion HP, but its combat standard was superior to ordinary refinement realm experts. Its speed was so fast that even a domain realm expert like herself could barely keep up. Such speed simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could cope with, and even a Tier 4 player like Shi Feng would, at best, just match its speed. Moreover, Todelia's strength was something only Tier 4 MTs could hope to stop. If a swordsman like Shi Feng tried to tank one of the Realm Lord's attacks, he would definitely end up miserable. However, when Todelia was only 3 steps away from Shi Feng, the connections completed. Shi Feng smiled as he closed the Bible of Darkness and looked at Todelia. "Let's start the second round, then." As soon as Shi Feng closed the Bible of Darkness, the stormy skies above the valley shattered and transformed into a dark space covering thousands of yards. Looking at the darkness, everyone present could faintly sense that it was connected to an ancient and terrifying space. Just the aura leaking out from the dark space was enough to roil the valley's mana. The next moment, a gigantic stone door several hundred meters tall fell through the dark space and smashed into the valley, causing powerful tremors to spread throughout the valley. When Todelia looked at this ancient door, a deep sense of fear appeared in its eyes. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Unyielding Heart was shocked as he looked at the massive stone door before him. This door was undoubtedly the most terrifying item he had seen in God's domain thus far. Just looking at it allowed him to understand just how scary it was. Every magic pattern and rune engraved on the door functioned to seal its power. Whatever existence stood behind the door could most likely obliterate him with just a small strand of its power. For a moment he even had the feeling that the opening of this door would mark the beginning of all disasters. He's not planning to open this door, right? Illusory words eyed the stone door nervously. The door before her looked far too ominous. Its appearance alone filled her with an indescribable aversion and terror. a terror easily 100 times stronger than the fear she felt for Tartaglia. However, before illusory words could continue this line of thought, the door began opening by itself slowly. Darkness, silence, and despair. For a moment it felt as if all the negative emotions in the world were pouring out of this stone door, and even Shi Feng felt uncomfortable in this situation. As for everyone else, their faces paled, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily, none of them daring to look at the stone door directly. "Who mans? No, you're not." Suddenly, words spoken in the abstruse demonic language flowed out of the door. Although none of the players present were knowledgeable of the language of demons, they understood what the spoken words conveyed. For a time, everyone was confused. "I never thought that after so many years you existences would be the next to summon this door." Following these words, a 3-eyed, 10-meter-tall humanoid demon clad in black armor walked out of the stone door. The instant Tartaglia saw this demon, horror overwhelmed it. It was as if the realm lord had just seen death itself. Actually, Shi Feng himself felt dread at the humanoid demon's appearance. He never dreamed he would summon this demon. The dark abyss had a total of 108 demon princes, who stood at the peak of the great demons. All of them were existences second only to demon kings, and they could be considered half-step demon kings. Meanwhile, the humanoid demon standing before him was Frobero, the lord of the dead. His strength ranked 21st among all great demons. Weak. How weak, Frobero muttered as he looked at himself, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Shi Feng, who held the Bible of Darkness, and said coldly, "You should know what you have done. That book isn't something you should possess, so hand it to me. This is also your only way out. Otherwise, what awaits you is eternal death." As soon as Frobero finished speaking, a powerful sense of oppression descended on Shi Feng, one so uncomfortable that his expression turned ugly, as expected of one of the 108 demon princes. "Its mental oppression is on par with Tier 5 existences," Shi Feng sighed ruefully. Although he had long since known that the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was massive, he still couldn't help feeling helpless when experiencing the might of a half-step demon king. Luckily, Shi Feng wielded the Bible of Darkness, which restricted the methods Frobero could use to target him. Otherwise, the demon prince could have killed him instantly. Meanwhile, as Frobero subjected Shi Feng to his mental oppression, the Bible of Darkness also sensed the offense. Immediately, chains appeared around the demon prince's body. The instant these chains appeared, Frobero's mental oppression weakened drastically. Now the mental oppression no longer posed any threat to Shi Feng whatsoever. This damned contract. I will break free from this binding one day and obtain true freedom. Frobero bellowed in rage as he glared at the pitch-black chains wrapped around his body. He then looked at Shi Feng and said coldly, "Although that book prevents me from doing anything to you, don't think that you have full control over me. I can tell that you don't have much time left based on those curses and bindings on your body. That book cannot save you. Only I can help you. That won't be necessary. I will only become your puppet if I believe you," Shi Feng said, shaking his head while smirking contemptuously. After reaching Tier 4, he had gained an inkling about the problem plaguing his soul. Initially, he thought that with the benefits from his promotion, the problems he faced would stabilize. However, it turned out that wasn't the case at all. His problems were far greater than he imagined. This feeling became even more obvious after he had used the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness had been secretly eroding his soul all this time. He couldn't help but admit that this godlike item truly couldn't be controlled easily. It was much more dangerous than magic weapons. However, it was also impossible for him to abandon the Bible of Darkness. The road to reaching higher tiers was incredibly difficult. Only by grasping every available opportunity would he have a chance of becoming a god. Otherwise, everything he did would be for naught. One example would be the soul mark he received from a faux saint devourer he defeated some time ago. It was precisely because he had exploited this opportunity that he had managed to strengthen his soul, which in turn strengthened his resistance to that mysterious NPC's soul curse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Shi Feng then looked at Frobero and said, I might not be able to control you completely, but you should know that as your summoner, I can forcibly control part of your power." The Bible of Darkness was his greatest assurance in venturing to the ruined mountain range this time. Venturing deep into the neutral map with just his personal strength was impossible. After all, Todlia alone was already more than enough to make him flee. You'll regret this. Controlling the power of demons is beyond you. The more you use it, the deeper you will sink, until eventually your soul is consumed completely. Thank you for the warning, but don't think you demons will have an easy time devouring me. After saying so, Shi Feng used the Bible of Darkness to erase Frobero's consciousness and gain control over a portion of the Demon Prince's strength. A level 135 Demon Prince. Even with just 70% of Frobero's strength, he could roam about the ruined mountain range's outer area without any worries. The conversation between Shi Feng and Frobero lasted for only a short moment. Hence, Todelia, who had been petrified by the stone door and the Lord of the Dead, was still idle. However, after Shi Feng took control of Frobero's body, Todelia immediately noticed something amiss. The Demon Prince's aura and mental oppression had weakened significantly. Moreover, Frobero could display hostility toward it now. After realizing what had just happened, Todelia pounced on Shi Feng without hesitation, sending one of its mountain-sized claws smashing ruthlessly at the tiny human. Shi Feng immediately felt as if the space around him had compressed 100-fold. Not only did his body feel a lot heavier, but even time had started slow. Tier 4, innate skill, sundering earth. This was the first time Todelia had resorted to a skill. Previously, when fighting ants like Lifeless Thorn, it couldn't even be bothered to use skills. However, the only thing on its mind right now was to kill Shi Feng as quickly as possible. Under intense pressure from the space around him, Shi Feng looked up at Todelia and smiled. "You're too late." Even before Shi Feng finished speaking, Frobero, who stood in front of Shi Feng, waved his hand abruptly, and a pitch-black spear of flames condensed in his hand. He then swung the spear at Todelia's approaching claw. Although Frobero's spear was made of flames, it did not feel scorching at all. On the contrary, it gave off an extreme chill that froze the surrounding space. Time itself seemed to freeze momentarily. Boom! Space shattered and turned into nothingness. The impact of the collision between the two attacks caused the ground to sink. With the exception of Shi Feng, the resulting shockwave also sent everyone flying over 500 yards away and inflicted damage on them ranging between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. As for Todelia, its massive body shot backward over 100 yards, leveling the terrain in its path. The next moment, Illusory Words, Unyielding Heart, and the others who got blown away gaped in shock as they looked at Todelia. 49, 40, 54, 423. Damage nearing 50 million had appeared above the Soul Singer's head. The power gap between Todelia and Frobero was instantly determined. The two were on entirely different levels. TL notes. 1. Demon Prince, Fie. The ranks for demons go as follows. Demon, Tier 3, Great Demon, Tier 4, Demon Prince, Tier 4, but above Great Demons and Demon King, Tier 5. Chapter 2759, Half-Step Demon King. Is this the real trump card Black Flame has been hiding all this time? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were shocked as they stared at the three-eyed demon hovering proudly in the sky. At the same time, they revealed bitter smiles on their faces. Frobero, Lord of the Dead, Demon Prince. Level 135 in HP, 13 million. They had long known that people like Shi Feng would always keep a trump card hidden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the dangerous ruined mountain range, even though he had reached Tier 4. However, they never imagined that Shi Feng's trump card would be this terrifying. The man had actually summoned a demon prince from the dark abyss and controlled it like a puppet to fight for him. A demon prince was an existence capable of rivaling Tier 5 existences. In terms of life rating, a demon prince was above even superior mythic monsters. Not to mention, Frobero was even a demon prince with a title. Calling him a half-step demon king wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the various superpowers were to find out about this power, they would most likely have very ugly expressions on their faces. Any demon prince that possessed a title had earned their title by slaughtering countless people in God's domain. In fact, these titled demon princes were responsible for the destruction of some kingdoms in God's domain. For an existence capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, destroying a superguild's guild city would be child's play. In reality, Shi Feng himself had also entertained the same fantasies as illusory words and unyielding heart. However, these thoughts remained merely thoughts. After his promotion to Tier 4, both his concentration and mana perception had gained a qualitative improvement. Thanks to these improvements, he discovered a small trace of dark energy lingering around his soul. The Bible of Darkness possessed incredible power. In fact, some legendary items would even seem weak compared to it. This situation was inconsistent with God's domain's rules. In God's domain, one had to pay a price corresponding to the power gained. This was the balance of God's domain. However, the Bible of Darkness didn't seem balanced to him. The power it offered its wielder was far greater than the cost of using it. Now, the Bible of Darkness's detriments were thoroughly revealed. His soul had become tainted with dark energy. Although the dark energy lingering around his soul was incredibly weak, its purity was exceptionally high, equal to the energy found in 7 luminaries' crystals. Ordinary power couldn't expel it. And the more he used the Bible of Darkness's power, the stronger and purer this dark energy became. Particularly when he summoned Froboro, the rate at which this dark energy grew had skyrocketed. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't dare casually use the Bible of Darkness's power for now. Meanwhile, as everyone was stunned by Frobero's power, Taudalia, who had been knocked backward, let loose a deafening roar like an enraged beast. Taudalia's originally translucent body turned blood red and enlarged significantly. Now, the Realm Lord easily reached a height of 50 meters. Simultaneously, a ripple of power spread from its body, reaching 500 yards away and causing the ground to sink. What a strong gravity domain! Shi Feng frowned when Taudalia's gravity domain reached him. Despite his mana domain and Tier 4 physique, moving inside Taudalia's gravity domain was actually difficult. Now, he couldn't even exhibit half of his normal speed, let alone his strength. If Tier 3 players stood within this gravity domain right now, they would most likely be crushed to death. Fortunately, Frobero, whom Shi Feng controlled, wasn't particularly affected by this gravity domain. His speed and strength had been reduced by only 20% or so. He still held an advantage over Taudalia. So, this is the Demon Prince's power? Shi Feng was astonished by this situation. Despite both him and Frobero being Tier 4 existences, there was a tremendous gap between them. He only had basic control over Frobero's body. Utilizing Frobero's mana and frightening concentration was beyond him. While these two aspects might not seem very important, they were crucial for Tier 4 existences to maximize the use of their basic attributes. At this time, Shi Feng couldn't exhibit even 10% of Frobero's true combat power. Despite that, Frobero could still overwhelm Taudalia. All Shi Feng needed to do now was control Frobero and have the Demon Prince pin down the Soul Singer. If everyone else helped out in attacking Taudalia, slaying the superior mythic wouldn't be impossible. However, Taudalia had no intention of letting Shi Feng realize his plans. Chanting an incantation, the Realm Lord repeatedly shattered the ground around itself and gathered the scattered rubble. In just 3 seconds, a meteorite with a 400-yard radius had formed in midair. A Tier 4 curse. Shi Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the meteorite. A Tier 4 curse cast by a superior mythic would possess power at the Tier 5 standard. A single strike from such an attack was more than enough to demolish a city's defensive magic array. As a Tier 4 player, if he got struck by this attack, he would die without question. At this time, let alone Shi Feng, even illusory words, unyielding heart, and the other players standing over 500 yards away were stunned by Taudalia's attack. Helpless smiles appeared on their faces. Once this Tier 4 curse landed, none of them would survive. They couldn't even interrupt the spell. Damn it! Why can't I use his mana? Shi Feng felt a huge headache in this situation. If Frobero were to rely on only his physical body, the Demon Prince definitely wouldn't be able to shrug off a Tier 4 curse. Moreover, even if Frobero could endure the attack, both Shi Feng and the rest of his team couldn't. Escaping was also impossible at this point. After all, the activation of a Tier 4 curse would place a seal on the space of the affected region. Aside from shattering the Tier 4 curse directly, the only other way to survive a Tier 4 curse would be to endure it. However, neither of these two options were viable for Shi Feng. If he couldn't control Frobero's mana, he wouldn't be able to use any of the Demon Prince's skills or spells. He could only have the Demon Prince fight hand to hand. While Shi Feng was thinking about how to resolve this Tier 4 curse, Todelia completed the incantation for the Tier 4 curse meteorite collapse. Boom. The next moment, the enormous meteorite that had taken shape fell from the sky like a real meteor. Damn it. Seeing the descending meteorite, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and began calling the dark energy hidden in the depths of his soul. It's all or nothing now. As a tool capable of controlling all demons, the Bible of Darkness shouldn't be limited to turning demons into simple meat puppets. Shi Feng believed it could exert further control over them. Meanwhile, a demon's power wasn't limited to just mana. They also had access to the terrifying power of darkness. In other words, the power of darkness was the source of strength for demons. Yet when Shi Feng used the Bible of Darkness, he could perform only simple manipulation of demons. This obviously didn't seem right. The instant Shi Feng manipulated the strand of dark energy within his soul, it actually formed a connection with Frobero's source of power. This is... Shi Feng was stupefied. At this moment, he felt that he was Frobero. He now could see what Frobero saw and feel what Frobero felt. Is this what it feels like to be in existence approaching Tier 5 Demon Kings? Not only did Shi Feng not feel the slightest bit anxious or fearful of the descending meteorite, but it even looked like a toy to him. Be it the surrounding mana, terrain, or sky, he could now perceive everything with extreme clarity. Even the operating principles of the profound magic elements looked far less complex in his opinion. Meanwhile, just when everyone else on the team shook their heads and gave up, Frobero suddenly raised a hand under Shi Feng's control and directed it at the massive meteorite. The next moment, a gigantic hand made of mana appeared out of thin air and grabbed the meteorite, then lightly squeezed. Boom. A deafening explosion occurred in midair, and the meteorite, which was over 400 meters in radius, instantly shattered into dust. Space around the hand also transformed into a black void. Chapter 20760, Illusory Sword Slays Realm Lord. The sky shattered, and the resulting void storm dyed the sky black as it threatened to devour everything on this land. The void storm was so powerful that even Tier 4 players would suffer severe damage or death if they got too close. So strong, he crushed a Tier 4 curse with his hand. Is he really just a Tier 4 demon? Everyone present gasped at the power of the demon Prince Shi Feng controlled. Frobero's might had thoroughly shattered their perception of Tier 4 demons in God's domain. In fact, even Shi Feng himself felt shocked by this outcome. Amazing. A demon prince can actually control mana to such a terrifying level. No wonder they're known as half-step demon kings. Their actual combat power is definitely at the Tier 5 standard. Previously, Shi Feng had merely thought to use Frobero's mana to resist Todelia's Tier 4 curse. However, the mana hand the demon prince conjured had actually shattered the Tier 4 curse. The demon prince's power was beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, the most amazing aspect about Frobero would have to be the mana he could condense. The strength of the condensed mana surpassed even Shi Feng's mana when he executed Holy Devour. Meanwhile, Frobero had already exhibited such astounding mana just by casually condensing it into the shape of a hand. Had the demon prince executed a mana technique just now, the result would have definitely been mind-blowing. The power of the attack might even reach the intermediate Tier 5 standard. Usually, if a superior mythic monster used a Tier 4 curse, the spell's power would only be at the entry level of Tier 5, not even reaching the basic Tier 5 standard. However, the mana hand Frobero manifested just now was undoubtedly at the basic Tier 5 standard. If the attack's power reached the intermediate Tier 5 standard, The resulting spatial storm would have had a radius of several thousand yards instead of just several hundred yards. Shi Feng couldn't help reveling in Frobero's power. After all, the feeling of wielding such power was simply wonderful. This was especially true for Frobero's perception of and affinity for mana. When controlling the demon prince, Shi Feng could feel his comprehension of the operating principles of mana becoming a lot clearer than before. This wasn't a sensation he could experience with just an ordinary Tier 4 physique. If I can maintain this state, I can probably break through my mana body's 100% threshold in just 1 or 2 hours. My control of mana might even improve, and getting promoted to a Grandmaster Magician would be far less of a struggle. The gap in physique and life rating wasn't something that basic attributes could compensate for. If the effects of basic attributes on one's combat power were calculated by addition and subtraction, then the effects of physique and life rating would be calculated by multiplication and division. This was also why the dragon race stood at the apex of all races. Even with the same basic attributes, a dragon would be many times stronger than a human. For the same reason, dragons, fallen angels, and such creatures were invincible among those of the same tier, with some even capable of transcending tiers based on the power Frobero displayed. The demon prince's life rating was probably close to rivaling dragons. However, as Shi Feng was savoring this wonderful moment, a stinging pain came from the depths of his mind. He paled in agony and almost staggered and fell to the ground. Sure enough, the system won't allow players to be immersed in this feeling for long. Shi Feng smiled bitterly when he sensed the state of his concentration and the taint on his soul. He had manipulated Frobero's mana for less than 3 seconds. Yet not only did he expend 10% of his concentration, but the dark energy in his soul had also grown significantly stronger. The corrosive effect of manipulating Frobero's mana was 1/3 of summoning the demon prince himself. Meanwhile, Todelia, who had initially cowered after seeing its Tier 4 curse shattered, narrowed its 6 eyes when it noticed the intensity of Shi Feng's aura plummeting. It could tell that Shi Feng was no longer in his best condition. Immediately, Todelia's 3 heads began chanting another Tier 4 curse, intending to kill Shi Feng while he was weakened. "Do you think I'll give you another chance?" Upon noticing Todelia's actions, Shi Feng connected the dark energy in his soul with Frobero's source of darkness once more. Frobero's aura recovered to its peak. The demon prince's aura was so terrifying that even illusory words and the others, standing several hundred yards away, trembled reflexively. "Stay down." Shi Feng had Frobero brandish the fire spear without hesitation, gathering both mana and power of darkness for an attack. In addition, Shi Feng even executed Light Shadow for this attack. However, as he was executing the mana technique indirectly, through Frobero, he failed to execute the complete Light Shadow. Even so, the resulting attack was still magnitudes stronger than the earlier mana hand. The next moment, illusory spears rained down from the sky and bombarded Todelia's heads. The attacks were so quick and powerful that the soul singer couldn't dodge them in time, its body getting pummeled into the ground. Cracks extending several thousand yards formed on the ground due to the impacts. The violent trembling of the earth toppled everyone on Shi Feng's team and forced them to sit on the ground. By the time the land stopped shaking, a crater with a 300-yard radius had formed in Todelia's position. As for the Realm Lord itself, its body had sunk several dozen meters into the ground, only its 3 heads remaining above ground. When 165,448, a damage value exceeding 1 billion emerged slowly above Todelia's head as its HP bar fell by a significant chunk. Even its life aura had weakened slightly.
Crap! The commander is insane. He actually managed to summon such a demon.
Solitary 9 was secretly astonished when he saw the damage and destruction Frobero caused. At this rate, the fight could end in just another dozen hits or so. The boss monster that previously filled their minds with only thoughts of escape had been beaten down like a dog. The heavy injuries Todelia suffered had also caused it to lose 30% of its basic attributes. There was simply no comparison between Todelia and Frobero. "All right, stop daydreaming. All of you activate your berserk skills and fight the boss together with the demon prince. We must get rid of the boss now, otherwise none of us will get out alive." Shi Feng ordered weakly through the team chat as he sat down on the ground. He had used his full power to launch that previous blow. He had even executed a partial light shadow. As a result, he had expended 30% of his concentration and further enhanced the dark energy in his soul. Now he was in an incomparably weakened state, and just controlling Frobero required all his focus. If they allowed Todelia to recover and use another Tier 4 curse, they would team wipe. They needed to finish Todelia while the Realm Lord was still weakened. They definitely could not afford to give it a chance to catch a breather. Upon hearing Shi Feng's weak voice, Unyielding Heart immediately understood their situation. Hurriedly, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone from Unyielding Soul, follow me. Everyone from Crimson Emperor, attack together. Activate your berserk skills." Illusory words also commanded her subordinates to take action. She, too, understood that now was not the time to hold back. Immediately, 20-plus peak experts from Asura, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor activated their berserk skills and rushed toward Todelia simultaneously. However, the Soul Singer also realized the precarious situation it was in right now. After dragging its heavily injured body out of the crater, it fled without hesitation. Don't even think of getting away. Shi Feng did not give Todelia any opportunities to escape. Controlling Frobero, he had the Demon Prince launch another attack at the Realm Lord. However, as Shi Feng could execute only simple attacks with Frobero right now, Todelia managed to defend against the Demon Prince's attack despite being heavily injured. 94,376,414, a damage value nearing 100 million, appeared above Todelia's head when its claw collided with Frobero's fire spear. Disregarding the damage, Todelia immediately jumped into the air to flee. However, Shi Feng was no ordinary expert, but someone at the peak of the Ascension realm. Even though he was in a mentally weakened state and couldn't get Frobero to exert his actual combat power, he could still use the Demon Prince to pin down Todelia. Every one of the attacks he executed with Frobero targeted Todelia's vitals, forcing the Realm Lord to defend itself. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and the others arrived within attack range and immediately joined the battle. All of them possessed power rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters. Although they still couldn't afford to face Todelia in a frontal confrontation, the damage they inflicted was significant. The next moment, normal attacks dealing over 2 million damage each, coupled with the occasional Tier 3 skill reaping over 10 million damage, landed on the Realm Lord one after another. As Todelia was already struggling to deal with Frobero, it was utterly powerless against the 20-plus players' assault. It could only let the players bombard it with attacks as they pleased. 83%, 72%, 54% time passed quickly, with one side sticking close to the other. One side was fleeing desperately, while the other side was pursuing and attacking ruthlessly. Fortunately, Shi Feng and the others dealt sufficiently high damage, dragging Todelia's HP down continuously. After 3 minutes into the battle, Todelia's HP hit 30%. However, at this time, the peak experts on Shi Feng's team lost the berserk skills effects one after another. Immediately, the team's overall DPS plummeted to just barely over Todelia's battle recovery. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish the Realm Lord quickly. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, when Todelia's HP fell to 8%,